How am I feeling about Chicago? I don't think Chicago's going to be too bad tonight. Damaging winds would be the main concern over there. A conditional risk for a tornado is still going to exist. I think CJ might fly his drone. I'm not sure. I know he has a drone, so he might fly his drone, and if he does, we'll have a better shot of this.
I think so, yeah.
How we doing, family? It's time. We're going live. It's crazy weather.
He does. We'll definitely.
Sorry, I'm being silly. But yeah, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground, sadly, and it's heading towards people, so it's time to go live. It looks like it's here in Santiago, and we're in Minnesota, and it is heading north-northeast towards Princeton.
And it's going to be coming up into the town of Winnebago and Truman over the next 5 to 10 minutes.
This is our storm right here. This one does not look friendly. I've been watching it for a while. It does have a confirmed TORR, which means the tornado is on the ground, confirmed by the radar by the National Weather. And as you see here, yes, they have it measured out very well already, from 3,000 feet up to 14,000 feet.
Don't see anything in particular. I still think this.
Yeah, I've been watching this storm for about 2 hours now on Ryan Hall's stream. Yeah, I don't know if it's on the ground for this fact of the moment, but it was on the ground at one point.
We're gonna put them back bottom right of your screen.
It's like, yeah, it's going to be this area right in here. It's basically touching down right around there, and that's how you see it's lining up pretty much up to 14,000 feet. It's not really reaching up that high in the sky yet, but it's definitely got, you know, a good strong surge. Actually, it does look like it's going up to about almost 30,000 feet, to be honest. Yeah, it's going a good distance up there.
There is a new storm forming off to the
about 25,000 feet or so at this point.
So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that storm.
Yep, this thing is definitely rotating, and it looks like it's slightly rain wrapped. But yeah, man, everybody, welcome to the stream today. It's nice to see everybody. Anybody that's just hopping in. I do want to go over the weather many times today. Take a look at what's going on. This is our threat for the day. This is our tornado threat for the day. So we have a pretty big area.
Along I-94,
so if anybody is in this big, large area, feel free to ask in chat, type in your city and state, and we can pull it up for you.
With a little bit of rotation developing near Clearwater, and this is
got quite a few radars open, and I also have the whole radar from National Weather, so we can take a look at the big picture here where all these storms are firing up at. It looks like we have a whole bunch down here from Dallas, going up through Kansas City, all the way up through Wisconsin, and then we got a bunch over here near Minnesota, basically covering all of Minnesota and parts of Iowa. So we're going to be keeping track of all these storms today.
All right, let's go back down to the south. I think we're going to go back to storm intermediate here in a
second.
There's
a tornado in St. Cloud. Which city? Or which state?
Showing our main area of rotation near Northrop. Again, the velocities are not really.
What state, Mr. Riz?
Once again, we are in a radar hole, so it is hard to see.
Let me pull up my map. I'll be happy to help you.
Strongest area of rotation is going to be over near Northrop. Going off to the northeast. It looks like storm.
Are you talking about in Minnesota?
Of this storm. This is right back into the. They're coming back into the RFD surge right now. The winds are starting to pick up once again.
St. Cloud, Minnesota. Now we do have a tornado on the ground in Minnesota right now. This is the one. I'm actually on the radar with it right now. Let me see.
There's very little visibility as well driving through the supercell.
You have a basement? So you're just northeast of Minneapolis, northwest.
Just off the north of Fairmont.
Yeah, this is literally you're here at the one I'm looking at.
Also, this is CJ
Looks like it's past you. You're in good shape, buddy. St. Cloud's over here. The tornado's over here.
Looking in.
But you definitely need to be super weather aware. So you're in Santiago right now? There's the tornadoes in Santiago. You need to get in a basement.
Inside of the storm.
You need to go into the innermost room. If you don't have a basement, go to the innermost room, like your bathroom, away from any windows. Get in the bathtub or hop in a basement, whatever you can.
they're driving right into the RFD surge right now. This again,
it's not a super strong tornado, but it could definitely do some damage to a house.
Not really strong enough.
Definitely don't want to be near any windows because they could break out.
But there are some strong winds here. And so they're on the kind of the south side. If we draw it on radar on the bottom right.
Are you on your phone right now? I'm assuming.
And then we have our inflow that's coming from the other direction. So they're basically getting the winds.
Yeah, stay in your basement, man. If you're in Santiago. Now you got to remember too, like there's going to be possibly more weather today in your area, so don't just make sure. Did they send an Amber Alert on your phone? Did they buzz you?
Over to that. So once again, this is coming up on Granada here over the next few minutes, and we'll eventually go towards.
Generally, when I get a TORR, I at least get. I don't know if I get an Amber Alert, but I at least get a buzz from the National Weather.
Producing a tornado as it
yeah, you definitely want to be in your basement, brother. Stay safe.
Also, Freddie McKinney is out in front of us. We need to keep a close eye on Freddie.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be for those in off to the north, back up towards Princeton, Peace, and
2 tornado warnings now.
This is going to be for Mille Lacs, Santee, Benton, and Sherburne counties. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from.
Got another tornado warning. Yeah, see, this one's coming up towards Minneapolis right here. We're going to have some bad storms heading right towards Minneapolis today.
Also, I think this storm should get tornado warning. The one over near Clearwater. We still have a mesocyclone on this storm just north of Becker. It is going to be.
I was just looking at the 3D view of this thing. It's definitely rotating good.
That are moving off to the northeast here, off to the north of the Twin Cities. This is what it looks like right now on this storm. We did have a little bit more of a wall cloud a moment ago. A little scuddy there in the middle of your screen. That's the area that we'll be watching for some sort of...
I'm not sure if he's here yet, Hurricane.
Just off to the north here of I-94. This is
I don't know if he's here yet. I just started the stream, brother.
Right now there's very little broad
just started the stream.
So we'll have to
so far, all I've talked to is Mr. Riz, and he literally lives right where this tornado's at. So I started it just in time for him. I'm glad he went to his basement.
See that kind of moving off to the east.
We have this sucker right here is cranking out a tornado right now. Looks like it's forming a no hook. Where this actual triangle is where this tornado is on the ground, and it's heading towards Princeton. And Princeton's got some size to it. So these people in Princeton, they need to be getting in their safe spot immediately.
There was a spotter report of a 1.75-inch hailstone.
Now, any of these storms that are producing tornadoes, we're not, with the way the weather is tonight and the setup, the forecast that we have from the Pivotal Weather, these aren't going to let up. These storms are going to keep causing problems nonstop as long as they're in this red and yellow circles. So everybody needs to be prepared. If you got a storm coming towards you, you need to be prepared. You have your phone by you. Nah, bro, you're fine. Stay in the basement. Stay in your basement for a while. Wait till the tornado warning goes away. Stay in the basement, brother. Just watch us for now. I'm gonna show another 3D view.
That's now moving out of our shop, but it is rotating. So we might get a tornado warning on that here within the next few minutes.
Yep, cut it off too much. Yeah, you need to definitely stay in your basement for another couple minutes.
Go back over to, that's Copic. Let's go to Storm Runner Media. Storm Runner Media, I believe, is now on I-90.
It's passing over Santiago right now.
This might be Highway 15. It's one of the two. Also,
basically, that's where the tornado is right here. It's touching the ground right here. That's our tornado. That's where the highest velocities are. It's spinning down through here, right over Santiago.
Not super strong in the mid-levels. That's a look at the storm here from Freddie McKinney. Freddie McKinney was one of the chasers that we had on our stream yesterday that had the wedge tornado back over.
Yeah, I don't think Michigan's in the threat tonight, is it? Oh, parts of it. You'll never know. I don't want to say nothing's going to happen in Michigan, but yeah, most likely Michigan's probably not going to see much tonight, but you really never know. Like, things could happen, right? Like, sometimes, too, when a storm goes over a lake and if the water's warm, it could cause problems and cause the storms to ramp up. So, like, I don't want to say Michigan's, like, completely out of the threat because stuff could happen, but you definitely, if you're in the northern part of Michigan, you definitely want to be weather aware tonight. Keep track of any storms that come that way. Let's pull up the big radar again.
Based on rotation on the radar, even though it's high, it would be directed toward.
But we do have we have a bunch of storms up here. Let me know. too far over. So we do have some storms here.
By the way,
basically
for those that are wondering,
going from Wisconsin over towards Michigan. Looks like they're going northeast, though. These might actually go completely up into Canada.
We had a 1 mile wedge tornado back over Nebraska yesterday. It was an unbelievable storm. The tornado was on the ground for over an hour. It was a 1+
right. Right now, our biggest threat's probably going to be these storms here.
It was in western Nebraska
at the moment.
Over, I think, near Ashby, and it kind of continued.
I've just been watching Ryan Hall too for the last hour or two. I just turned stream on, so I really haven't looked at any of these storms closely. Looks like we have some stuff down here in Kansas too. I don't know. Let's take a look down there.
Really big come out of our storms today.
So Kansas is definitely in our threat zone. So we kind of want to check this storm down here. This is kind of a little blip here that's growing into something. So we need to get this thing on the radar. Let's go down to Wichita.
Also, they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
Hurricane, I want you to treat people nicely. Do not say any bad words and don't spam chat. You know that. You're a mod. You're here to, you're supposed to protect people. So just be nice. Don't say mean words. We're all family here, brother.
A little bit here, heading up towards Montgomery. There is a little small hook that is formed on this. So this is an area
we're here to help people, and we're here to be nice to people.
Northeast and northeast. Off to the north of Minneapolis.
That's like the main reason why we're here. We're you know, like Max Velocity and Ryan Hall has like over 30,000 people in their chats, and they can't help everybody. So we're just here to kind of help anybody that's really worried about the weather in their area, and try to, you know, give them some peace of mind or let them know what's coming towards them, because you just can't, you know, you can go there and you can try to ask, but you're 1 in 30,000 people in chat, you're not going to get through to them. So
this is Brandon Kopic.
And just try to be polite. That's all. Don't say that. Don't drop any cuss words and stuff like that unless you absolutely have to, but you really don't need to. Like if you're gonna say a bad word, like "holy shit," that's a bad tornado, something like that. But don't yell like, don't call somebody a bad word. You know, like.
Supercells down there. I'm not sure if we're going to see a storm in southeast Nebraska, but I definitely think there will at least be a couple within like 50 miles of you. It's going to be a bit more isolated.
Looks like this one might be wrapping out here. They might drop this tornado warning here. No, I mean, it's still rotating pretty broad, but it's still strong.
I'm going to go back to his, this is a bit more live. It's also a clean feed. You can see on the left side of your screen, still low clouds here on this storm.
Yeah, we got good old Max Velocity going here in the background as usual. If anybody's wondering what you're hearing, this is Max Velocity right here. And if you do check out the description, I also have a lot of storm chasers and a lot of other weather people in the description. So if you're interested, you know, in forecast, this guy Max Velocity and Ryan Hall does forecast. And if you want to, you know, watch some of these chasers that are chasing these tornadoes, you can click on down through the links and all them, and you can find some people that are chasing the tornadoes. So we got like lots of information. I'm basically just here to help you guys out, you know, pass anybody on that, you know, if you're on your PC or you got a big TV screen and you want to put one of them streamers on it, you can. I'm more like the phone guy, the device guy, but you know, we do have some people here that are on PCs as well. But yeah, I'm basically reaching out to 80% phone users by streaming to YouTube Shorts.
I'm looking east of Salina, Kansas, which is actually in our general thunderstorm risk. There is a severe thunderstorm here, and actually has a very
oh yeah, I'm gonna go look down at that storm in Kansas. I got 4 radars up and running right now.
In Topeka, Kansas, over the next few hours.
What's in Oklahoma? What state was that storm in? It's in Kansas, right here. We want to look at this guy right here.
For an isolated strong tornado out of these storms that'll be firing up over the next couple hours.
1 second.
The biggest concern, though, is very large hail and damaging winds. If you're over near Kansas City, you need to be staying weather aware. Your risk of severe weather will be increasing here over the next couple of hours. Freddie McKinney has quite the view right now of this supercell back over in southern Minnesota, the tornado-warned storm. This is Freddie McKinney's view.
Yeah, this buddy's starting to grow, and it's definitely starting to rotate. See how big this thing's getting. It's a bit smaller than what I thought from the satellite radar, but yeah, oh man, this thing's getting big quick. My goodness, this thing's a monster. It's getting big really fast. It's not real girthy yet, but it's up there. Like let's turn up the blues. So this thing's reaching up over 40,000 feet already. Almost, yeah, it's 50,000 feet in some areas. This thing's getting big quick.
Steven asks with the super chat, what's the outlook for Madison, Wisconsin? I think Madison's going to be a risk of severe weather more after sunset tonight, mainly damaging winds.
Yeah, this is a big break.
Over in Madison.
So this one's probably going to be a threat tonight, so you got to keep a close eye on this one. I'm going to leave a radar down here. Yeah, I figured you're on PC, brother. You're a weather enthusiast, just like me, St. Louis. Did you see the outlook for tomorrow, by the way? Right now, it doesn't look too bad. Right now, it's just in Texas, Oklahoma. Not even going to reach you up in St. Louis. Then we got a little bit up here in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. That's for tomorrow.
So if you are in this area, definitely continue to.
They said they might upgrade this some, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, tomorrow doesn't look nearly as bad as today for now.
I appreciate that. Do I cover hurricane?
Today looks scary for sure, but they said today can be a hit or miss. It might be a bust. Nothing might happen. It just really depends on how many storms form.
Freddie's gonna have a view here in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're already starting to see people park under overpasses on I-90 and down closer.
Riley's gonna say,
or down in Kansas near Abilene. I just want to remind everyone.
He just mute himself. What happened to our sound here? Is he muted? We lost audio.
You're on an interstate highway.
Oh, it was me.
Hey Riley for the update.
I'm sorry about that.
Also, by the way, this was from yesterday. Real quickly, I want to show you guys this. This was from yesterday night. It was after we got off, and
Max is kind of loud. I got to turn him down a little bit more.
Almost got struck by lightning last night, or his car almost got struck by lightning.
Wow, somebody almost got struck by lightning.
You can actually see the lightning strike literally right next to the roadway.
Holy moly!
This is when it struck. You can actually see on the left side though how
wow, that was so close to his car. Look at the picture up here too, where it's not as bright. That's unreal.
So close to striking his car. That was really kind of a scary sight.
Wow.
Like it doesn't really get much closer than that. So that was honestly pretty crazy. All right, back over to here. I'm gonna put. We got Brandon Kopic bottom left. We're gonna go ahead and put Stormrunner back on the bottom.
Keep an eye on this one. Let's go ahead and pull up our big satellite radar again. We already got an eye on all these storms here. How is Missouri in the threat? How much of Missouri's in the threat tonight? St. Louis is like right here, I believe, right? St. Louis is out of the threat. But northern Missouri's still in it. So we do have some storms up here in northern Missouri. So we definitely want to radar in this area. I'm going to look around Quincy and Columbia, see what these storms are doing.
That's up towards Brunswick, Braham, and as well as the Stanchfield area near Springville.
I have this radar going on Omaha that we don't need at the moment. Let's take it to Missouri. I don't know what radar we want to use over here.
Get a tornado warning on this if it can intensify a little bit more. That storm is literally right behind our other supercell that's coming up on Princeton over the next few minutes.
Kind of a bad spot.
Of Minneapolis, we are starting to see a little bit more rotation develop. It's very
ADVN maybe.
Back over near Buffalo, so there's a little meso forming on that. There's
probably Quad Cities.
That are going to be heading in the direction of St. Michael, Rogers, and eventually Elk.
Okay, so we can't really see much of these storms yet. They're pretty small.
And the tornado threat could definitely increase on this as it continues.
Really nothing going on with these storms yet.
Be staying weather aware.
Little rain showers, it looks like. Yeah, they're just really little small storms at the moment. They really haven't turned into anything yet up here. All right, well, let's go back up to Minnesota.
It's really moving right along I-70, so the threat here of a tornado could definitely.
This one just dropped a tornado. It looks like they still have the. Nope. They have it in another area. So we have another confirmed tornado down here. So this one's confirmed. Okay, so what radar do we want to go? I mean, this is probably our closest one. So this one's now radar confirmed tornado right here. But I think we definitely want a better radar for this one. And this one's heading towards... I'm not sure where it's at, if it's right here. I don't even see the triangle. We got some rotation here. We got some rotation here. It's rotating in so many spots. So try. We'll try this radar over here. Let me switch to it. We want to keep this one down here in Kansas. I don't want to move that one. Minneapolis, St. Louis here. We can take St. Louis radar over there. Which one did you say, KLSX?
Still very ominous skies. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar as of right now in the supercell. The tornado warning does end in 2 minutes. We'll see if they.
I'm seeing some rotation here and here in this radar. This one's pretty far away too, but yeah, you're definitely seeing some rotation here and here. They confirmed it though. They confirmed tornado by radar. I'm not sure which one they're looking at.
Still very ominous skies here. It's a 2-cam view.
Just you can't really see it well from the Minnesota radar.
Really low. Let's go back over to Freddie. Or not Freddie. Sorry. Stormer.
How's everybody doing today? We just don't. This is kind of in a bad spot, to be honest. There's really no good radar to see this from. It's about the same distance between both of these.
They're now out in front of this. The tornado warning.
But yeah, this one should be getting closer to this radar.
Allowed to expire. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot on radar right now. We still have a little.
This one's uptrending a little bit.
Again, this could easily get tornado warned again.
This one's making an S formation here too, so this one's starting to look kind of bad behind it. Now, where's Mr. Riz? Mr. Riz, we got another storm coming up right through Santiago again. Remember what I was telling you? You need to pay attention, buddy, because these line of storms are going to literally make tornadoes in the same spot, one after another. So we have a storm right behind this one that just came through with a tornado. Went through Princeton. It's got another one coming through here, Santiago now. They're not on the. They may not be on the ground right now. They could be. We don't know for sure yet, but these both have some pretty good rotation.
They have gone ahead though and canceled the tornado warning for at least the time being.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
So we just got a tornadoes on the ground alert.
Once again, have a confirmed tornado warning for Waseca as well as Faribault and Blue Earth counties. So again, a confirmed tornado in southern Minnesota. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to be in your safe place.
Southern Minnesota has a confirmed tornado on the ground that we can't really see. There must be a spotter. He's saying CJ has this. Let's take a look. Because the radar is really not showing us anything good on this one because it's so far away. So. Oh my goodness, look how dark that is.
This thing looks really interesting.
Man, that cloud is scary looking. It's so dark.
This is a weather spotter's reported funnel cloud. So this
yeah, so this is
tornado, even though it says observed.
Yeah, so it's not a confirmed tornado. Weather spotters seen a funnel cloud here. So we don't. I think they're just kind of doing an upgraded warning, you know, just because it's a really scary looking storm. Aviation Channel. Trains, planes, and more. Anything near Mitchell, South Dakota. Let's take a look. Let me pull up my Google Maps.
Here in southern Minnesota, if you are in this warning, you got to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead.
Mitchell, South Dakota.
Wait 1 second. Let me go back to CJ real quick.
Corn place. All right, you're just north. You're west of Sioux Falls. Let's see here.
I don't think that's a tornado, but we do possibly even have a gustnado out in front of this storm. That's back over on the. Well, that's off your screen. That was a gustnado there, back over on this storm near Winnebago. So that's on the leading edge of our supercell. This is a look at our actual supercell in the drone shot.
It looks like we definitely have some storms heading your way. Nothing there right at the moment, but stuff's on its way. Let's get a radar over there. Also, let me pull up the threat for today. So I don't want to say not going to see nothing in South Dakota because you're really close to the threat, right? But there is sometimes it gets a little crazy, and we do have some tornadoes outside of the threat area. But yeah, definitely pay attention here for the next 30 minutes, an hour or so, and we'll see if any of these storms out here do anything. But those storms are basically out here, right? And they're kind of heading into the bad area. So they might not do anything till they pass you. Let me take a radar up there.
Wallcloud is attempting to organize right now near Mapleton in Minnesota.
I mean, we do have some storms out here. There's very little rotation showing, though. I mean, there's a little bit. You know, we got a little bit of rotation here near Bonesteel and Butte, Fairfax, but it's not like anything bad yet. But yeah, the further east these get, the more active these storms are probably going to get. So we may see some pretty crazy action with these storms here in the next hour or two. But they're probably going to pass you there in Mitchell, most likely, before they do anything crazy. But yeah, you see Mitchell's right here. This thing's... Let's kind of see if we can see what direction they're heading exactly. Looks like these might even go south of Mitchell. But most likely, you're probably not going to see anything crazy in Mitchell today. But I mean, it wouldn't hurt to check every 30 minutes or so to look at the radar and see if anything crazy's coming. Keep your phone nearby because it could get pretty crazy in the other areas today. Anybody in these areas, it can get really bad here in this yellow and red area. So if you're in the yellow and the red and you're in a camper or a trailer or anything like that, you definitely need to talk to somebody they have access to, like a basement you can go into if needed. Like, you probably won't need to do anything, but the small chance that a storm does come to you in this area, just, have a backup plan, because if we do have a tornado in these two areas, they're going to be pretty bad tornadoes, and you don't want to be inside of a trailer or a camper. You want to be in a basement somewhere if you do have a tornado in these areas.
To Twitter that they may have twin tornadoes on this storm. That's 2 tornadoes within this warning near Mapleton.
Yes, aviation. You heard me talking about Mitchell. I doubt they will become tornado warned in your area. I mean, they'll probably become tornado warned once they get into Minnesota, is my guess. Like, there's just really not any nadir juice in this area over here where you're at. All the nadir juice is like on the other side of this highway right here. But like I said, there's rare cases where we have seen, storms outside of the areas because, they get all these readings from weather balloons, and sometimes they're not 100% accurate, but they're pretty accurate, Like, it could have shifted, the dry line, heat, and the cold could have all shifted, and the wind shear could have shifted one way or another, like 50 miles, and you really just can't know, but it can happen. But they send these weather balloons up twice a day. Okay, Max is talking about there's a tornado somewhere. You say Janesville?
I think the dust being kicked up there in the middle of your screen is just some sort of gustnado or strong downburst of wind.
This is actually looking a little more concerning how this one's kind of protruding out and making more of a hook here. This one might be trying to do something here. Like I say, today could get crazy at any moment with the threat that we have from the Pivotal Weather Outlook. Like, stuff could actually get really crazy at any time today. So we just got to be very close, or pay very close attention to everything. Like I say, anybody in these areas, you want to make sure your phone, if you're in the red, basically any of these areas, green, red, yellow, bright red, you want to have your phone by you at all times today. Because, if you're not watching those, you'll at least get like an Amber Alert buzz on your phone if there's something coming towards you. But that too, make sure, like I said, trailer or camper, make sure you get a hold of somebody today that has a basement that you can access if it does get bad in your area. Because you do not want to be stuck in a trailer or a camper if a bad tornado comes in your area. Because yeah, it's just not, it's like canned tuna if you get stuck in a trailer in these areas. These storms, some of these storms might hit Minneapolis. Looks like they're going to go south of them now, but there's a chance a tornadic storm might actually go over Minneapolis today. That's crazy. We got a lot of big cities in these threats today.
I really don't think this is again a tornado. I legitimately, there's like almost no way this is a tornado. It's just dust.
Yeah, if there's anybody new and you live in this area, feel free to type in your city or state, and I can kind of see if we got any storms coming towards you right now. Right now, if you want to actually look at a radar and take a look at where the storms are, the National Weather Service, this website right here has a radar. You can kind of see where the storms are coming in at right now. But a lot of them, they might just start forming out of nowhere. Like we have this one down here in Kansas that's just starting to grow near Salina, heading towards Manhattan. We got a radar down there looking at that one. But right now, these are pretty much most dangerous threatening storms are going to be in this area right now for now.
That just crossed over on this storm near
There, it looks like they're being pretty giving with the tornado warnings today, just because of like they want to be extra prepared. Like there may not be a tornado on the ground here, but they're just gonna keep them warned, because they see a funnel cloud and they want to be prepared early. Because anything that looks scary could turn bad really quick. And this area too is like, it's pretty far from the radar. Let's actually take a 3D view look at this storm.
So far, no discrete cells have fired off across Iowa that are in this environment where we have very favorable conditions for strong and long-track tornadoes. But we still have about 2 to 2.5 hours for storms to fire off in this environment to potentially produce significant severe weather. So we need to continue to keep a very close eye here across Iowa. The tornado watch does go here until 11 o'clock Central Time, including Des Moines. Somebody was talking about DSM. That is Des Moines.
Hey, Hurricane Juice, I'll do that for you if I don't have to time you out in 1 week. You go an entire week without getting timed out, I'll gladly make you one.
In Kansas, back over near Abilene and Junction City. These are mainly going to be hail producers, but there is going to be a potential, I think, for a tornado or two as these storms continue to move off to the northeast. Brandon is intercepting a gustnado right now. Again, back over near Minnesota Lake, even more dust.
So right now, basically, I have it set to where I'm seeing the strongest velocities in these storms right now. So I think this is the wall cloud they're talking about down here. You can kind of see how these really high velocities are kind of coming down right here. Got lots of higher velocities up in the sky here. This one right here looks like, yeah, those high velocities are basically what's coming down here by Blue Earth. Your higher velocities are down in this area right here, and it looks like they're starting to reach down a little bit. So, yeah, this could get real bad here soon near Winnebago and Delavan, Easton, Minnesota Lake. So, you can see how this, out of all the high velocities we're looking at right here, these are like the only ones that are actually starting to reach down. Looking pretty threatening here. Now this is when I'm basically turning down the velocities really low. So like anything that's like under 20, 30 miles an hour, just everything's moving at that speed. Right here, I'm putting everything at higher velocities. You can see how we're really starting to, it's really starting to shape up some rotation here, and it's reaching up and down through the sky, like down here.
Look at that vortex.
Yeah, this storm's definitely a threat here. We got to keep a close eye on it. We only have one tornado warning right now. Let's go back and look at that one in Kansas. Yeah, like I said, Hurricane, go a week. You go a week without me having to time you out, I'll be glad to make you one. You have to go a whole week, though, and don't ask me again. You just be good for an entire week and try to be nice to people and help them out. You're always here, Hurricane, and I like you. You just, People get excited sometimes, you know.
We'll go back to him in a moment. Freddie's bottom left of your screen too. They're kind of all in the same area.
Where is our Kansas one? Topeka. Yeah, oh yeah, this thing, we got 2 rotations going on this one now. I think this one's going to cause us a lot of problems today. This is like our only discrete storm right now, and it's getting bigger and bigger. We could look at a 3D view of this about 15 minutes ago. I don't know. It looks like it might be forming more of a line of storms. Look how it, I mean, this has changed a lot in the last 15 minutes. Let's do a bigger scoop of this and kind of see what this thing's done. See what this thing's done in the last 15, 30 minutes or so.
This is a view of the supercell here near Minnesota Lake.
Like, this has gotten a lot bigger, and it's building up.
What a crazy view of the storm. Right under.
Go back a couple more scans. Like, look how much bigger this thing's gotten in the last 15 minutes. That's all it was 15 minutes ago. This thing's growing really fast. And this thing's rotating too. We got rotations in 2 spots in this storm now. So yeah, this storm's not messing around. It's getting strong fast. They actually have a severe thunderstorm warning on this top part here, which is actually looks like it's rotating right up in here. Wait, no, I think I marked that one. No, yeah. It's up here. Rotating up in here. No, I was right. Yep. Just putting right here. I put it in the top corner. You can see. That might be just inflow, I think. It looks like it's further up here. It's probably picking up lots of inflow that's sucking in right here, it looks like. So I don't think it's rotating at all. That's just inflow. And down here by Abilene, looks like it's trying to rotate. Let's look at our velocities on this thing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, yeah. Look at that. That's not good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just an inflow scud here. But this is looking very interesting right here. This might get warned soon. It's looking fairly tight in that area. I don't know if I can try to get a closer look at it. It's right here in Abilene.
So that was Freddie McKinney, another little gustnado on the storm that's near Minnesota Lake. All along the leading.
Those are like our higher velocities.
Which is not really much. It's more of a line of storms now.
Pretty scattered out, but I mean, you can definitely see all these higher velocities here trying to do something in this storm.
In Minnesota.
I mean, this is where I got these velocities are set up pretty high. Like that's pretty. These winds are like 80, 90 mile per hour plus up in here. But you know, I bring it down to here at about 20, 30 miles an hour. It's all over. Yeah, it's definitely got some nadir juice in this thing, and it's picking up. I mean, each scan, it's looking worse. Each scan. Yeah, we definitely got to keep our eyes on the storm for the rest of the evening, I think. Also want to see what's going to happen up here in this north part of the storm, because, I mean, this whole thing's just building up right now as we're watching, and it's sucking in all kinds of stuff.
That's going towards Vernon. Once again, a conditional strong tornado threat is going to exist around the Red River Valley.
Go back up to Minnesota. We got a new severe warning down here. Okay, we want to look at this radar now. That's not very far from that one. I think I'm already connected to that. Yep. Sioux Falls. Oh, yeah. I think this is another big blotch of inflow right here. This might be just the hail. It could be hail or a rotation right there. Either or, because you see we do have a hail core right there, and it's kind of in that area. So that might be just the hail dropping is what you're seeing right there. So it's hard to say. We're also pretty close to this interference band out here. My goodness. I think it's going to be one of those days. I think it's going to be one of those days where we can't look at everything and everything's going to be crazy.
Williams, he is on the storm in Kansas right now. Oh, he's a little glitchy right now. This is the storm back over in Kansas. Clouds are actually, in my opinion, lower to the ground on this storm compared to the one that we have right now in Minnesota. And this is a supercell that has just developed over the last several minutes, moving towards Junction City, producing ping pong ball sized tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there has been a little bit of rotation in the hook.
Turn up max for a little bit so I can catch my breath. Take my medicines real quick. I'm still here. Just gonna take some medicine real quick and get me something to drink.
So be keeping a close eye on him. Wow. Look at Storm Intermediate's view of the storm in Minnesota. It looks elevated, quite elevated to me, but this thing looks pretty crazy. The sun is now it's much more off to the west now, so they're kind of on the east side of the storm, so definitely more ominous, kind of dark here on the east side of the storm. That is stunning. Yeah, Riley, put Ben YouTube thing on like a tiny corner of my other screen.
Snow Tiger, thank you
so I can see it.
for your super chat.
Thank you, Chrissy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Jamie, for the super chat. It's hard to tell if we are going to see like another mega wedge today like we had yesterday. It's going to depend again if we get discrete supercells. Everything's pretty linear right now. It's pretty much as forecasted. And I still think between 6 and 9 o'clock is really the greatest threat for tornadoes across the board. I think 6 to 9 p.m. is the greatest threat.
6 to 9 p.m. Max saying.
And that honestly goes for almost every area that we have for severe weather today. That includes areas back over in Kansas and Missouri, Texas and Oklahoma, probably around 6 to 10. In the Midwest, 6 to 10. But again, this storm, it really feels pretty elevated to me, at least this one that's tornado warned right now. With that said, we do have a little bit of rotation near Janesville that could be a bit more surface-based. That's heading up towards Morristown and Deerfield. More of a QLCS tornado threat that's trying to develop. Thank you, Deb, for becoming a member.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pretty decent leading
tornado warning
as well. All right, they have just issued a new tornado warning. This will be for Waseca, Rice, LeSueur, and Steele counties in Minnesota. And it will pop up here in a second. But once again, if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is just off to the north of Owatonna, near Medford, Clinton Falls, Deerfield, Morristown, Warsaw, Faribault, and Waterville. I mentioned this just literally a minute ago. There is a little area of rotation here that is going to be embedded in our little hook echo right along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms moving to the northeast. So just off to the north of Owatonna. If you are in this tornado warning, again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right, I'm going to stay on Storm Intermediate here for a second. I'll be back in like 60 seconds.
All right, so where's this new warning at? Sioux Falls, how you doing, Jacqueline? I'm connected to the Sioux Falls radar right now. We have a couple storms coming towards Sioux Falls, but nothing looks crazy yet. They're all still really little. Take a look at the big national weather radar here and kind of see if anything's new and forming out here. This one's really convecting good. It's getting big out here in Kansas.
On our tornado warned storm west of Owatonna, which again looks
like this one keeps continuing to grow right there.
So again, I don't really think this storm right now is producing a tornado. I do think the northern storm that's up near Waterville has a better chance of producing a tornado going towards Warsaw and Faribault. Bottom right of your screen. A little bit
we have some new storms convecting down here too in southern Missouri. Yeah, this is new too. All this stuff in Oklahoma. That's just popping up too. I think that was there 30 minutes ago. Wisconsin. We haven't looked up in Wisconsin at all. They're in our threat today, aren't they?
This is again our new tornado.
Yeah, we need to get a radar over in Wisconsin, to be honest. Let's take a look at those storms. I know he's saying most of anything's supposed to be like popping in around 9 o'clock or so.
Either of these, any of this warning, definitely gotta be in your safe place. That rotation's the strongest one that we have on radar, in my opinion, right now. A lot of gustnados with this storm coming up towards Owatonna. Again, gustnados are not.
Yeah, Max is talking about this one here.
They're pretty weak usually.
And that's the one that we have the TORR on. Confirmed tornado. Even though it's not necessarily a confirmed tornado, it's probably going to be dropping quick ones that last for like 30 seconds at a time. It's kind of far from the radar site too. It's closer to this one. Let me go up to that radar site.
Looks like the clouds are getting a little bit lower.
You can see it much better from this one.
Keep an eye on that. If we can get a little bulge in the, like a little inflow notch kind of going into this line of storms, we could have a more of a tornado risk here.
Yeah, basically like this whole front line here, this is where we could see some brief spin up tornadoes. This whole front line. They're going to probably keep these warned mainly because of that, because you could have a brief tornado that spins up, and by the time they warn it, it's going to be gone. So they're probably just going to keep this storm basically warned.
This storm, once again, is heading in the direction of Owatonna, just outside of Faribault as well. Rescue Angel says,
I want to go look over here. We do have some storms over here.
Please describe. That's basically when we have rain that's falling that doesn't reach the ground. Thank you, Leah, for the very generous 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Leah.
Yeah, these look just like rain showers for the time being up here.
It's back over near Lake Andes.
I don't think we're going to see anything crazy in Wisconsin until later.
Sorry, that's South Dakota. That's all the way back up west of Sioux Falls. My apologies. Back over in Kansas right now, we do have a few supercells that have fired off, mainly with damaging winds and large hail. Ben Williams, one of the chasers that we're keeping an eye on, is
connected to the airport radar. It's a small one. I got to connect to this one.
As that continues to move to the east.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a lot of high-speed winds too, and possibly some power outages just from the storms from this one, possibly. This one could definitely be some issue just for hail and wind damage. Basically all heading towards New Richland, Ellendale, Hope, Otisco, Wasaka, Owatonna, Medford, Faribault, Morristown. Waterville's already inside it. Probably going to get a big blast of wind, some hail. Possibly a brief spin-up tornado. We've actually had 74 mile per hour winds in Emmett, Iowa. A little while ago, but yeah, somebody was saying there's reported 74 mile per hour winds down there. Let's go look down at that one storm
probably 5 to 7 hours with
down in Kansas.
Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you have any friends or family in the path of these storms, make sure to give them a heads up. Feel free to share the stream with them on Facebook, Twitter, and all.
Definitely got some big broad rotation here still. This is looking pretty broad still, but they're both rotating. Looking a little scary right here, but it looks like it's broadened out more.
Update from Ben. Honestly, this storm here, latest scan, still showing a couplet, a little area of convergence over Palmer in Minnesota. This is, again, quickly coming up on Morristown over the next few minutes, and we'll track towards I-35.
Minnesota.
So I-35 would eventually be in the track of this.
Okay, talking about this couplet right here. On I-35, coming up on Morristown. Very good chance this could possibly spin up a brief tornado. You won't really be able to see anything in the 3D view, I don't think, but it could definitely drop a brief tornado.
Faribault again, has this happened in the near or like in the past? this area of rotation is coming right up towards Faribault, and it's gotten stronger. I mean, this isn't like super strong.
Right there's going to be your
here soon.
probably area you would most like to see a brief spin up.
Also, for right now, I do not think they're going to issue a tornado warning here for the Owatonna area. We're keeping an eye on it, but for right now, not something that I think will get a tornado warning anytime soon.
You don't really see much in the 3D views when you got these QLCS tornado spin ups. It's kind of just a big sloppy mess, and it just drops one down really quick for a second, and they pick back up. I hear tornado warnings.
Very elevated, at least the southern portion of this storm.
They're going. That's in Minnesota, man. That is a scary looking cloud, man. I tell you what. You hear those sirens and you see that storm, that'll freak you out. That'll freak anybody out.
Those are some scary sirens. And hopefully people follow the sirens. Latest radar scan, really strong rotation. This rotation's gotten stronger scan over scan here. Coming up on Morristown right now in Minnesota. We do have a hook echo and a really tight but noticeable inflow notch going into this. This is coming up on Morristown and Warsaw over the next 5
It's like it has a bit of hail to it right in front of the rotation. So if you were to see a tornado, it'd be like right here in this triangle. National Weather's measuring it.
Probably the strongest area of rotation that we've actually seen on radar today.
Like an EF1 strength rotation. And here we go. 3,000 feet all the way up to 19,000 feet.
So a tornado is definitely in play out of a storm like this.
I mean, it's all possibility this thing could form up and stay a big tornado for a while. You just don't know. When you're reaching into climates in this area, it could get bad. So we got to keep a really close eye on this one. Yeah, and that's heading towards Morristown and Warsaw. My goodness, guys.
Very low end threat for damaging winds and hail. Not really much of a tornado risk up there.
Yes, Max Velocity is my favorite streamer.
Ben Williams,
I love the guy. He's great. He's actually gonna be a meteorologist here soon. I think he's been saying he's gonna be a meteorologist in 10 days for like the last 2 weeks, but it's coming, right? He's finishing school. He's graduating.
This is near Abilene in Kansas.
I do want to get another 3D view of this here in a couple more minutes because we might be able to see this rotation if it's that far up. But the 3D scans are about 3 scans back.
Thank you, Donnie, for becoming a member.
This is in Minnesota right now. We're south of Minneapolis. It's heading towards It's like it's south of Waterville right now, but heading towards Morristown and Warsaw and Faribault. These are some big towns. Let me pull up Google Maps on this.
At least a bit of a wall cloud trying to form here back over near Abilene. Right along I-70.
Our first town is going to be Morristown that it's heading towards.
Broad right now, but it is a storm that we need to keep an eye on. The tornado threat, in my opinion,
I'm afraid we might be cooking soon here.
will be a little bit more elevated, I think,
radar real quick here.
in the Manhattan areas.
Yeah, these have been pretty decent sized cities, man. Yeah, I hope everybody gets in their safe spot. That's the town he was just in. Max was just showing. This is where they got the tornado warnings going off in. They're expecting the worst. Okay. Looks like we got a big mess going here now. We got like 3 different spots of rotation on the front of this storm now.
Tornado magnet, now he's just intercepting Gusnado after Gusnado. Another one back over in southern Minnesota. This might be the 15th Gusnado that we've had. Gusnados again are not really that dangerous.
Yeah, that's concerning looking right there.
Spinning a little bit.
We should probably be able to see this on a 3D view very soon of what this thing's doing. Let's try again.
Shout out to William with the PayPal donation. Appreciate that. Gusnado's a little bit larger than the other ones that we've had. At least more dust being kicked up.
Yeah, it should be forming right down here. I think I'm still a little too far behind on the 3D view scans. Another minute or two, we should be able to see what this thing's doing.
Increasing risk of scattered strong to severe thunderstorms back over northeast Kansas, western Iowa, and as well as
Check again here in a minute.
Nebraska.
Yeah, that's definitely our most concerning area right now. That's definitely a big concern being in Minnesota and where we're at.
A little bit more rotation there on the top right of your screen or middle of your screen.
PVS icons? National Weather Service? Yeah. I'm using GR2 Analyst. I have it linked in the description. Basically right here is where they're pinpointing the rotation and what the strengths of the rotation are at 4,800 feet, 6,700, and 2,500 feet.
Everybody at like 5 o'clock was saying bust because we only had like 2 tornado warnings. Not even an hour later, we had 25 tornado warnings, and we had a big tornado going right through Lake City in Arkansas. Like, I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but like, you really cannot just assume it's going to be a bust just based off of like 1 or 2 hours of weather.
Let's take a look at the one down in Kansas again real quick.
6 and 9, so.
Got some rotation here.
Still think that'll be our greatest threat. They have just downgraded the tornado warning back over to the
rotation all over, man. These storms are just rotating everywhere.
For the Minnesota Lake area.
Big broad rotation here. These are all the way down in Kansas, and they're heading northeast. Looks like they're going to go probably partially into Missouri, South Nebraska, then into Iowa. If anybody's just now joining, this is our threat for today. This is where we're going to see tornadoes. Possibly, if there's storms there. Yeah, we got a 2% chance in the green, 5% chance in the dollar red. Got a 10% chance hatch risk in the yellow and a 15% in the red. So yeah, this yellow and red, you definitely need to be prepared. If you're in our camper or a mobile home or something like that, you need to find somebody that has a basement that you can get in contact with and, you know, take shelter if you need to at some point in time today.
Geography is not this bad, by the way. The mesoscale discussion that I showed you guys, like,
these,
just letting you guys know, this is actually Nebraska, Iowa.
I mean, they're still growing and they're rotating. They're basically down in the smaller risk right now. Nothing crazy yet. There was severe thunderstorm warned, though. I think we'll probably see some crazy stuff happen with these storms later on.
This is Brandon Kopic's view. Look at that.
They keep growing. Like I did a 3D view of these. So over the last hour, these things have gotten much bigger. I think we have 2 separate storms now, but this is just one little blip of a storm, you know, an hour ago. We'll see how they've grown. I'm going back in time right here. That's all we had about an hour ago, and you see how big they're getting. There's just a blip over here, and that's like its own big storm now. Actually, that one just split off from this one. It's still going out in the front. It's still building up a little tiny blip of a storm up here.
There's a report about 30 minutes ago of a rotating wall cloud in Miami Lakes, Florida, by the way.
Rotating wall cloud in Miami Lakes, Florida.
That's not true. Never mind. Is there a storm there? Or no?
They're looking pretty broad now, but they're still rotating. That one's starting to look a little more concerning here.
I just read that report, and that is not true.
Yeah, we have some pretty good rotation going up to 25,000 feet now. Let's see if we can get an actual 3D scan of these yet. I'm hoping these 3D views are far enough along to where we can actually see something, maybe. It's right here. I gotta do a little bigger of a cutout.
Brandon Kopic has a really good view, though, of that supercell there. Again, near Armstrong and Swee City in northern Iowa. This one looks like for the
there it is.
This is the latest HRRR model run. This one looks like basically right about now. Line of thunderstorms moving through areas near and just south of Minneapolis, back through Owatonna.
Yeah, this is basically just rolling over from that whole front line. You can see the velocities are very weak, but you can definitely see how they're reaching in and coming in down here now.
And honestly, a few tornadoes are in play. I really still think
this is where it would touch down at, and you can see how the velocities are picking up throughout the storm here. I mean, that's about picture perfect for a QLCS storm turning into, I mean, this could turn into possibly a big tornado and stay on the ground. I don't know yet. With the weather that it's going into, with all this wind shear and everything, this could get crazy. Right there, we can finally see it on the 3D scan.
These storms continue to move across Iowa, Wisconsin, and Missouri, and then eventually by midnight or so tonight, the storms are going to be much weaker, I think, across much of Wisconsin. Still a low tornado risk.
But you can't deny that right there. You got a perfect view of what it's doing.
Texas, we are expecting a bunch of supercells to fire off, I think, over the next few hours.
This could produce a, you know, a tornado at any moment, to be honest.
Back over here near Oklahoma and Texas.
Do they have a confirmed warning on it right now? Nope. They have that on the storm to the south. I think this is one they said there's a big wall cloud and a spotter's looking at it. But yeah, this one looks like the biggest threat right now. These two.
Go ahead and put this bottom left of your screen. That's a live shot, bottom left. That's back over.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we hear about one of these touching down on the ground at any moment. I think this is going to be little more than just a brief spin up QLCS one, because it looks like it's really forming well in the front line of that storm. It might stay down for a while. We'll have to see.
Currently coming up on I-35. If you are in this warning, stay in your safe place. Strongest area of rotation is approaching I-35 here over the next few minutes.
That's the one we just looked at. Yeah, it's rotating good from 6,000 feet all the way up to 22,000 feet at a 1.2 strength. That one, they're seeing it from 4,000 feet all the way up to 13,000 feet with a 1.1 strength. 2 different rotations in the same storm. Got a lot of hail too, and this is going to be rainy, so you're not even, if this does drop a tornado, you're probably not going to be able to see it. It's probably going to be rain and hail wrapped. This one's further back. This one is back behind the hail. This one's more up in the front. You might be able to see this one in the front, and these are heading towards Owatonna and Medford. Looks like this is over Morristown now, but it looks like it's gone south of it. Let's go. Let's pull up the Google Maps again.
Severe weather in Iowa today and tonight. It's just going to depend on if storms fire. That's literally what's contingent on. If we have initiation, literally anything could happen.
Yeah, rotation's like right down here.
Looks interesting. Again, this is a discrete supercell.
Probably not that big, but it looks like it's. Let's kind of see what direction it's going exactly again.
Red Adair is also coming up on this right now.
Looks like they're heading pretty well northeast. About even, maybe slightly more east than north. Let me slow down the animations a little bit.
This is coming from the south on this supercell as well that Brandon's coming up on. Again, in northern Iowa. And then this is Freddie McKinney back over.
You're welcome back, Hurricane.
Back over in Wells. This is just outside of our.
Looks like stuff's starting to pick up a little bit. I don't trust these storms right here. They're in a bad area, and it looks like they're getting stronger.
Definitely still a potential for a tornado embedded in the line.
Yeah, this one's going much further up. This one's getting all the way up to 22,000 feet now. I think these are definitely our biggest 2 concerns. Max is looking at somebody here. Oh, he just took it off. I'll bring it back once he pops up the chaser again.
Latest radar scan is showing a stronger area of rotation coming together right now, approaching.
I mean, everything's rotating. We got rotations throughout the whole storm up here. Nothing looks really condensed here, but lots of broad rotation throughout the whole storm.
And don't park under an overpass. Just avoid this area if at all possible.
Kind of see how these greens are getting brighter here too. So this one, it's definitely got a lot more strength coming into it.
So again, be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Let's see if we have there are cameras coming up here right where this hook is going to be passing.
We'll go back down to Kansas real quick. Jux, that is in Minnesota. We're looking at multiple states. Let me pull this up. If there's any new people in chat here. This is our tornado threat for the day. So pretty much anybody in the yellow and red, they need to be super weather aware today. But we can there's a possibility of tornadoes in this entire area today. It just depends whether there's going to be storms in the area or not. Also depends whether it's a discrete supercell or it's going to be a line of storm, right? You get a line of storms, it's mostly going to be like brief spin up tornadoes. We have a discrete supercell in the area. There's a chance for it to be a long track tornado. Definitely are in this area here. Basically, in the forecast, they're saying this could be hit or miss. This could be like absolutely nothing or a whole bunch of bad stuff happens. We just really don't know yet. Just depends what happens with all these storms. But this is a pretty serious risk today. It's a 4 out of 5 from the National Weather for seriousness.
You are in Owatonna, Clinton Falls, Medford, or Havana. Seek shelter, get away from windows.
Looks like this one's getting a lot of inflow here now, and it's starting to pop up a hook. This one's starting to look a little more concerning here, down here in Kansas.
Currently tracking to the east and east-northeast. That's going to eventually go towards west.
That one looks like it's trying to do something here.
So once again, this is for Owatonna.
This is all the way down in Kansas.
Okay, let's see. This is a camera that we can pull up.
It's just 3 scans behind. There's not much of a notch there, but you can see it's... This storm's not small like it used to be anymore. It's turning into a big, large supercell now. It's rounding out. You can definitely see the meso starting to spin here. This thing's no joke.
Freddie still has something there in Wells. This is back over to Owatonna on I-35 at mile marker 59. It's looking northeast. Very ominous skies.
Yeah, we might see these start to
Medford and Clinton Falls.
tighten up more and condense. We might see a strong funnel here in the future near Abilene.
Tornado warning in Iowa, which is going to be for that storm that's
Tornado warning in Iowa.
that Brandon Kopic is currently on. This is going to be just outside of Swee City near Armstrong and also near just north of Emmitsburg.
I gotta pull up a radar in Iowa, guys.
This one again has
10 years ago, I'm disabled, all right? I'm trying to keep up, you know, with all these big-time streamers. I get out of breath and stuff. Sometimes I get lightheaded, so I have to, like, kind of slow down my talking a little bit here and there. But, yeah, I have autonomic neuropathy, and I got a bunch of crazy stuff going on. So I start getting, I really got into weather about 8 years ago because I'm stuck at home all the time with my disability. But, yeah, not only did I get really obsessed with, like, you know, chasing storms, not, you know, chasing them in real life, but on the radar. I also built up a lot of weather anxiety after I figured out, now that I know how all these storms work and what's coming, you know, so now it's like whatever. I'm in Cincinnati, so whenever I got bad storms coming near me, I'm always freaking out. But, yeah, this is just kind of a hobby I picked up, you know, once I became disabled 8 years ago.
Rotation is mainly across the line of thunderstorms. Our strongest area of rotation will basically be going right over.
Yeah, if I ever get quiet for a little bit, I'm sorry. I'll pull Max on. Like I said, I just sometimes I'm fine, sometimes I'm not, but I'm trying my best to, like, kind of help people out. You know, that's what I'm here for.
We have now another tornado warning. This one's going to be just south of Northfield near Kenyon.
Let's go up to Iowa. I need to go see this.
You are in Faribault. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Same
I
thing
think this is the one. Yeah, right here. Oh my goodness, that's right in a band of interference. Can't see anything here.
Embedded in our rain, crossing right over I-35 as we speak. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning.
But yeah, the one up north in Minnesota is looking the worst right now.
Again, northern Iowa.
Let me get back up there.
And back over near Owatonna, our main area of rotation is currently crossing over the highway. And
Where did my warnings go?
Eastern side here of this
Just
county.
disappeared. There it is. Yeah, these are our two biggest threats right now. We just looked at a 3D view. You could actually see the rotation, the funnel going up through the clouds and these here. We have 2 spots.
Mile marker 40 on I-35.
Wow, this one's actually starting to strengthen more.
Right on I-35 here near Owatonna.
It's at a 1.3. You're seeing up to 1.5 strength, anywhere from 3,800 feet all the way up to 24,000 feet.
Pick up as well.
Just gotta take a look at this storm here and see if we see anything.
Really low on the left side of your screen there.
So like right on top of Ottawa right now. Oh, I cut it off too far.
Camera bottom left of your screen that's in the same area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I was just going to say there are a few cameras in the area. The one that we're watching right now, that's right by the golf course, Owatonna Country.
We gotta go inside on these because the velocities are fairly weak, but
Medford area around the McDonald's and the Casey's gas station there.
My
The warning is
goodness.
almost, or
yeah,
the
you can
storm's
see
almost
this one
released
really
into
well
the
right here.
traffic cam, so pretty soon here, Owatonna will be out of the
Coming down through here. I don't know why I'm not able to draw right now.
Again, this is a live shot right now in Owatonna. One of the Minnesota traffic
I
cams
zoom
is
it, just
looking
quit working.
downtown. The wind's been picking up. We have very low clouds as well.
So kind of see it coming down through here.
And once again, this storm is going to be capable of producing.
The one over here, it's really kind of hard to see. It looks like that's all we got right here on this one now. It's not reaching that far up anymore, but you definitely got some rotation. These are just the higher velocities in the storm. But nothing's real, like if I turn the velocities up real high, basically we don't have a lot of velocities that are really high, but they're definitely rotating.
Look at the winds picking up right there, middle of your screen. You can see it right to left. We're now looking southwest on this traffic cam. We're starting to see some of that RFA
Yeah,
surge.
I'm pretty sure we could have a brief spin up tornado from either one of these warnings at any time in the front of these storms.
Which is pretty concerning. With again how easily they can literally flip over from winds this strong.
Like these might be 2 brief spin ups right here. I got to figure out when my zoom in quit working. That's how I draw on the screen.
This is looking north, or this looking west as well on I-35 southbound.
Now it's working. Okay.
Has just moved over the downtown area of Owatonna and also just on the south side of
Yeah, like look at these 2 spots right here that just popped up. Those could be brief spin up tornadoes that were happening right here too. Look at Ferry Bolt. That could be just hail, but we might have a brief rotation right here spinning right up on Ferry Bolt. Getting kind of bright right here too. Let's look at the Enrod. This will tell it. Yeah. Okay, so you can basically see here the normalized rotation. We just got lots of cranking going on in the front of this whole storm. That's definitely, it's looking more like a major QLCS threat right now for brief spin ups at this point.
So this is also near Owatonna. You can actually see some hail coming down, it looks like.
But yeah, National Weather still got this tag for going up to 24,000 feet with rotation, and it's reading pretty strong. Like for a brief spin up, that's kind of strong.
Look how windy it is. Left to right, that semi-truck is slowing down a lot.
I mean, it's really just because the area we're in and how bad this is.
This could easily be 70-mile-per-hour winds and possibly a tornado threat here. Semi is literally just pulled over.
Oh wow!
This overpass. No, the camera quality isn't great, but the winds are.
I think this is the storm we're looking at right now.
Going towards Havana.
I-35. You guys know where that is? Semi's pulling over. Camera just went out. Oh my goodness. I wonder if is this I-35? Let me pull up the Google Maps. So we just passed over Morristown not too long ago. Where is Morristown?
By the way, these are some shots that we are just getting now.
Morristown's right here, so we're a little east of Morristown.
One of the pictures that are coming out of Owatonna.
Yeah, I-35. Yeah, he was just looking at I-35. That's where this storm's passing over. It just took out that camera. So this storm is actually really bad right now. So if it's taking out a highway camera, it's going to be doing some damage. So I need to start pulling up the power outages now. So this storm's becoming a pretty nasty threat at this point. Just not even talking about tornadoes. Like this is a strong storm that has lots of wind and it's taking out power and doing damage. So pretty much anybody in front of the storm now just needs to be ready. Where are we at exactly? So we're down on the southern part of it. Looks like we haven't really lost any power down here yet. 800 people and 800 houses in this one county right here in Hennepin. 267 houses in Dakota County. So it's definitely looks like it's doing some work down here. So this storm's definitely knocking a lot of power out with these big gusts of winds and possible brief spin ups.
And then back over Minneapolis, again, things have honestly been really quiet so far. Basically a kind of it feels like a wall.
Yeah, Minneapolis is quiet right now.
Very quiet right now across St. Louis. Hopefully it stays that way. If you're back up in northern
Yeah, this for sure. This is our biggest threat right now. I mean, this is doing damage for sure. It's knocking power out, it's hail, big wind speeds, and brief spin up tornadoes. I mean, the only good side is these tornadoes are so short and they're so weak. As long as you're inside a house and away from windows, you're perfectly safe, right? But if we have any discrete supercells, that's when we really need to be worried about getting into a basement. When we get like a big, strong tornado that's going to stay on the ground. But yeah, this storm's not doing anything good for anybody right now. It's causing lots of problems.
Also, we have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This is back
PDS severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. Here's this one we were just looking at. Looks like it's still kind of building up that hook here.
In Texas, that is apple-sized hail that is currently falling on that storm. That can definitely hurt.
And lots of inflow still here.
Let's go over to Brandon Kopp.
Very curious to see what happens with this storm. That inflow's been cranking on this storm for like the last 30 minutes. This is all the way down in Kansas right here. There's a couple of storms that are forming down here. We do have severes on. Let's go look at Texas. I want to go see the severe destructive thunderstorm in Texas.
At this point, but it's definitely not zero. Continue to stay weather aware if you're Minneapolis, at least for the next 2 to 3 hours. I still think there's a chance of hail even after sunset tonight if we get a couple elevated storms.
Yes, they keep warning this one, but I'm not sure. I think they're just warning it based on a spotter because you really can't see that from the Sioux Falls radar. It's just really a bad view of the storm. I mean, you can definitely see a little bit of rotation here. But it's just so far away, and we got a lot of blocks of contamination here. Let's go down to Texas. Let me oh my goodness, look how many warnings we have right now. This is our severe destructive warning down in Sterling. I'm going to jump down to that, Sterling County, Texas. This is the new one. And I believe Texas is in our threat for the day. Yeah, it sure is. I mean, it's going through all these states, so. It is possible to see a tornado down in Texas today. You know how it is with Texas, man. Texas never has a small storm. They always have giant supercells with giant hail and giant tornadoes whenever they have them. There's never like baby tornadoes in Texas.
Just outside of Wichita Falls, that is satellite imagery showing a big storm forming there. So severe weather is beginning to now increase.
Oh my goodness, yeah, look at this thing. This is a monstrosity.
Again, just outside of Wichita Falls near Quanah. So we're gonna have to keep an
It's
eye
an absolute monster of a storm right here.
It's clearly depicting though a pretty large storm forming down there.
It's like two supercells like combining.
So once again, our tornado warning near Armstrong. We've been watching at least some slow rotation.
Really don't have we don't have much rotation yet, but
new tornado warning going towards Sweet City and as well as Ledyard. Also back over
I wouldn't be surprised if we see some rotation in this in the future though.
That storm also could become tornadic at some point down the road, but
that actually looks pretty crazy here. How we have these velocities coming down and all over the place like this. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on this one too. I'm going to leave this radar down here. This is near Sterling City. So we're basically north of San Angelo. Man, this is really far down here. And yeah, it's down here. It's in our warning zone. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some tornadoes down in Texas today. Today could end up really crazy, I'm telling you, man. And it's not supposed to get bad till about 7 o'clock from what I'm hearing. John Peace, we're kind of all over the place. John Peace, if you're just showing up, let me go ahead and pull up our thing. Today, this is where our threat of tornadoes are. We got a 2% chance in the green, a 5% in the dollar red. We got 10% hatch risk and 15% in the yellow and the brighter red. So this is where we're possibly going to see tornadoes today. And it just really depends on the storms, whether we have discrete supercells or a line of storms. So our discrete supercells, any of those in these areas, it could turn out really bad today. So we got to keep an eye out for those. I haven't actually pulled up. Let me pull up the National Weather Service radar here. I haven't looked at it that in a while. See if we got anything new coming out anywhere. Right now, yeah, our biggest threat's basically these guys right here. This line of storms right here is doing a lot of damage to Minnesota. It's taking out power. It took out one of the highway cams. What's this? Let's look at this real quick. It's like a lowering. Not sure where that's at. Brandon Kopik. I do have him linked in my description. I'm not sure what storm he's on, but it definitely doesn't look scary, but it definitely looks like it's lowering some. It's like a big puffy cloud to me. But yeah, it's hanging pretty low.
So a little bit of a lowering here. They have just issued a new tornado warning in Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota is our biggest threat right now, just for damage and nasty storms. We got storms all over the place. We got all these in northeast Nebraska kind of heading up through Sioux Falls. I don't know if they're going to become tornadic before they get to Sioux Falls, but we need to check it out again. I do need to move a radar up here to see if any of these guys are rotating yet. I haven't checked them out in a while. I know we have some people here from Sioux Falls. That's that storm we just looked at here. This thing, the two big supercells right here. Looks like we have another one here by Wichita Falls.
These clouds are definitely looking a little bit more interesting. I mean, this storm's definitely looking more interesting right now in Iowa.
Let's go there too. Let's check those out.
We do have a wall cloud trying to form right now.
I don't think 4 radars is going to be enough for today. Way too many storms, guys.
Brandon's coming up on this right now.
Where is this is by Frederick, Oklahoma. Texas and Frederick, Oklahoma border. Top of Chillicothe, we got a big old monster storm here, it looks like. Yep. These all look like troublemakers, guys. I'm not going to lie. Every one of these storms look like they could cause some trouble in the future.
Definitive wall cloud forming right now. That's a large wall cloud that is forming right now near Bancroft. This thing might be going imminent to produce a tornado.
Okay.
It's organizing fairly rapidly.
Yeah, it does. Wow.
Did you guys hear where he said that was? Near Bancroft?
Also, severe thunderstorm watch was just issued near Sioux City and Sioux Falls, mainly for hail and wind.
Where's this storm at? We need to find this one.
I'm gonna move my car a little bit.
We need to find that storm.
It's outside of Bancroft.
Bancroft. You guys know where Bancroft is?
But it is organizing pretty quickly.
Right here for like 2 seconds. I just gotta move my car a little bit.
Try to spell this right. Where is my Google Maps? Is it Bancroft? Iowa? Yeah, it's got to be where it's at. Okay. Yeah, that storm looks pretty scary right there.
Iowa, that is a live shot, now kind of off your screen.
Okay, so yeah, that I know where that is. Okay.
Try to drop a tornado here. At any point. It's not really rapidly rotating, but it's definitely forming a decent base. And since
Get back up in Minnesota.
It's much easier for a tornado to try to drop out of this. So if this thing can start to get a stronger inflow, which honestly on radar looks like it's definitely getting a little bit more structure to it.
Going up.
This might try to produce a tornado here soon.
It's one of these storms right here.
It's insane up here.
That's probably good.
Don't really have a good view from this radar.
No, not really at all. Compared to Omaha tornado, no.
You go back to the Sioux Falls radar.
CJ, or actually, I'll put Chelsea on the bottom.
Oh, I got Sioux Falls connected already. Okay, here we go.
This is a little update for our storm in Minnesota. Back up near Kenyon, again, a large area of rotation.
The Sioux Falls radar looks horrible. I'm not gonna lie. We got so much interference. We're pretty much at the mercy of the storm chasers on these storms right now, it looks like. I mean, you could definitely see where there's like some rotation right here, but it's just so sloppy, right?
Not that bad at all.
It's just really tough to see with these radars. Both radars are kind of far from it.
It's definitely more organized than a couple minutes ago, too.
Hey, man, thanks, Z-Rock. I'm trying. I'm trying, man. I just follow National Weather Service and all their warnings and the crazy stuff they put on the screen. I used to be a salesman, if that helps at all, probably. So I'm used to talking to people. I was a salesman for like 25 years before I came disabled. As long as I don't look at the numbers and see how many people are here, I won't be scared. Let's pretend like there's 5 people here. And look at chat. Bancroft's right here, but we're just not really getting... It's just so far away from the radar. It's not even that far from the radar. Well, it kind of is. But this is the one they're looking at right now here. This one over Bancroft, but we're just really not getting... Can't even really tell if it's rotating. I think it is rotating because they have a tornado warning on it.
I don't think we're going to see a whole lot there in northern Oklahoma today. I think tomorrow's really a bigger threat for hail and wind. Could get a couple storms with hail and wind tonight.
Rotating wall cloud.
Yeah, see all this purple? Look, the purple literally cuts out the radar. I just want people to be aware. So if you're like using like Radar Omega, I love Radar Omega because it's like really easy to access. But like, if you got this purple stuff in Radar Omega, it just cuts it out. And it basically leaves it blank. So it acts like there's nothing here. So like we're literally losing so much data because of this interference ban. So we can't even see really what's going on down here in Bancroft.
What's going on there? A little bit of a.
That's why Max is using Radar Omega, and he's pretty much watching the storm chasers down there right now because it's just not giving him any information right now. Yeah, see the big band interference right there.
Yeah. What do you have?
I mean, it's not just we have that big band interference here too. We just got all this interference down through here too, throwing all this off. So we're pretty much at the mercy of any storm chasers on this storm right now.
Where do you want me to send that footage at? Just Facebook or?
I can connect.
If I'm zooming out, like you see where the storm is. We got a radar here. 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 This is like smack dab in like basically a radar hole at this point. They need National Weather needs to put a new radar in like right here. They can put in a radar right here and they'll fix a lot of problems, right? We need a lot more radars, to be honest. Hopefully National Weather puts some more radars in.
So again, this is really our best way to see the storm.
So the 4 is me cheap because the 5 is like, meh. You can replace. The only thing that's for chasers is.
I mean, it looks like it could be forming a hook here, but you know, like I said, we got a lot of interference. So this is the one thing I go to a lot when we have interference is the normalized rotation. It usually is able to see the rotation despite the interference. So we definitely have some rotation here, but it's just so far, like I said, to see what it's doing. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look how bad this is getting up here near Kenyon. My goodness.
So if you're in any of those areas, make sure that you are staying weather aware back out in front of this. If you're in the tornado warning, definitely be in your safe place. At least at the minimum, we have a large wall cloud right now.
Oh, this is looking bad, guys. I'm pretty sure we might have just had a pretty spin up tornado right there. This thing is cranking. I mean, you look at this big giant. Whew.
In Junction City. So far, these are mainly hail and wind producers.
They're showing a 1.1 strength at 3,000 feet all the way up to 20,000 feet. There's just so many areas of rotation. We can't even keep track of them all, but you can see the last few scans. This has been rotating really well. I mean, this is up in Minnesota. This is this big line of storms in Minnesota that's been causing a lot of problems and taking out power here. That does look scary. I would not want to be in front of this storm right here. Looks like this is heading towards Wanamingo, Goodhue, White Rock.
This right-hand moving storm could become more of a tornado producer if it's able to organize, but I think it's going to take some time until that
see if we can get any 3D view on us.
Just to the west of Granfield as well. And also a big
yeah, no, yeah, let's do that right now, actually. Let me go look at South Dakota. I meant to go look at those storms anyways. I just got to think of which one I want to go to. Let's take this one up there. Wait. I might not even have to take this radar because I'm already connected to Sioux Falls. I just got to look on the other side. Okay. Wow, look at this one, guys. We're working our way over. This is rotating. This is scary. This is a discrete supercell right here, guys. That's not good. That storm could be a really big problem here soon.
Let's go back to Minnesota. This is the latest.
Where exactly are you at again, Aviation? I know I checked on the map. You're like, I think you're east. You're in Mitchell, right? You're right here in Mitchell, I think. Yeah, man. All these storms are be causing a lot of problems. Are going right by you. It looks like they're going south of you.
That's a view of the wall cloud here in northern Iowa.
I got to slow down the animations on this one.
At any time, the wall cloud has not really been rapidly rotating, not necessarily like what we saw yesterday with our wedge tornado that happened in Nebraska, but nonetheless, there is a wall cloud to lowering.
Looks like everything's going to be going south of Mitchell, but they're heading into the area now. This one just came out. Yeah, look at that. Where did that come from? Oh my goodness, this storm. So right here, this is where it was at over Ponca. I don't know if we missed some data, but look how big this storm got. Just like that. 10 minutes. And this thing is... This is going to be a real serious problem here with this one, I think, guys. This one stays discreet. We're going to have some big issues with this one. Not that big yet, but man, we're going to keep an eye on this one. And it's rotating. I mean, this whole thing, it's rotating. And it's like, as small as it is, you can see how it's forming. It's got a hook here already. This is a troublemaker. Oh, you're back? I was just looking, like right here you are. You're in Mitchell, but everything's going south of you. I was just playing it through. But these storms coming through South Dakota, man. There's one that just popped up right here. After Ponca, like right here. Look at this, the storm. This might be our first bad tornado of the day right here, possibly. This thing keeps getting bigger and it stays by itself. This could be a really big problem. Depends though, they could all form up a bunch of storms and becomes a line too, but if it stays by itself, this is going to be a serious problem right here. We need to watch that one closely.
Yeah, bottom right of your screen, Chelsea Dahlman is on that, and again, that
thing keeps cranking, man.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just going to talk about our future threat in Wisconsin because I've seen a bunch of different questions on that. So we talked about a little bit earlier about how we weren't having as much as that random convection ahead of the line as what was originally modeled, and we're starting to see our first model runs after observing that. So it now looks like we're seeing a stronger line of thunderstorms make it further to the north on the HRRR, going all the way up to Lake Superior. This is about probably about 100, 150 miles further north than what we saw before. So this means that we could have more of a tornado stretch or more of a tornado threat going further north than what we thought before. I do think that's what's going to happen just because there's less stuff in front of the line. So there's less stuff messing up the environment.
All right. Thank you, Riley, for the update on Wisconsin.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
This is, let me go to Chelsea Dahlman here.
Riley was basically born a meteorologist, I think. I think he came out of his mom's belly as a meteorologist.
Fell apart. There is a chance that, again, this thing will recycle as it moves off to the east-northeast, just off to the west of Forest City. But for right now, that wall cloud, again, is completely fallen apart. So that's definitely...
Look at that rotation. Does that not look scary? This storm is just nasty.
Also, this is a live shot. Let's go full cam to this. This is exactly what you're not supposed to do.
This storm is up to no good, too.
Is park under an overpass. We need to shame these people.
I mean, you can see your rotation here. That's what National Weather's marking off.
Right now that are parked under this overpass, and there's no way this guy's going to park in the
so I wouldn't be surprised to see this storm dropping spin ups all over the place. Like right here, you got your bright here. So most likely you could see a spin up brief tornado anytime here at this spot.
On I-35. We need a shame.
That was also a ways back. That was like a couple minutes ago, but the storm's constantly cranking. It's not weakening up at all. This looks nasty. And I was actually looking at the power outages in this area too. So this storm's like, yeah, it took out the camera on Highway 35. That's how bad this storm is. I don't know if let me check the updates on the power outages.
On one of our streams, even back in we had a West Virginia stream not long ago, and we saw something exactly like this, where a bunch of people parked under the overpass, but it wasn't just the right lane; it was every single lane, and it created a mile of traffic.
Yeah, it looks like it's doing more. I mean, I'm seeing a little more yellow. So we got 600 households in Dakota County now. We got 3,000 houses without power in Ramsey. Yeah, so this storm's doing some pretty nasty damage. 1,000 people in Hennepin now. So, yeah, this storm's causing lots of problems. And look, we actually had an uptick right here in this notch. It's probably dropping a spin up tornado right now with that uptick there on the. Yeah, we most likely have a brief touchdown right here, I'm assuming. Probably going to pick back up. It's probably touching down briefly for just a moment. That's just north of Wanamingo. Wanamingo. So these guys, yeah, they definitely need to get safe. Wanamingo, north parts of it. I'm sure they probably already had the tornado warnings. Get my map back out, but Wanamingo's getting hit right now.
And we still do have a tornado warning north of Rochester, Minnesota, coming up on Goodhue.
Wanamingo, Minnesota. I wanted to call it New Mexico, huh?
Belchester, eventually going towards Hay Creek, Red Wing, and Lake City.
Yep. That's not good. So we basically got like a brief touchdown right here. So it's going to be saying, we're probably reports of like 100-mile-per-hour winds right here.
These people are still parked there. Hey, the guy got back in his car. Maybe he's listening to the stream. Let's go back over to.
They're picking up the rotation from 3,800 feet all the way up to 2,000 feet. And, we got our uptick and our Ninrot. So I would treat that as if it's on the ground right now. With how nasty that looks. And it's completely rain wrapped. You're not going to see anything. You're just going to be inside of a really big storm, and then you're just going to feel a massive blast of wind, and that's like it's going to break a bunch of trees and take out power. All right, let's make our trips around now. I know we got some supercells all over the place. This is our storms down in Kansas. Looks like this is kind of turning into a straight line storm threat at this point. And we still have some rotations here. Some rotations here and here. That's most likely hail. I think that's just hail. If you look at Keats right here, see all this hail. I'm pretty sure that's just hail. Yeah, this doesn't look nearly as bad as it did before. We definitely have a ton of hail, 2.19 inch size hail. So, I mean, it may not be tornadic right now, but these storms are dropping a ton of massive hail. These are basically moving northeast through Kansas. I'm going to show you guys the significant tornado parameter values just so you have an idea of where the most favorable environment for tornadoes is over the next few hours. And you got any new people in chat that's concerned about any areas? You're concerned about any areas, just type in your city, your state in chat, and we can check it out for you. Let me go ahead and go over the area where, if you're like anywhere in these areas, yeah, go ahead and type it in. We can check and see if there's any storms coming your way. But we have a 2% chance for tornadoes in the green, 5% in the light red. And we have a 10 and a 15% chance here in the yellow and the bright red for tornadoes today. So we definitely have a chance for some bad weather today. But yeah, if you live in any of these areas and you're concerned, yeah, just type it in chat. Oh, basketball, we have storms everywhere, man. I guess let's do look at the National Weather Radar site that basically shows them all real quick, and we can kind of. All right, so we have some big storms forming down here in Texas, and right here on the border of Oklahoma and Texas. These are all in the threat today, so these could possibly produce tornadoes. Looks like these are starting to get a little bigger here, basically just east of Tulsa. Then these are the ones that we're just looking at here in Kansas on my single radar. Looks like these are basically turning into, to a big straight line storm at this point. That one could turn into a discrete supercell possibly. Then we have these like whole batch of storms right here back by Sioux Falls. These might be a problem here in the future. We've been watching these closely. Like this is probably one of the most concerning storms at the moment right here. If this stays by itself, it's going to cause problems. Any of these, really. And then moving up in here into Minnesota. This is like our most destructive storm right now. This thing's doing a ton of damage in Minnesota right around here. It's taking a lot of power out. It's got really big blasty winds and spitting up brief tornadoes, real small little ones that basically feel like 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So right now, the ones that are doing the worst damage right now are, yeah, these storms here in Minnesota. But, I mean, we have storms all over. Like, we got big hailers way down in Texas. But it's such a big area today. Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this map, you look at all the storms, and then you can kind of see this one right here, where our threat is. But yeah, that line of storms, it's like right in here. That's basically doing most of our damage right here. It looks like it's constantly doing brief spin-up tornadoes there, and they're just keeping it warned. They just call it like a QCLS tornado threat. So like, yeah, when I'm looking at the normalized rotation, you're looking at this whole line of storms, like pretty much anything where you're seeing like these bright greens, you're probably having a brief spin-up tornado at the moment there, with hail included. I mean, the good thing is these storms, the further up north we go, they don't look that bad. It's just really just this area that looks really bad right now.
On this severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Cherokee, Iowa. This is probably the first of the storms that are actually behind our front. So these are mostly elevated hailers and no longer a tornado threat with these. These are going to be producing very large hail, though. I think they're going to expire the tornado watch in this area eventually and probably issue a severe thunderstorm watch as we see these storms make their way further to the west. They've already done that for some of our area, but they're probably going to do it for more.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, any storms that are in the severe thunderstorm watch, the tornado threat is extremely low. I honestly
okay.
About maybe a brief little spin up, but it's a very, very low chance. Not really something that I'm too concerned about. There.
That's the one that I say that looks the most threatening. So I guess we'll see.
Back over in Kansas, we do have a continuing threat of severe weather. Look at the
so I guess we lost most of our nadir juice from the line of storms that went through already.
Direction of Wamego and as well as St. Mary's. Storm chaser Ben Williams is on this. We're keeping an eye on him. I'm going to put him back on the bottom right of your screen in a second.
That thing looks like it was rotating good over there. Let me go back to Sioux Falls.
We don't have a clear view of it, but he is coming up on a little bit of a lowering near Manhattan. And look at this. We have a huge surge of wind near Zendale coming up on Wamego.
I say these are just going to be like a hailer, not much, pretty low tornado threat.
And this could definitely produce a threat for a tornado, but more than anything, significant damaging winds and also golf ball size.
This one looks the scariest to me right now by itself, but hey, man, if that's the case, that's a good thing, right?
This is, by the way,
that'll be great if this just becomes a hailer, to be honest.
Just a heads up.
We'll keep a close eye on it just to see.
Right now on this storm, I don't think this is live. All right, so
I mean, I still looks like it's rotating to me somewhat still, but
we're gonna keep an eye on him. Once he has a better view, we'll pan back to him.
still really not that big either. It's got some growing to do.
Which one is? Oh, there it is. Okay, Ben Williams, bottom right.
Pretty small storm at the moment.
We are getting a report of golf ball sized hail measured about 6 miles to the east of Lamond in Minnesota. So just heads up, if you're back over near Lamond in Minnesota. The only tornado warning that we have as of right now is near Goodhue and Zumbrota.
You live in Alabama. Alabama is golden tonight, buddy. I know Alabama's always getting hit by tornadoes and hailstorms and all kinds of crazy stuff, but you guys are making out pretty good the last week or so. Yeah. Alabama's dodged a lot of bullets so far this tornado season. That definitely looks like some rotation right there. I'm curious. I didn't catch everything that Riley said, but I know, like, I caught the end part when I turned up his volume, saying that basically all these storms should have a low tornado threat back here. My guess is, like, these storms here maybe sucked up all the nadir juice, is my guess, but I'll just watch them closely and follow along with national weather. Yeah, pretty much everybody in this area here. These storms heading towards. This is up in Minnesota. If there's anybody here just joining in from Minnesota, you might got a warning on your phone from this tornado warning here. You got a really nasty storm that's heading towards Mazeppa. I think that's how you say it. Belchester, Hay Creek, Wakuta, Maiden Rock, Stockholm, Lake City, and Red Wing. Got a really nasty storm heading your way with lots of blasting winds, hail, and brief spin-up tornadoes possibly. This has been our most damaging storm of the day so far. So yeah, Minnesota, you want to be ready for what's coming towards you here in these cities.
The tornado threat out of this activity would be fairly low at this point. So assuming that that's true, which I think it is, these storms are going to be more of just wind and hail, lower tornado risk, at least for the time being, unless they can get out in front of that cold front. Our tornado warning in Minnesota.
So they got to get out in front of the cold front, become part of the tornado risk, is what Max is saying. I mean, you can just look at the line of storms. You can look at this line of hail reports right here. The storm's just dropping hail all over. This radar app is GR2 Analyst. If you look in the description, also too, right here, I'm watching Max Velocity. This is Max Velocity. He's a really big tornado or weather streamer. He does all kinds of weather: snow, hurricanes, tornadoes. He's actually graduating from meteorology school here soon. He's a real big deal. And we also got Ryan Hall. I don't know if you guys have paid much attention to any of the YouTube stuff and weather, but yeah, we got two really big weather streamers. One's a Max Velocity, and the other one's Ryan Hall. I have them both linked in the description. They do forecasts daily pretty much for any severe weather. So if you know what you want to know what's coming at you, they're two really good pieces. Disconnecting. Am I lagging?
Actually, we'll just go to Storm Intermedia.
You have a bunch of storm chasers linked in there, and I also have the radar app listed in there.
New severe thunderstorm warning right along I-70 for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds in Kansas. That's what the northern Iowa storm looks like as of
right now. Right now, this is GR2 Analyst. It's actually 4 panels, but I'm just streaming the YouTube shorts, and then the other one I use is. Let me pull up the other one real quick. This is just the national weather one right here on the webpage. This national weather one's actually great. This is my favorite one now. I love this one. It's wonderful. There's no BS, no bunch of ads everywhere. This is just good, solid radar the national weather offers now, and I love this one. So you can kind of, because I can see all the storms at once, whereas these other radars, I have to actually connect to each individual radar site. So this one just gives, very in-depth, technical information, and I can actually look at 3D views of the storm. Like this one right here. I'm going to pull this one up again. We can take a look. We got a new tornado warning.
We'll go to that tornado warning in a second. This is back over.
So I can actually take a look at inside of these storms, the 3D views of them with this app, which is awesome.
Just off to the west of Frederick. The one that's west of Frederick, again, would have the best chance of producing a tornado.
Yeah, this is the front of this storm right here. Like, this thing is cranking. This whole front right here, this thing could drop a spin-up tornado at any moment right here.
The storm that's going to Altus is more of a hail
right here on this front line.
Left-moving supercell, which means it's really not going to have much of a chance.
This one's been tornado warned for the last 2 hours.
I'm not as concerned right now about that storm. Personally, I'm honestly more concerned.
But I mean, I can adjust this, what I'm looking at too right here. Like, when I'm moving it this way, I'm looking at the higher velocities. The more I move the slider this way, that's the higher the velocities are. The more I move it back this way, it's the weaker the velocities are. But I mean, I can look at all kinds of stuff. Like, we're looking at basically the storm shape right here. This is the base reflectivity. And I got like the normalized rotation right here. This is basically just a cutout of what we were just looking at. You remember the part where I said you can basically have a brief spin up, drop down to tornado right here? That's basically right there. This is just like, this is the normal, this is like all the rotation like averaged together.
Huge shout out to Keenan for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. From Oklahoma. Hopefully stay safe there. Really appreciate that. And also thank you, Stacy, for the super chat.
Like, Radar Mega doesn't have the NROT like this, and it's just, that's the one thing I really love, because when you're dealing with any interference or anything like that, this NROT really makes it easy to spot the areas of rotation. So, like, we just got this new tornado warning down here, right here, so you can see where we got 2 bright colors kind of connecting together here. So They gave us a tornado warning. This one's heading towards Albert Lee, it looks like, and that is still in Minnesota, so that crossed the border.
Going towards Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls, and as well as Black River Falls in western.
Yeah, I know. I don't like the airport readings, man. You can't see any of the good stuff from the airport radars. You can only see base reflectivity. Some of the airport ones will show the velocities, but they're usually like, I can actually show you, like right here. So I'm using the National Weather one right here, KMPX. This is the airport one. See, it doesn't reach out that far. It cuts off right here. And we can't see any velocities with the airport radar. So it's like, yeah. Doesn't really do anything for us when we're trying to look for tornadoes, right? So I stick to the National Weather ones. Very, very, very rare will I ever look at an airport radar.
That's probably the easiest way to think about it. So these are our dew points. And so our dry line would set up basically right about here, where we have a sharp drop off in our humidity. That is what a dry line essentially is. If it's a cold front,
losing Max, guys.
to be different. A cold front means
refresh them.
This is why we have a tornado warning on this southern.
Oh my God, that is so beautiful.
That is
Look at that. That's in southern Minnesota. That is so beautiful. That is such a good picture. That's the one they just tornado warned right there. Unreal. That should be somebody's picture on their wall. Yeah, that's this storm right here. That's where that big lowering is. It's still like in a bad area. See, this is why I really like GR Analyst too, because I got all these purple blocks. These are interference, so we can't really trust any of these readings right here. It's all being thrown off, and it's not even that far from the radar, to be honest. And it's not good. I'm seeing some connection issues here.
Here in Minnesota, it's this little hook that we have. That's where our lowering is located. It's heading up towards I-90 right now, approaching Alden. So if we have a tornado, that's where it would be. That wall cloud photo that I just showed you guys, that is basically where our lowering is. And so a tornado could drop at any time in this little hook echo that we have coming up to Alden and also I-90.
Max is saying we could have a tornado drop anytime from this storm right here. From Alden and I-90, heading towards Albert Lee, Clarks Grove, Manchester. Pretty much at the mercy of any of the storm chasers right now, because we can't really see what's going on. So I'm sure they'll do a report if this hits the ground.
60 miles per hour and also quarter-sized hail. It's moving to the east-northeast. Thank you, Stacy, for the super chat.
And I can try looking at it from the 6 fall radar. I don't know if I'll get a better view. So right here, I'm connected to the 6 fall radar. It's so far from radar, but I mean, you can see the rotation at least here. I'm sorry if I'm lagging, guys. This is GR2 Analyst. My goodness, guys, something's happening with my internet. Hopefully, you get this sorted out real quick, because I'm disconnecting a lot right here.
Joey says, if I didn't watch your stream last night, I would have not known about the huge wedge in Cherry County, Nebraska. There was actually warnings posted about it. I'm not sure if the National Weather Service just didn't post like a social media post about it, but there were warnings on it. So if you weren't in the warning, you probably didn't even know about it. But yeah, that was a huge tornado. And we had literally a 1-mile wedge tornado last night in Nebraska. We were live covering that. It was pretty crazy, to say the least.
I mean, this one looks, I mean, they're saying there's a really low chance for tornadoes on this one, but I mean, it's definitely taking the shape. You know, these velocities are really low, but it's definitely taking the shape of a rotating supercell down here.
Look at this storm. That is crazy looking. This is the one that's producing golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds right now. This is Hunter Hurley, a storm chaser.
One in Kansas. We'll go look at that here next.
I don't know if I put the camera up, but he is looking at
golf ball size hail, he said.
Hunter Hurley's in the middle of a very strong winds that are coming in right now.
Oh my goodness.
To Amago, Kansas.
We'll see, he's in Kansas. Okay.
So 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds.
60 mile per hour damaging winds. We haven't looked at Kansas in a while. Let's go down there.
I really would not rule out a tornado with this storm.
So this is where he's at. This thing is a big, giant, sloppy mess, man. I don't even know where to start with this thing. We have all kinds of hail.
Biggest surge of wind is near Zeendale and just south of Wamego.
Looks like we have some rotation here. My goodness, guys. This is out of nowhere. What's this?
So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on Hunter.
We do. National Weather's watching some rotation right here. Is this not tornado warned yet? They're showing from 610 feet all the way up to 35,000 feet with a 1.4 strength from National Weather. It's not even tornado warned. Oh, it's Kansas. That's right. It has to be an EF4 to have a tornado warning in Texas. They don't do tornado warnings in Kansas unless it's a really bad tornado. My goodness, look at this list of rotation they got listed from National Weather.
So as we see that front lift further off to the north, we are going to see the storms lift further off to the north. So although if you're looking west,
they got the rotation measured out so far.
I'm good to go. You're probably not good to go. If you're inside the circle
at 509 feet, that's really close to the ground.
Severe potential tonight, and please note that the maximum peak tornado threat is still 150 miles per hour.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah,
this is right on top of the radar too. That's why they're able. Like we can't even actually. We probably can't even see the storm that well on a 3D view because it's probably going to get cut off. But let's try. This thing's an absolute monster. Yeah, this is the storm we just seen there. But yeah, you see how it's so close to radar. It's chopped off the top part of it, but
peak intensity continues to stay pretty high. 120 to 150 mile per hour tornadoes are still possible, which is still in the strong category of tornadoes. So we could still see a couple of strong tornadoes here back over in central western Wisconsin. So continue to stay weather aware if you are anywhere in this outlet.
I don't know if they're measuring this right here or this, but they're measuring something. They're looking at something really close at National Weather. Right here, you can see it.
Storms that are ongoing right now, all the way back up here into Minnesota, which is also where we
rated at like a EF 1.4 strength right now up in the sky.
Most areas in western Wisconsin and northern Iowa here over the next few hours. By the way, we just got official information. So from yesterday, we had a large wedge tornado. We've referred to this a few times in our stream, and in case you did not watch our live stream yesterday, we had a 1+ mile wide tornado. All right, that basically happened.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys were here yesterday, but we'd had a 1 mile wide tornado.
What happened yesterday in Nebraska? It was western Nebraska near Ashby. It was a 1 mile wedge tornado. It was rapidly rotating. It was one of these.
There's a picture of it. That thing was. That's probably like the biggest tornado I've ever seen on radar. A mile wide.
But also the intensity. The thing was crazy. Now here's the thing. They have officially
good thing was that tornado was in the middle of nowhere, so it really didn't cause any issues.
This particular tornado as of now was on the ground for 21 miles, which actually spanned 1 hour.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one National Weather is measuring. It's either this one or this one. It's so close to radar, I can't tell. They might have like a radar and wheels down here somewhere measuring this. This is a pretty serious rotation for Ohio or the Ohio Valley, right? This would definitely be tornado warned if this was in Minnesota or Ohio or Alabama, right? This is Kansas. They got to have big, massive tornadoes to get a warning in Kansas.
It was evident that was easily an intense to violent tornado. The gate-to-gate shear, by the way, was well over 150 miles per hour. The entire
not even sure where this is even off the storm too.
Of 200 miles per hour for gate-to-gate shear. So again, it didn't really hit much. It hit a lot of trees.
I'm not even sure where exactly they're trying to measure this at.
Based off of, I don't think there were really any buildings that were damaged by this. From my understanding, there were also multiple satellite tornadoes that developed off of that particular tornado. But nonetheless, I mean, again, crazy tornado yesterday. Regardless of
this storm is beyond my skill level. Leave this one a National Weather's hand and trying to figure out what they're going to call out on this. Yeah, but we got 60 mile per hour winds reported in Pottawatomie, Kansas, train spotter. And we got 2-inch hail in this core. That was the storm we just seen, in the picture, and the one streamer, he was actually inside the hailstorm in the town. This is a massive storm, though. My goodness, it's a big one. If there's any new people in chat that's concerned about any certain area, you can type in your city and state, and we can check it out for you. This is our tornado threat for today.
If you are in Albert Lee in
basically the different colors. Green's the least biggest threat, and as we get to the red, it's more of a threat than our yellow and our bright red. These are where our severe threats are for today. Right now, it's been pretty calm. We've had a pretty nasty storm in Minnesota, taking out a lot of power and doing some brief spin-ups. We haven't had anything major happen yet today, thankfully. But we're about another hour. We're starting to get into the biggest part of the threat, where they want to call it the main event. How you doing, Missy Irritated? I like that name.
Yeah, that EF2 tornado again yesterday was... I can't believe I'm saying it was an EF2 tornado, but I honestly, that was the craziest tornado that I've ever covered. I really wish I was ready to go live yesterday, like just insider information. I was watching the storms yesterday. I had no intentions of...
Riley might have been right on this one. I mean, it's still a pretty little storm, but it's definitely rotating. But this thing really hasn't... I just don't think there's any nader juice left for this one. It really hasn't gotten any bigger. Like, this has been about the same size the last hour, so it really hasn't gotten any bigger. But it's rotating, but it even has a tiny little hook here, but it just doesn't look like much of a threat. I mean, this whole thing's just rotating around. You see this. I mean, you can see how the whole thing's rotating, but they said we have a really low tornado chance for all these storms basically come in and from like South Dakota right here. This whole area should have a low chance for tornadoes, they said. And then, oh wait, let's listen to Riley.
Hey, Max, Hunter Hurley just messaged me that he has a tornado.
Hunter Hurley has a tornado.
Has a tornado in Kansas. This is unwarned.
Tornado in Kansas. Unwarned tornado in Kansas. Let's
St. Mary's, possibly an unwarned tornado. He is saying that there is a tornado in progress near Bellevue, near St. Mary's in Kansas, coming up on Emmett.
Right over the road.
So this must be the one that National Weather was watching. Remember I was telling you guys about it? So there is a tornado somewhere in here. They're measuring it. I don't know where it's at, to be honest. They probably have a radar on wheels here somewhere. So he says we have a tornado on the ground there. I mean, just looking at my radar, right? You can't see where this is. This triangle should be where the tornado's at, but we don't even have any storms right here. There's just nothing here.
That's probably what it is. It's coming up on St. Mary's right now. So again, a tornado has been reported by...
Right here. Okay, they just moved it. National Weather just moved it out front here. Okay, so it's in this area somewhere.
Snap trees off to the left.
I told you, this is Kansas. They don't warn it unless it's a big tornado. This is just an EF1. They don't care. It's a windstorm to them. That's how it is in Kansas. EF1's a windstorm. Nobody cares.
For reference, Hunter Hurley is on Route 24. So this tornado is near Route 24 right now.
It's just a gust of wind, guys. It don't matter.
This is an unwarned tornado in Kansas. If you have any friends or family in St. Mary's or Bellevue, make sure
It's unwarned on purpose. It's Kansas. Yeah, you know, you watch Blizzard of Oz, right?
There's a couplet there near Bellevue.
They have big tornadoes in Kansas.
Paralleling the road. There's actually one over 24 too.
Joe, this is GR2 Analyst. If you go in my description, you can I have the app list in there, and I also have this guy we're watching right here. This is Max Velocity. I have him linked too. He's a meteorologist, and he knows his stuff really good. He does like forecasts and stuff. If you want to watch him on full screen, you can click on him. Like if you can set up a computer or TV, like this guy's really good to watch because he's doing big 1080p stream, you know, that you can put up on your TV at home and kind of follow everything. I'm like the phone guy. I'm basically streaming for people on devices.
Okay, so there's still a tornado in progress. Again, this is an unwarned tornado in Kansas.
I told you guys there's something here, but I don't know where it is exactly. I can take another 3D view of it. We might be able to see it on the radar. I mean, we already seen the 3D view of it. There was two big rotations in this storm that we saw.
Tornado will be off to the left. Might be a non-condensed tornado here.
This is a big mess now. I can't even see it anymore. We went back the other scan. Like we could see right here. Right here. It might be... Oh, I just messed it. Oh my god, I screwed it up. Sorry, guys.
It's an uncondensed tornado. tornado here.
I can't see it on this scan. I saw it on this one, I believe.
Might be dissipating.
Right
Oh,
on
wrong back.
24 coming up on St. Mary's, Kansas. Dahlia and Rossville are in the path of this. There's still no tornado.
It's either this here or this. I can't tell which one it is.
Like, if it's still on the ground, it's completely uncondensed. Uncondensed meaning you cannot visually see it. Like it's basically like an uncondensed like tornado.
Yeah, these are our strongest rotations in this storm right here.
Low contrast though, because we're behind it.
By the way, this is
Uncondensed tornado.
just down to the south of where this tornado is.
That could be why it was so maybe it's roping that far out of the storm.
Near I-70.
I think all of a sudden this thing's moving almost.
In Kansas.
I'm not very knowledgeable about uncondensed tornadoes. It's not something you deal with very often.
Quite the storm.
Looks like it's right here. It's just kind of like roping all over the place. It looks like. If I'm gonna go do a couple scans right here, and you watch this green triangle. That's supposedly where National Weather is recording where this tornado's at. See how it's been jumping all around.
If this tornado is still on the ground, which we don't know if it is, I'm gonna go back to Hunter. I don't think it is on the ground anymore, but if it were, it would be going into St. Mary's right now. The velocities are definitely weaker, so I don't think we have a tornado anymore. But again,
So they're measuring right here, just northwest of Bellevue.
Again, there is some damage as well, some tree branches down.
Rotating at an EF 1.2 at 2,000 feet all the way up to 19,000 feet right here, just north, slightly northwest of Bellevue.
As long as they stay more discreet, which this leading storm is definitely more discreet, the tornado threat will definitely be.
It's one of those floppy noodle tornadoes that are outside of the storm, I guess.
Back over in Texas and as well as Oklahoma, we got a bunch of storms that have been firing up, mostly hail and wind produced.
But yeah, I don't think they're gonna warn it. I don't think that's really a threat to Kansas. They deal with much bigger stuff.
Mainly about a hail and wind risk out of this. This splitting storm is going to really stabilize the atmosphere, I think.
Like as long as you're inside a house and away from windows, that thing's harmless to you.
Off to the west of Oklahoma City. The one off to the west of Lawton, back over here near Frederick, is going to continue to produce a potential.
That is neat. I wish I could have seen it.
Damaging winds and hail, but there is a potential of a tornado risk increasing.
But we only have one tornado warning right now, and that's up in Minnesota where that storm's been wrecking some havoc. Let's go back up there. So if anybody's just showing up, this is where the worst of our storms have been tonight, right up here in the southern part of Minnesota. Looks like they actually dropped the tornado warning on the front of this storm. The only place we have a tornado warning is on that southern storm here, where we still have a lot of radar interference. But there is the reported Storm Chaser reported a brief funnel in Keister. They still have a tornado warning.
I am trying to find the camera that is in this warning because we have a camera. For some reason, it does not work on the program, but I'm going to try to see if I can just pull it up manually here. All right, it's this one right here.
It's like we're kind of getting a little bit of a break for a little bit here. Everything's kind of calming down.
Currently tornado warn looking northwest. This did have a wall cloud. It looks honestly pretty elevated from this perspective. Again, there could be a lowering more side somewhere, but this is kind of the trend that we've had today. It seems like a lot of storms have been elevated in Minnesota and as well as Iowa. We've only had a few spottings of wall clouds, nothing really definitively here that is currently looking very concerning. But again, if you are in this warning, stay in your safe place. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all storm chasers. We have 4 different storm chasers on this camera.
This is a very serious threat for today, and it's been really, really mild for how a 4 out of 5 serious threat from the National Weather. So like we're making out pretty good today in terms of like damage and tornado. Like we haven't had any big tornadoes yet today, so that's good. We'll take a look at the power outages in Minnesota again, see if anything else is updated on that list here.
They're all down to the south and north, basically a big hole where nothing happened, which was Minneapolis. We had storms off to your north, down to the south, and nothing in Minneapolis today.
Well, this storm here on the southwest part of Minnesota. I mean, I see a little bit of lighting colors, like it's starting to turn yellowish. But yeah, it really hasn't gotten much worse. We still have 3,000 households that lost power in Ramsey. 800 in Hennepin.
Did Hunter's tornado include? Yeah, from what it looks like, I didn't
Really doesn't look like it's done any much more damage. 350 houses without power in Washington. I think the threat's pretty much lessened with the storm here, and they also dropped the tornado warning on it up here. See how far back they dropped that.
I would say the one that was the main one would have been this one.
So yeah, they dropped it about 10 minutes ago. They dropped the tornado warning in the storm.
Hopefully it was just kind of weak more than anything.
You can see where the rotation is still pretty prominent there, but it's gotten pretty sloppy at this point. It's kind of all over top of Stockholm, Lake City, Frontenac, Maiden Rock, but it just looks like a big windy hailer at this point. It's still rotating slightly, but
County, Wisconsin and Price County, Wisconsin look like for later this evening. Well, I think generally anywhere
really big broad rotation doesn't look nearly as threatening.
A couple of tornadoes embedded in this line. The line of storms is really the most concerning thing I'd say right now for anywhere in Wisconsin. There's still a low chance in the next hour or two that we have a random discrete cell try to fire up down here in central Iowa, and that could become a concern for Wisconsin. But so far, it's been pretty quiet. If we go over to our satellite imagery, I'm going to go ahead and go here. This is what our satellite imagery looks like right now. And honestly, the HRRR has been pretty spot on with today so far. All of our storms have mainly fired off in far northern Iowa and also southeastern and eastern Minnesota. That is where our huge cumulonimbus clouds are currently being spotted right here. I did not mean to put an arrow there, but this is where most of them are being spotted. And we also have some anvils that are popping up on satellite as well. Those are your biggest supercells that are ongoing in that line of thunderstorms back up into Minnesota. But look at this right here. This is your dry line. And we have not really had a whole lot of initiation along this dry line unless you are back up into Minnesota.
We haven't looked down at Texas in a while.
Kansas, and you can actually see over in Kansas, we got some huge supercells.
Still have 3 big supercells down here in Texas and 1 in Oklahoma, 2 in Oklahoma.
Maybe an isolated tornado or 2. So generally, Iowa, for whatever reason, has just not been a place that is going to really see much, it feels like. I mean, there could still be something. We got an hour and a half left, I would say, until anything, basically an hour and a half left until, things are kind of quieting down in Iowa. But if we get a storm in the next hour and a half, it could go for a while. Just nothing is formed as of right now. This back over in Texas, and again, noticeably big storms ongoing near San Angelo and also a few there.
Thought I had a radar down in Texas, but I'm just going to move this Kansas one.
Across the board in terms of our satellite imagery. So, pretty interesting.
Just kind of move my way down here and take a look at all these storms. Man, that is so close to the Frederick radar.
I've been talking about this literally all week. This environment is just so favorable for severe weather today, and it just seems like, for whatever reason, Iowa's kind of struggled to have any storms that have really bubbled up. And even up here in Minnesota, it's been mostly linear, which this was more forecasted to happen. But even then, a lot of our storms that have had wall clouds, they've not lasted very long. So.
Oh, yeah, these supercells are big, though, for sure. Oklahoma. They're definitely big-looking supercells. Not really seeing much rotation, though.
Today's a bust. I would not say today's a bust yet.
They're calling today a bust. You can't say it's a bust.
Take a turn at any point.
Yeah, what Max said, things could turn at any point.
Still popping out to me. We have a couple areas of rotation right now near Emmett and Dahlia. Got a little hook echo, actually, right now near Emmett and Dahlia. This is the storm that Ryan Schull and Hunter Hurley are on. I wouldn't rule out a tornado.
This is down in Texas now. I'm looking at the supercells down in Texas.
They don't have a tornado possible label on this.
It's like we got a big chunk of hail right here. We're getting 2-inch size hail in Texas. Really not much rotation in this storm. I'm seeing a little bit, but not much. These are severe destructive thunderstorms too.
Kansas City, this way
Another big guy down here.
Currently in path for you, but these are the storms if they're able to go a little bit further down to the south.
Take a look at it from this radar. San Angelino radar. So probably see this one better. Yeah, this is a big old storm. Well, we got 2-inch hail in this one too. Got a little bit of rotation going on here in the front of it. Absolute monstrosity is. That's all I ever expect in Texas is big, giant monster storm. That's all you ever see in Texas. Like every storm in Texas gets up to 50, 60,000 feet, as you can see. These are big boys.
Any storms that form here in and around sunset, and then a line of storms will continue across the upper peninsula of Michigan and central Wisconsin late tonight, producing damaging winds.
Dallas? Are you asking about Dallas? I don't know if we have anything in Dallas. So, I think so. Yeah, there's nothing in Dallas.
We still have a couple areas of rotation.
I'll go ahead and pull up the national radar here too, right here. These are the storms I'm basically looking at. We have like 3 supercells in Texas. We have 2 up here in Oklahoma, just came out of Texas. Got like a line of storms here in Kansas. This one actually just had an uncondensed tornado not too long ago. These were doing some pretty nasty damage up here in Minneapolis, but it looks like they're getting weak. I mean, they're still nasty, severe thunderstorms, but they're not like as bad as they were. We were having a bunch of brief spin up tornadoes in Minneapolis a little bit ago, but they kind of calmed down. And I was really concerned about all these storms here, like coming through Six Falls into Minnesota, but what I'm hearing, yeah, and they're not getting much bigger. Like I was really worried about this storm, but it's really not got any bigger. And basically, a lot of these aren't going to have much of a tornado threat here, from what I'm hearing, and I'm seeing it too. Like nothing's, they're rotating, but they're not like they don't look scary at all. They're small storms, and I think this line of storms pretty much ate up all the naders used for these storms here. But we're gonna continuously watch closely, because this, from what Ryan Hall said and Max Velocity, that like most of the bad stuff that happens tonight should be happening around from 7 to 9 p.m., which it's 8 p.m. here, but it's out west it's only 6 p.m. So like in the next hour we could see things take a turn for the worst. But yeah, we just got to kind of keep an eye on everything. Normally I wouldn't sit here and just stream all day long like this with not that much going on, but with the how big this is our threat for today. If anybody hasn't seen it yet, any new people, this is our tornado threat for today. We got 2% in the green, 5% in the red, 10% hatched in the yellow, and a 15% in the red, the bright red. So this is a 4 out of 5 threat level rating from the National Weather right here. So there's a possibility for some really serious tornadic storms today, but it just all depends on where the storms get built up and what happens. So basically, yeah, I'm going to stream all day just because of this threat today, because things could get crazy at any moment.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know if this is in the tornado warning or not, but like, what in the world?
Yeah, this storm up here and up in Kansas has been pretty crazy, though. And we got all kinds of reports. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hail, this is the one that had the uncondensed tornado about 10 minutes ago. Right over Bellevue. It was just about 10 minutes ago. It was just a little baby Roper spaghetti noodle tornado, but like I said, in Kansas, they don't really do a tornado warning unless it's a bad tornado. They're just used to the big ones there.
Is it hailing? No.
Yeah, this storm's huge. This absolute monstrous storm here, too.
Oh my goodness. They're making a mess.
Lots of hail, 2-inch hail in this one. Such a big, juicy storm.
This is ridiculous.
A new tornado warning.
Got a new tornado warning, guys.
This should not even be a thing. This is absurd.
Where is this new? Max is sitting here talking smack about people hiding underneath underpass.
Shame on all these people. Shame on them.
Say shame on them. It is actually, to be underneath an underpass on a tornado is a really bad thing, because it like multiplies the wind velocities.
Debris is going to go right through that. Like, it's not safe to be under an overpass. We just got a new tornado warning south of Abilene in Kansas. Really strong rotation south of Enterprise.
Oh, they just gave us a tornado warning in Kansas.
During this warning, seek shelter, get away from
it hasn't popped up on my radar yet, but we have one here. Popped up right here, but I don't see it. Dickinson County, Kansas. Why is it not popped up? It's on my warnings list, but it isn't shown on my screen yet.
Hey, Riley, can you check location of Ben? Just ask him. I'm streaming. Let me know. I don't know if he's going towards this.
There it is.
All right, well, we're back down to
okay.
Cars now. We're at like a dozen. Now
so we have a tornado warning here, guys.
There's the other one. It's just a train, a domino effect here.
Oh wow. Yeah. This thing's rotating from 6,000 feet all the way up to 44,000 feet.
All right, well, That's something.
I'll get a nice 3D view of this here soon. I don't think I'll be able to see it because we're about 3 scans behind, but we can try looking now.
Right.
I've still yet to
So
figure out why.
Once again, this in Kansas, we had a really strong uptick of rotation. It's gotten a little bit weaker on the latest scan. Just south of Enterprise and Abilene.
Turn max back down a little bit.
South of Junction City. Again, this is a relatively discrete supercell, kind of semi-discrete. It's going to be tracking in the direction of I-70.
I've been using GR2 Analyst for years, and I still can't figure out why it wants to put my 3D scans like 3 to 5 scans behind for some reason. Like when I'm taking a cookie cut out of this storm and looking at the 3D view, it always wants to show me what it looks like a minute and a half ago. Oh wow, yeah, this is a proper tornado warning, I think, guys.
Back up near Albert Lee and Bancroft, we still have a tornado warning for this area that goes for 2 more minutes. So we'll see if they.
So these are our highest velocities all the way up in here, but you can kind of see where the rotation is down here. So that's where the velocities are the strongest, but see it reaching down. This is also 3 scans back, right? So it's probably even more strong.
Ben Williams is bottom right of your screen. I think he's on the Abilene
Yeah.
store,
Oh, so we'll probably get a better view of this here. A couple more scans, but yeah, you can see where it's coming down at.
Okay, never mind. He's on Manhattan.
Coming down through here, and then you got your little spot of rotation right there.
Riley is going to give you guys an update as I go pee. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, yeah, so I've actually been watching the same line of thunderstorms that we've been talking about for basically the last 3 minutes here. 2 interesting things of note. It's actually moving in the exact same direction. All these storms are just sort of training into each other, and this is why we have that flash flooding warning here. That's because we've already seen a couple of inches of rain, and we're going to see even more as these storms continue to just go over the same exact spots. And actually, these are like the most discrete supercells I've seen all day. I can actually go through here and circle each individual storm and pick out on radar that they are an individual storm. That's not something that we're seeing up here in Minnesota and Iowa. I think this is part of the reason why we have not seen the tornado threat pan out as much as we thought it was going to, is because earlier on models, it looked like this was going to be a lot more of a semi-discrete line instead of a straight up QLCS like we're seeing right now. However, it does show a transitional phase between a straight up QLCS into something where there's a couple more discrete areas of rotation throughout the night. I think Max calls that the sus hour. As we go into the sus hour, that's probably
suspicious
where we'll
hour
see this happen.
for any
That
older
wind
people
shear
like
pick up
me.
even more than it already is, and it'll basically
I'm
force
43. These
any
guys are
storm
young.
that's not rotating already to rotate even
Sus
further,
means
so that's something to
suspicious.
watch out for.
Alrighty, Riley, thank you for the update. So Ben Williams, I just got an update. He is on the tornado warning cell back over south of Chapman, southwest.
How you
of
doing,
Junction
Hurricane Juice?
City. Let's go to Ben. He is the only chaser from my knowledge. Why do we have another car parked under this overpass, bro? What is going on? It can't be that serious here. I don't understand. Like, I don't know if they're. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why people are parking there. Let's go to Ben though. Ben Williams is currently on this tornado warning.
Yeah, this is a legit tornado warning right here. This is very tight rotation, it looks like here.
Your Enterprise. This is a live shot of that super.
Got really tight gate-to-gate shear in this spot.
So I've been saying, guys, whenever that wind shear can really come in, it can really take the storm to a different level. So any rotation is probably going to be a little bit it's probably going to be back behind that rain and those trees. So if it looks like it's going to produce a tornado, we'll start going closer to it.
So again, this is our tornado warning cell north of Harrington, south of Enterprise. It just got issued.
Oh, so that's the one we're looking at right now. Yeah, this is this storm.
But nonetheless, really impressive looking.
Nice. So there's actually a chaser on this. By the way, guys, if anybody's stopping here and wondering, this is max velocity. If you do want to see this like on a full screen on a TV or something, I do have him linked in the description.
Now another car. That car's been there for like 20 minutes. I don't know what bro's doing, but not helping. Getting a report in the chat of hail in Albert Lee.
He also does really good forecasts and all. He's just one of the top dog streamers.
By the way, guys, if you guys have not already seen this,
He's always here, always doing the weather, man. He leaves nobody behind.
Let me figure out what chaser this is first. All right, Ben Williams, bottom right. So if you guys already see. If you're not following us on Twitter and Facebook, I don't know why you guys aren't. But earlier today, oh, the screen's not on the right thing.
There was actually a train that got knocked off the rails yesterday with that tornado we had.
For those that are not aware, cheese curds are pretty much a curse on this channel. I don't know if we've reversed the curse. Hopefully we have.
Oh my goodness.
Haven't had anything really crazy yet. I'm hoping it stays that way, knock on wood, but we did have
I'm gonna go look up in Minnesota again.
So far though nothing's happened, which is good.
Look up in Six Falls too.
We don't know for sure though yet. Back over to Ben Williams. That's not Ben Williams. This is Ben Williams.
Great supercell structure on this thing now.
This storm.
There's any kind of tornado back there. Based off radar,
Storm still looks really small. It's definitely still rotating. Still looks really small, but this one's severe warning, not next to it. I'm gonna take a look at that one too as well. Yeah, it's still a really little storm.
Right now, yeah, rotation isn't too strong. But we'll see. Maybe the wind shear, like I said, maybe
This one's looking pretty big here, and it's got a severe warning on it. This one is just southeast of Six Falls. It's like on top of Dune, Alvord, Rock Rapids, George, heading up towards Little Rock, Ellsworth, Bigelow. I mean, just looks like a big hailer at the moment. It's got 1.5-inch size hail, but the storm, it's got a severe warning on it, so it's a big one. Not that big, but it's good sized. Can't really see much rotations in it yet, but we're going to keep an eye on this. It's like we got a lot of inflow stuff going on here, so this one I'm going to keep an eye on, I think.
In the description below, under follow me on other platforms, he's under that.
I'm going to go back to the radar that's actually in Minnesota. I want to see what these line of storms that we're doing in Minnesota causing all kinds of problems earlier.
Riley essentially will take over with that sort of stuff.
Have like some severe warnings on them now. Still lots of hail in them.
So once again, this is a tornado warning here in Kansas. This is the supercell that we're looking at.
I'm a little worried once again. This storm is just getting too many nudgers.
Lots of hail right here in Clarks Grove, and then also down in here. Tons of hail in Conger and Keister. Tons of hail.
Back over in Kansas, once again, this is our tornado warning southwest of Junction City. We're still keeping an eye on that. Off to the north of Topeka, we also have a big hail in
a little bit of rotation going on here. I'll be surprised if that gets warned at some point. All right, let's go back down to Kansas.
Still wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, though, as it moves towards Atchison and eventually St. Joseph in Missouri. So stay weather aware there. We no longer have any tornado warnings in Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa. We do still have a tornado possible label, though, off to the west of.
It's the suspicious hour, guys. It's starting.
This is a storm, though, that has been fighting a bit more stable environment, kind of right where our cold front is. So I do think the risk here of a tornado is a little bit lower, but we're continuing to keep
man-made. Louis 50K, how you doing?
On this storm here in far northern Iowa. Hey, Corey for the super chat. First time super chat. How does Columbus, Ohio look tomorrow?
So many sandstorms? Where are you at, New Mexico? I've been hearing about lots of sandstorms down in New Mexico.
Low tornado risk, but mostly wind.
I heard we have sandstorms and snowstorms in New Mexico at the weirdest times the last couple of months.
And people were saying bust at 5 o'clock, and then it popped off between 7 and like 8. And I'm not saying that's going to happen tonight, but I wouldn't say it yet. This is tomorrow's risk of severe weather. Again, we'll be live again tomorrow. Large area for severe weather, all the way from the northeast back into the southern plains. 2 enhanced risks of severe weather are significant. Our better chance of tornadoes will be in Texas and
Arizona. Okay, Arizona.
To the northeast, we are talking about a more significant wind risk.
If anybody's just popping in, I'm gonna go over our big threat today. It's been really mild, but this is our tornado threat for today. It's a 4 out of 5 from National Weather, and it's kind of like a hit or miss situation. Right now, it's been a big miss. We have had nothing but like brief spin up QLCS tornadoes so far, and like one brief uncondensed tornado. But like for the threat we've gotten from National Weather so far, this has been a very good event for in terms of damage. Like we haven't had hardly any damage at all today. I mean, I guess we had quite a bit down in South Minnesota. We had a bunch of, like over 5,000 houses lost power in Minnesota. But other than that, yeah, it's been pretty mild.
Back over into western Wisconsin, we do have a line of storms now approaching Mondovi and Eau Claire.
Wisconsin, I need to actually move a radar over to Wisconsin right now.
There's also a potential for a
Let's go to Wisconsin.
tornado as this moves in that direction. It'd be more embedded in a line of storms here. We apparently have another cam of cars being under an overpass.
Got a lot of severes in Texas, man.
Yeah, we do.
Iowa.
This is live.
Wait, wrong one.
Under another overpass. We got about 4
Max is policing underpasses, guys. Don't hide in another underpass. Max will find you.
18, 19.
Right. So these are a line of storms over here in Wisconsin. Or any of the, I don't even think any of these are severe warned.
Shame on them.
I mean, I would be scared if I was in Wisconsin, though, also seeing like this threat today, right? I mean, we definitely got some rotation in Wisconsin, too. Look at that. That's definitely rotating right there. All these storms are rotating. I don't know if they're severe enough. And Wisconsin, I believe, is in our threat. Let's pull it up. Yeah, Wisconsin's in the threat today. They're in the big threat area. We really haven't talked about Wisconsin at all today, but every single one of these storms are rotating. My goodness, look at this. Rotation here, here, here. If anybody's wondering, like, the red is the winds going one way, the green's the winds going another way. So when you got red and green really close like this together, that means the storm's rotating in the sky. Either that or it's hail. Because the hail basically falls down to the ground, so it's basically showing another direction, like right here. Southwest of Luna. This spot right here might be hail. Oh my goodness, my radar just went into a big interference band in that last scan. I don't think we've had a single tornado warning up here in Wisconsin today. We can get a better radar. Like, this is our best radar for Wisconsin, to be honest, for all these storms. Let me actually try to take a look at one of these storms, like right here by White Lake. I want to see how big this storm is. Because we've heard absolutely nothing about Wisconsin today. Not a peep out of Wisconsin at all. It's got some size. Kind of zoom out. I mean, these aren't little storms. They got a little bit of meat to them. They just don't look like big rotating mesocyclones at all. They just look like big giant storms at the moment. And they're all rotating. Yeah, we haven't heard anything out of Wisconsin yet. Maybe they'll get away with nothing today. It's a big scare for Wisconsin too, man, seeing all this big threat. I mean, they're in the red and yellow. The entire state of Wisconsin's in it.
Is Ben's audio good, by the way? I know he sounds kind of muffled. I think that's on his end. I doubt that's me. I think he just has a bad mic today.
So any rotation? So see kind of where those two signs are in the foreground? Any rotation is going to be kind of in between those two signs.
So how's everybody doing in chat? I'm going to say, man, I'm a little bored because I'm sitting here, you know, I ain't really got nothing exciting to watch. I'm just looking at all these storms. I was hoping to save some people's lives today, but you know, that's a good thing, right? You can't complain about not worrying about putting anybody in danger. It's a good thing nobody's been put in danger yet. Max is talking about Wisconsin. Got a new tornado warning.
There's a tornado warning. We do have a little bit of rotation developing near Mondovi. It's embedded in our line of storms coming up towards town of Washington and Eau Claire. So if you're in that
area, talking about way over here. Yeah, let's go back to that radar. Let's go back to Minnesota radar.
Counties in Minnesota. So that is where our brand new tornado warning is.
So this line of storms that was really bad in Minnesota is basically inside of Wisconsin now. It's just severe threat right now. Severe thunderstorms.
Also, this is far north.
Where is our new tornado warning?
Back up near Aiken. This is outside of
Oh, wow.
Rotation's actually strong.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Let's say we got. Need to go way up here. Look at this.
That's pretty strong rotation. Probably gonna have a tornado with this as it moves to the north.
So we need to move up here quick. Max is saying this is looking serious.
Just northwest of Farm Island. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior.
Yeah, we had that last scam looked pretty strong. So this is way up north. I say the mid part of Minnesota here. Where are we at? Near Crosby, Cross Lake, Emily, Aitkin, Palisade. Got a tornado warning right here now. I don't know if this is the best radar we have for this.
Hey guys, completely unrelated to this, but we need a quick vote. We are going to be releasing our Max Velocity graduation merch here soon.
I think the Minneapolis radar is too far away. We'll try looking at the Minneapolis radar again. Yeah, you can't really see it from Minneapolis.
What are you guys thinking? Just let me know in the chat.
We'll have to stick to the Duluth radar. It's going to be our best view.
Minnesota tornado warning, the rotation just broadened a little bit on the latest.
Yeah, it definitely broadened on this latest scan. It was much tighter. You can see how it's gotten a lot more broad.
We do have a wall cloud on this storm.
See if we can do a 3D view of it as this thing starts to get strong.
A lot of people are saying a hoodie. Do a hoodie. Then.
It's not really a squall line, but you can see it's getting a little bit more linear. And it's trying to hold on to that mesocyclone over there, but that mesocyclone...
Hey, Greg, for the super chat.
We have incredible storm structure.
Not a very big storm, but yeah, like our strongest velocities. Basically, yeah, it's just a really small storm.
Kind of almost northern, it's really central northern Minnesota. It's really nowhere near any of our other storms. And this is, again, kind of surprising.
This is out in the middle of nowhere. Well, not in the middle of nowhere, but away from all the rest of our storms.
Much wind shear left. And it's also more elevated. It's more in the stable environment, but nonetheless, tornado potential going towards one Kenambo, north of Aitkin. So seek shelter if you're in that.
Maybe this is it right here. Maybe this is the rotation we're looking at. It's hard to say. There's your bright yellows or bright greens. This looks like it's a little concerning here too. We got two spots.
But hail and wind are going to be possible. They even have a tornado possible label on this. Believe it or not, we got two rotating storms right now.
You ready? Well, is everything going to pick up now, huh?
Going towards Goodman, and another one going towards Amberg. So we could get tornado warnings on either of these storms as they move to the northeast. Again, kind of surprising. I'm not going to lie. This is not really in an area that we were really expecting much to happen. We are starting to see an uptick of storm activity out here in eastern Wisconsin.
I need to move another radar over to Wisconsin.
We do have a camera near the tornado warning. I'm going to try to get that on here.
Let's take here we go. I actually have the one over here.
I'll put it up if it has something. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible labeled on this. Hey, and if there's any cameras here, just let me know. But Eau Claire,
Fine, which would be our best view.
Main concern, tornado possible label also on this. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Back over in Kansas, we still got some powerful storms ongoing here. It's
right here.
A train of supercells that have formed anywhere from Salina, Kansas, all the way back through the north side of Topeka, with damaging winds and very large hail being a possibility. This is the storm that Ben has been on. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation. Pretty weak as of right now, southeast of Chapman.
We got a better rotation here. This is in Wisconsin. This is near Mondovi. Heading towards Mondovi.
Rotating anywhere near the ground level, but we've had a little bit of a lowering on this here south of Junction City, Kansas, for quite some time.
I have all my severes checked.
Shaquille, the warning sound is some sort of
this one does have just a severe tag at the moment.
That was coded by somebody that we work with.
St. Louis, no, you really haven't missed anything. It's been pretty quiet lately. We've had a couple of interesting things pop up here in the last few minutes. We're getting some rotation in Wisconsin now, and we just had another storm up here in the middle of Minnesota kind of pick up and just got tornado warned. The rotation kind of got weaker right as they warned it, but it looked a little worse there a couple minutes ago. Yeah, this one got tornado warned here near Crosby, Cross Lake, Aitkin, Palisade. Basically a discrete supercell right out here and smack dab in the middle of Minnesota, northern part, heading towards Duluth. I took a 3D view of this. I mean, it's not a very big storm, but you can clearly see like two different rotations here on this thing.
You can see that kind of like wall cloud we had back there. It's kind of weakening. That's not what it was a few minutes ago.
I think this is our main rotation that got warned off of.
About an hour and a half until the sun goes down here.
But like I also see a spot here. Looks like we have two rotations in this storm. Not sure which one they warned it off of. Yeah, that's right out here. Looks like it's in between all these towns, but looks like there's a lot of houses and stuff out here. Crosby's a pretty decent sized town. Definitely something that I would be scared of if I lived in Minnesota, because you don't see stuff like this very often up there.
Got a little bit more rotation developing also near Valley Falls, heading towards Atchison in Kansas. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. Hail and wind being the main concern. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued near Alma and as well as Buffalo City.
Back down to Topeka, Kansas, see if we got anything happening down here. We had a brief uncondensed tornado in Kansas about an hour ago. Looks like we do have some rotation in here.
They're kind of messy, but more warnings have been issued for damaging winds and hail and tornado possible.
I mean, lots of winds. We have tons of hail and winds up here, like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds from these storms, 2-inch hail. It's been pretty nasty in Kansas, but that's like normal weather there.
By the way, this is Brandon Kopic.
Got a tornado warning on this storm here about 30 minutes ago. Near Abilene, we had a hook going about Abilene. It's like right here. I think this is the storm that was tornado warned about 15 minutes ago. Still has a little bit of rotation, but nothing like it was. Let's see it right here. That's what's left of that rotation.
Western Iowa, we've actually seen now attempts of convection.
There's so much. There's storms all over the place right now. It's hard to keep an eye on all of them. But let me refresh the national weather one. So this whole line of storms basically is into Wisconsin now. This is the one that's tornado warned up here, right by the Minnesota letters. Here's the one in Kansas. This is the one that had a tornado warning about 15 minutes ago, and the back end of the one but in Kansas. Looks like these storms down in Texas basically turn into a straight line one. This one looks like it's still alone out here, heading towards Vernon. And all kinds of scattered showers in Oklahoma. How you doing, White Lion? Neither in Tulsa?
They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on top of our tornado warning in northern Minnesota.
Tulsa.
I believe, unless this warning's old. Let me double check. 708, and then this other one is 712.
Yeah, I mean, you're just looking at the other, like all these scattered rain showers near Tulsa, it looks like, heading up northeast of them. Nothing crazy. You're actually in the threat for Oklahoma today, but like, yeah, it's just nothing's really going on yet. We're starting to hit that time of the day. We're calling it the suspicious hour, where things might be starting to act a little crazy, but we're going to see how it goes. It's been really mild today so far. Mainly just southern Minnesota's been hit by some pretty nasty winds and damage. That's about it so far.
the last several days, but like
we got Scud. It's still pulling in Scud.
I honestly thought models were just wrong about it, but so far they've been pretty right with what's happened so far. For the record, the HRRR has showed initiation in Western Iowa. Like, it has showed initiation on that dry line within the next hour, so there's still a chance something could happen.
So Max is saying, yeah, basically in Iowa along the dry line, we have a chance of some initiation for some nasty tornadic storms.
We have now just released our meteorologist Max Velocity graduation merch. Really cool stuff.
He's got the merch, guys.
Sticker and mug available at shopmaxvelocity.net. This is one of the best ways to support.
I love Max, man. He's such a good guy.
Check out any of this. You can go to one of the links in the description. We'll post it in the chat. Again, we have mugs.
I do have a link to Max in my description as well if you do want to watch him full screen.
Cat for making the design. One of our designers. No AI involved whatsoever, by the way.
He's only been streaming for like a year or two now, but he's taken the United States by storm. He's very, very popular. I just started streaming about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm enjoying it. I've been having fun. Main reason I started streaming too is, because like the two big streamers, they got over 30,000 people in their stream each. There's random people that want to come in and they want to ask about their area, but they can't help everybody. It's impossible to help 30,000 people at a time. So I just wanted to, start streaming and help out people. So, yeah, Max is awesome. He's actually graduating from school now. He's going to be a meteorologist finally. I don't think Ryan Hall's a meteorologist. I think he's just a storm chaser. But Andy's a meteorologist. The guy that works with Ryan Hall. Let's go back and look up at that tornado warning that we had up there in Minnesota, see if it's doing anything else crazy. Did they already drop it? Yep, they dropped it, didn't they? Where'd it go? Still showing it, but I don't see the tornado warning anymore. Oh, wait, here we go. Yeah, it's still here. Okay. So, I mean, it's still rotating.
Shelf's overtaking the road, guys. I don't know.
Still have some rotation on this storm. Let's take a look at another 3D view on it, see if we see anything new.
Ryan might be cooked. His windshield could get busted again. Like the most common thing for Ryan.
Actually, looks like the storm's starting to grow a little bit more. Looks bigger than it was before. Let's actually go back. I'm gonna do a bigger cutout. I want to see this storm last couple scans. So I think the storm's getting bigger. Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, it looks like the storm's definitely growing right now too. You can see that it's getting bigger. This thing might end up being a threat here. I mean, it is tornado warned right now. This is actually crazy because look, you can see like 3 spots of rotation right here. And these are our higher velocities. And I mean, you can kind of see them on the 3D view. That's where our 3 rotations are. This thing's tornado warned. A very interesting looking storm. Not something you see every day. That's interesting looking. I'm going to adjust the velocities a little bit here. So I'm turning up the velocities even higher so we're not.
It's wrapping around. We had a wall cloud back there in the middle, but it's kind of dying out.
Sometimes these storms will shed their
South of Junction City.
Looks very interesting. I gotta say that at least. If I go back to scans, you can kind of see. This is back when they tornado warned it. And I had like 2 spots of rotation when they first warned it.
Hey, Pox, to the super chat. Anything for Central Oklahoma tonight? The storms in southwestern Oklahoma are your main concern. Bottom right of your screen. So far, they've really struggled. I mean, even these storms have struggled. Across the board, honestly, every storm I feel like has struggled today.
Yeah, every storm struggled, it seems like.
Any like supercells that actually have potential today have struggled. Like, that's literally just how today's gone. Other than Kansas has actually been kind of interesting.
Yeah, but like I was saying, unless it's like an EF4 or EF5 in Kansas, it's not a tornado. It's just a windstorm. If it's anything smaller. I mean, we're still got rotation here. This latest scan, we still have some rotation here. I'll have to come back and look at another 3D view of this here in a little bit. And it looks like that was a little bit of an uptick here. It looks like our blue and green's got a little brighter. It's trying to kind of make a hook here, it looks like. Man, this is way up here. I don't think there's any storm chasers out here either. This is just way north, heading towards Duluth, way north of Minnesota.
Kansas, heading up towards Atchison, Kansas, and eventually south of St.
I don't think they're going to drop this tornado warning with that uptick right here. They're probably going to reissue it.
The outflow boundary. It's still struggling to wrap up.
You got to like look at this differently too, because like up here in Minnesota, you don't really see tornadoes that often. So, like if this was in Kansas, this wouldn't get warned. But now we're up in Minnesota. This thing's rotating, and it's here, and like they're concerned. So they'll probably keep this warned for a while.
These storms might be
back over south of the Twin Cities earlier. We also had.
So go look at Wisconsin too. We haven't had a peep out of Wisconsin yet today. I think the worst thing we've had in Wisconsin is just a thunderstorm warning. So National Weather's showing some rotation here a little bit.
All right, quick update. We do have a new mesoscale
Kellogg and Alma.
From the Storm Prediction Center back over in Texas. Supercells will continue to pose a risk of very large hail with an increasing tornado threat this evening. So the Storm Prediction Center thinks that there will be an increasing tornado potential back between Vernon, Texas, and Abilene over the next few hours.
Okay.
Haskell and Crowell.
We might see some great. There's storms down there in Texas too.
The hailstone sizes, if we do have supercells out there, we could still see hail as large as the size of softballs, in addition to the potential for a couple of tornadoes. So
got a whole bunch of thunderstorm warnings up here now. I think they just won those recently.
We have a slew of severe
northeast Wisconsin. I don't know how many radars I have connected in Wisconsin. Let's look. KGRB. Let me see if I'm connected to that. I am not, so I'm going to have to move this one over here.
Right along I-94 right now near Eau Claire and just outside of Arcadia, with damaging winds and hail being the main concern out of these.
Nader Wrangler, how you doing?
Near Eau Claire, we are starting to see some high winds. I believe we do have a camera of that.
You're hearing two voices. You got my voice and Max's. I'm sorry if his is too loud. I'll turn it down some more. I love listening to Max, and I pop him up here and there, and I advertise for him. Okay, so we do have some rotation up here in this one a little bit, too. This is way up in Wisconsin. We haven't heard a peep out of this yet. Every one of these storms are rotating, too. Nothing looks that concerning yet. We still got a good chunk of hail here heading into Goodman.
Potential near Townsend and Goodman, moving in the direction of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Generally speaking, though, I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado risk out of this activity.
Let's go back down to Topeka and check out Texas again.
To move to the northeast. By the way, CJ Ziegler, bottom middle of your screen, has a pretty explosive storm. We've been seeing some storms trying to fire up here.
Got a little bit of rotation down here by City, south of Junction City, and we got a little bit of a hook showing. This might be trying to do something here. See this hook here. We got a little bit of rotation going on here.
So we need to watch this little storm that's bubbling up near I-80 moving towards Guthrie Center. That storm in particular is definitely trying to ramp up.
I think at this point I'm just going to have to open up another radar. I know I have 4 going, but with them expecting tornadoes in Texas, I'm going to have to go ahead and open up another one. I'm sorry, it's going to be a little odd looking here for a second. Let me adjust it.
This is CJ Ziegler's view.
I just need the 5th radar because we just have this threat area is just so big tonight.
This is in northern Iowa. This is west of Mason City. We just had a new storm go up near Alona. That's what that was right there. That's what that is right there.
Make sure I'm adjusted properly.
We just got a new tornado watch.
Yeah, it looks all right. All right, let's take this one down to Texas. How many severe thunderstorm warnings we have, though? We got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings all over the place. That's what I'm saying. That's why I need 5 radars. There's just too much to watch right now. That's a couple flash flood warnings, too, in Texas and Kansas as well. Only 1 tornado warning, and that's not one way up there in Minnesota, which I want to go look at here again really soon. All right. So that's that straight line one here. These are the ones I want to see. So I'm gonna go up to KFDR.
Minnesota, north of Aiken or Akin. Velocities have been much broader on it. That tornado warning probably will not continue. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. Congrats, Max. How are things going to be tomorrow? And the girlfriend watching all the time. I think tomorrow's going to be...
What is going on here?
I just think tomorrow, like, we're just going to have a bunch of different storms ongoing. Like, it's going to be a very active, I think, afternoon and evening across much of the United States. Again, we have a large...
That is a big, giant Texan supercell if I've ever seen one.
Just a huge risk of severe weather tomorrow that spans from the New England area all the way back into the southern plains. And so I am anticipating...
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I buried chat. I hope nobody was talking. Hold on. Let me pull it back up.
Large hail and a few tornadoes, but it's going to be very scattered.
White Lion, how you doing?
Over in Wisconsin, just outside of...
Maybe Reed should have been in Kansas or Texas, not just... Where's Reed at? I haven't even pulled him up today. I should.
Winds have begun to pick up. Camera's kind of moving all over the place.
I'm trying to figure out what this storm's doing. This is looking crazy right here.
There was a car that passed by, and you can
So I don't know if we have a big blast inflow right here in the north part of this storm or something, but the NROT's pulling up something here.
It's going to be basically an all-day threat. We will be live tomorrow. I'm not sure when we're going live, but we'll be live at least.
Getting close to the radar too, I think.
A pretty large area that's in the path of severe weather.
Yeah, we're just really close to the radar, so some scud, I think. Like that storm's really doing anything threatening yet, but they said from what part in Texas up to Abilene.
Riley has an update. Go ahead.
So basically,
Hey Max,
I think we're looking at an increased tornado threat in like this area for the rest of the evening, is what they were saying on that mesoscale discussion.
cross radar site looking north, or I guess northeast of Mondovi, Wisconsin.
It's got some new warnings on the storm.
Yeah, bottom
Oh, they're measuring it. Yeah, so I think we have some rotation here.
rotation developing coming up on Cleghorn, Allen, and Foster. So potential tornado risk right now.
1.5 strength from 2,500 feet up to 48,000 feet.
We actually had a little tightening.
This might be another uncondensed tornado right there that's forming, possibly.
But we do have an area of rotation.
'Cause it looks outside of the storm.
So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you are in your safe place for the damaging wind threat.
See if I can see anything on the 3D view.
Well, as that moves off to the northeast. And the latest scan just came in, and it's still showing a pretty tight area of rotation right over to the west of Eleva, and it's coming up on Cleghorn over the next few minutes. Actively no tornado warning on this, but the rotation is definitely strong enough for there to be a tornado warning on this.
Oh
And
my
this
God,
is a
stop
storm
kicking me off my screen.
for quite a while. This isn't even just now. It's been rotating for quite some time. And again, a little surprising that we don't actively...
The uncondensed spot would be up north here somewhere, but I think I might cut it off. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it.
Check something here.
But National Weather is watching something right here on this storm. Northern part of it. That's actually on that spot right here that I was showing of the bright blue.
Yeah, we have a debris signature.
Something's going on there. I just can't
This is an unwarned
pinpoint what it is yet. We have something going on right here.
big tornado.
The National Weather's looking at it.
Strong tornado right now in progress coming up towards Cleghorn. Completely unwarned tornado in progress.
Oh, wow. Wow. Hold on a second.
This is likely a significant tornado right now heading up towards Cleghorn, Brackett, and Nick's Corner. Also going towards Hale Corner. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this warning.
Is that up
This
in
is a
Minnesota?
completely, again, unwarned tornado that's heading up in that direction. This is a big debris signature.
I think that's in Wisconsin.
I don't know how we don't have a tornado warning on this, to be honest. I mean, these velocities are really strong, too. This is our debris ball south of Eau Claire. Velocities are really strong. Again, big debris signature going
Talking
right
about
up
over here.
towards Highway 93. And it will eventually track towards the Highway 53 stretch. I mean, that's not a small little tornado. I mean, this is definitely a strong tornado that is in progress right now in western Wisconsin.
Right in here.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this fully warrants a PDS tornado warning.
Thank you for the update. I mean, this should be a tornado warning. I have no clue how this is not warned right now. This is a possibly large...
Right here. There's the debris signature.
Wisconsin that is completely unwarned.
That's, if you're, when he's talking about debris signature, the circle right here is basically debris that the tornado's flung up into the air, and that's what we're seeing right here on the radar.
Extremely strong right now.
Oh yeah, gate to gate shear right here. So that's 100% on the ground right now.
Very dangerous.
Tornado just spinned up right here. I don't know how long it's been going.
Latest scan is still showing a significant tornado in progress heading towards Allen.
They've been watching it too. We got some measurements right here from National Weather.
South of Eau Claire. If you know any friends or family here just south of Eau Claire, you need to make sure that they're
Pulled the plug on it right there, and then it dropped on the ground.
Rain-wrapped tornado heading up towards Allen.
We have a tornado on the ground, guys.
Again, this is significant. Scan over scan, we have been seeing a large debris
started doing damage.
This is an urgent alert.
Right around here.
Is on the ground. Seek shelter.
There it's on the ground.
So this
dropped on the ground right past Mondovi.
This does meet the criteria for a PDS tornado warning, but at least they have warned it. This is a confirmed tornado for Eau Claire County in Wisconsin. This is going to be heading up towards I-94 over the next few minutes. This is a significant tornado heading towards Cleghorn, Allen, Brackett, and also Hale Corner and Foster. So if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. And this is undoubtedly a strong tornado that is in progress that is heading off to the northeast. Very dangerous storm. Bottom left of your screen is going to be a camera that is not far from this. It's going to be crossing I-94 just south of Eau Claire over the next few minutes.
Right there.
Please make sure your friends and family are aware of this. This is by far the most significant tornado that we've seen today, at least visually on radar. The debris signature is huge on this thing.
Can't really see it that well, but that's where it's coming down at.
Coming up on Cleghorn right now.
Touching here. This is also like a minute and a half behind on the 3D scan, so it's like it's still on the ground.
Latest velocity scan should come in here in a second.
So it's been on the ground for about 4 scans doing damage.
This is coming up towards
I don't know if it's just flinging debris over here or what, or it's fanning out. I'm not sure.
Your screen again is really the closest one to this.
So this is heading towards Brackett and Foster.
It's on the south side of the polygon. So we're keeping a very close eye on it.
This is heading towards Brackett and Foster. It looks like they're in the warning, so they're going to get their Amber Alerts.
It's, again, a strong tornado that's currently approaching Cleghorn over the next few minutes. For the record, this tornado warning was issued a moment ago, and our debris signature is still kind of outside.
They actually rated it an EF 2.2, so that's fairly strong.
At this exact time, it's probably crossing.
It's a little stronger than a brief spin up. It's 2.2 strength on this in the sky. It's got an EF 2.2 rating on it.
And it's going to be hitting Allen, Cleghorn, and Brackett just south of the town of Washington.
Here, right here.
That this is at least a strong tornado. Again, this does warrant being PDS, which means it would technically be warranted as a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, heading up towards Fall Creek and Augusta. Again,
they haven't dropped the PDS warning on it yet, though.
Enough. Very dangerous storm currently heading off to the east-northeast.
We got a radar confirmed tornado warning on it at the moment.
We'll have another radar scan in a second. The latest scan is showing a smaller debris signature.
This is actually crazy how long this thing's been on the ground for, like a QCLES spin up.
Approaching I-94. So this might be trying to cycle. But still actively.
This is the same line of storms that did all that damage over here in South Minnesota, right over in this area. The last 2 hours. It's the same storm. Let's crank in one out right on the front end of it.
It was unwarned for like 5 minutes, but it is warned, luckily. Hopefully, for anybody that was in that area, hopefully they were at least tuning into this stream, or hopefully they were aware of there being a tornado, because, again, it's really dangerous when we don't have tornado warnings on stuff that is literally producing a tornado. Latest scan does still show a debris signature, so we do still actively have a tornado. Not nearly as large of a debris signature. That could change in the next couple minutes. Still a very strong area of convergence, very large couplet still approaching Nick's Corner and as well as Allen. So you guys are both in the path of this in the next 5 minutes. Foster, Cleghorn, Fall Creek, and Augusta in Wisconsin. You're still in the path of this. Next radar scan's coming in here in just a second. This is our latest radar scan. If we still have a tornado, it's coming up into Cleghorn. Let me pull up weather-wise again. Trying to match this up with velocities and all that. It appears as if we do have a tornado, I don't think we do anymore. I think what we're looking at here is going to be debris fallout. So this looks like some debris fallout here near Cleghorn.
Got quite a bit more rotation further south down here in Eleva.
Tornado has lifted. We still have very strong rotation.
I think it just did a handoff down to this spot right here.
Recycle and try to drop another tornado as this comes up near Fall Creek and Augusta. So continue to be.
They're still showing a 2.2 strength further down here outside of the warning.
Picking up this tornado that has been in progress here over the last few minutes. The storms in Iowa so far.
I think it did a south handoff.
There has been a slight uptick actually in rotation west of Gardner and Forest City, so we're keeping an eye on that. We've had some storm initiation.
Yeah, I think it just did a handoff down to this point here.
It's not really done much, but we're keeping an eye on that activity. And back over.
Still looks like you have pretty strong rotation up here too, though.
All the way back into western Missouri, with damaging winds and hail being the main concern.
I mean, this whole line of storms is back to where it was. It's probably going to be dropping QLECS tornadoes probably nonstop from this point on, going through Wisconsin. Like, I think this thing's going to keep dropping them back down for the
south of Eau Claire.
For the threat that we have and the wind shear and all this favorable weather. Probably going to keep seeing brief spin-ups on this front line of the storms again.
This tornado does continue. We'll be approaching Ludington and Augusta, eventually going towards Wilson in Wisconsin. They just did issue a tornado watch, again, east of where this storm is. It includes a large chunk of Wisconsin here for a few tornadoes being likely. And I unfortunately do think our tornado threat is going to be the most significant out of what we're looking at here. It's going to be coming out of any of these little segments in the storm that can basically kind of like whenever we get like a little kind of bulge coming out of our storm. So like a strong rear flank downdraft. What did I just do? Okay, that was weird. But basically, whenever we get kind of like this little surge of like rain out in front, like a big push from our RFD, and then whenever we get a strong inflow going to our storm, that is when tornadoes become more likely out of lines of thunderstorms.
Yeah, it did.
So a line of thunderstorms like
yes, it did, White Lion.
To produce the potential here for significant severe weather, including the potential of tornadoes.
You see, I think this thing, it still might be going. I think it moved south. Let's look at the debris signature again. We still have a pretty strong rotation right here. Further south.
For the record, by the way, we mentioned this storm about 30 minutes ago, I'm pretty sure. All the way back over near Mondovi.
I mean, the storm has a history of producing spin-up tornadoes over the last 3 or 4 hours. That's what it's been doing. This thing took out power in about 5,000 houses in Minnesota, dropping these brief spin-ups. Probably, I mean, they drop a tornado warning on it for a little bit, but it's, I mean, that's what the storm's been doing, and that's, you know, we're favorable for this kind of weather right now.
You can go back in time, all the way back over near Mondovi. It's pretty broad back over in Mondovi. This is about 7:23, so about 25-30 minutes ago. Really intensified over the last several minutes, and then we had a tornado drop just northeast of Mondovi. By far our most significant tornado of the day. And for those that are wondering, it did impact the county road west. There are homes here near Prezzo Creek. And tracks right over FF Road. That is your debris track. And then now it's fallout. So we have debris fallout, likely branches.
Yeah, the storm's, it's heading towards Foster, Augusta, Brackett, Fall Creek. So, I mean, we could have any more brief spin-ups here at any time, to be honest. Just looking at the NROT here, we have, you know, anything in this line right here could be another brief spin-up at any point in time.
But I do think, again, our initial tornado has occluded. A new one, though, could form as this storm continues to move off to the east-northeast.
Yeah.
Actually, we might have a new tornado dropping right now. Very strong rotation south of Cleveland.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this latest scan. Right here. This is the one that moved up.
Rotation just crossed Highway 93, approaching Brackett and I-94. So a new tornado is trying to drop just to the southeast of Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
There we got some strong rotation right there.
Wilson, eventually Thorpe and Owen and Longwood.
This is looking pretty strong here, too. Maybe it's doing a loop. It might be doing the stair stepper. We have 2 spots. I think it's time for another 3D view. Sometimes when you see rotation in 2 spots like that, it's basically doing a stair step throughout the storm.
Next radar scan will be here in a second. No confirmed tornado on the latest scan, but again, there might be one dropping right now near Allen. Velocities are still really strong.
See it coming down. It could be going like this. And that's why you're seeing a rotation in 2 different spots. And you would see like a rotation in 2 different spots when it goes down sideways like that. Might be what it's doing. You can clearly see something right here. You see the rotation. Let me change the velocities a little bit.
Latest scan, I'm still not seeing a debris signature. The latest scan is as of 7:40.
I think that's definitely our tornado right here.
Radar scan coming in as of right now.
Where's our second rotation? Maybe it's rotating in 2 different spots. I see a spot here too. This is also, yeah, about a minute and a half back on the 3D scan. It's just really hard to see the tornadoes on these brief spin up storms because it's really not like a big giant supercell. It's just really cranking to the front and flopping over itself and causing these fast spin ups.
Producing the potential of a tornado. Latest radar scan will be here in a second. All right, I say Wisconsin, I meant Minnesota. Northern Minnesota was the other tornado warning.
The whole front of the storm, it's just rolling over itself. Causing those spin ups is actually got kind of a hook going in there too now. Radar we're on. Let's actually, I'm going to look at it from the Minneapolis radar too. I'll move the Duluth one. Is this still tornado warned up here? Yeah, this storm is still tornado warned up here. All the way up in the middle of heading towards Duluth up in Minnesota. This one still has a tornado warning. I mean, this thing's been rotating nonstop. I can't see where it's like really tightened up the rotation, but it's been maintaining a rotation this entire time on this storm up here.
We got plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings still ongoing as well. Mainly hail and wind across the board, but there is still potential for a couple.
This thing's been rotating nonstop today. At least ever since.
Like the main area right now to keep an eye on. Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas still have
actually crazy this storm. Nothing but rotations on this whole southern line of this storm, and it's been, like, this thing's been tornado warned for about 30 minutes now.
It might actually be in the warning. If not, it's barely on the cusp of it. Let me double check. Yeah, this is kind of just on the south side of the.
Wanted to jump down to this one to see the tornado we're keep having popping up down here. Want to look at it from 2 different radars. You can't really see it from the Minneapolis radar well. I mean, you can definitely see the area rotation, but it's not going to really give me much more than that. Their radar's too far away now. I'll move this back up to Duluth so we can keep an eye on this tornado warning storm up here.
With the super chat, just had a tornado pass me on the ground near County Road F, just west of Cleghorn. Well, that would be the tornado if it is
starting to condense a little bit more in that area.
It didn't have a debris signature here near HH Road, but
we might actually see a tornado out this storm at some point.
The first one,
I mean, it's been trying. It's been trying for 30 minutes now.
I think that one's now occluded. I think we're going to see a new tornado try to drop near Foster going up towards Augusta.
Let's go back down to.
That'd be the next area to watch for. And honestly, this is probably going to end up being more of a rain wrap tornado. So if we have a tornado with any of this activity at this point, it's almost undoubtedly going to be more rain wrapped more than anything.
Yeah, the National Weather showing a 1.2 strength rotation from 4,000 feet up to 6,000 feet. It's not reaching up that high, but it's there. It's rotating.
I-94 camera. This is what it looks like right now in the tornado warning. This is, again, a confirmed tornado warning still near Foster and Cleghorn. You can see the wind starting to pick up there. When the truck went by,
it's a highway cam in that area.
Motion. I think that might be the inflow going into the storm right there that we just saw. The wind is definitely picking up. It's starting to change directions a little bit. Hopefully these truck drivers stay safe as well.
Got a lot of brights in here. Look at the debris signature. I'll see if we have anything showing back up.
Wind is picking up. This is in Foster where there is.
I don't think I've seen a debris signature since a while back there when it was definitely on the ground for a while doing some damage.
The winds were going more from the top right to the bottom left, and they're kind of going more, just kind of paralleling the roadway almost. So they have changed directions a little.
Completely rain wrapped too.
And now the wind's going left to right.
Wow, Aussies are cranking too. Like one way, we're looking at like 80, 90 mile per hour one-way rotation here up in the storm.
So it's hard to see everything, but when a car passes by, you can see the
going about 30 the other way.
Now it's going much more left to right. So there is definitely still rotation here. There's no doubt about it. The wind's changing directions.
Prominently strong right here on top of Foster.
Look of that.
Let me actually pull up Foster on the map. I'm curious because this is actually over top of people right now, I think. It's not good. I hope these guys got their alerts on their phone. Because this has just been a really sneaky storm.
There's a lot of truck drivers passing. Now the wind's really picking up, so we got a big RV.
Foster, Wisconsin.
Moving through Foster. Camera's starting to shake. There's another car that passes by. We might be able to see the winds being a bit more intense. This camera's kind of looking down at the ground, so it's not like a perfect view. It is still a pretty good view of this. Also, we're gonna have another camera coming up here in a second. That's on
really small town, but yeah, that's not good. This is going right through Foster.
Strongest rotation right now is over the town of Foster, moving up towards Augusta. Wow.
Okay, it looks like if you pinpoint it, it's like right up here.
We have very strong winds for sure.
It looks like it should have went just north of Foster. So hopefully it missed it.
Very strong winds. They did move the camera, so it has a better view of this.
Oh my goodness.
Traffic cam.
Yeah, this thing just keeps getting crazier.
Right in the middle of where this tornado would basically
big old blob of cranking rotation right here in this storm, completely rain wrapped. Just upticked again. We're up in the yellows on the NROT, so it's even stronger. We got 4 blocks of yellow right now. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up becoming a long track tornado at some point, because it's kind of pushing further back from the front of the storm. So if it keeps getting fed, this thing might stay on the ground if it drops again.
And it will be coming up on Augusta over the next couple of minutes. It's on the Wisconsin traffic cam.
No longer at the front of the storm, and I mean, there's actually some we got some little bit of interference coming in here too now, but you can clearly see we have very strong rotation here with the NROT, regardless of the interference.
And it would be coming up now towards Augusta in Wisconsin. So again, things just got really crazy. This is also another live shot, another really good shot of this right now. Back over in the same general area. This is just barely further down to the south, but it's looking at our storm. Back over on I-94, this is near Osseo. And so this is also looking at this storm from the south side. And again, winds have been picking up here as well. This is looking more eastbound. If they can turn the camera left, we might be able to see it a bit more. This is back over on the other camera, and again, particularly in Foster, the winds have definitely calmed down a little bit. So things have gotten a little bit calmer down here. The main view that we need to look at now is this one near Osseo, which would be looking in the direction of Augusta.
All right.
Some big lightning flashes there. If we have a tornado, again, it's coming up into Augusta. Augusta would be in the path of this. Back to our 3 cam view. And let me fix this. We're going to put that bottom left. We'll put this bottom middle.
Check this other tornado real quick up here in Duluth. Tornado warning.
We may have just had, again, one on stream.
This thing is rotating all over. We got 3 different spots of rotation right here in this tornado warning storm, heading towards Duluth.
your screen, though, is the closest camera now.
It's actually like heading towards Palisade now. It's almost 2 Palisades.
Just south of Fall Creek, southeast.
Actually, it's probably going to go north of Duluth.
Long term, if this continues, which it probably will, it will be going towards.
Yeah, this thing's been tornado warned for about 30 minutes now. And we have like 3 spots of rotation.
Staying weather aware as this storm is still producing an active tornado threat.
That actually looks a little bit concerning right here. That's some really tight shear rotation there.
Good news. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, unfortunately, I think this tornado is on the ground east of Foster. There's a very light CC drop, but it is almost certainly a TDS.
Alrighty, so yeah, on radar, there is a small little TDS signature. That would be a tornado debris signature. Likely still a tornado in progress coming up on the town of Augusta. So Augusta, you're in the path right now.
Got 2 spots of stronger rotation now on this one too as well.
Whatever your safe place is. Again, you've got to be there right now as we do have a tornado likely in progress coming up into the town of Augusta near Route 12. And the CC drop does reminisce also with our velocity couplet. So likely at least a weak or small tornado. It could be on the stronger side of things as well with how
about this right here. What?
So you definitely want to be taking this seriously if you are in Augusta in Wisconsin, which again, this is the not this. This camera is again the closest.
Yeah, it's heading right towards Augusta.
And so be on the far left side of your screen. We cannot clearly see anything. The camera is now moving. The winds are picking up here in Ocio. I'm not sure if they're going to turn the camera back to the left. If they do, we'll have a better visual of a possible tornado. And there you go. They're turning it more.
This thing's traveling pretty fast, so it's basically going over here. We're getting close to Augusta.
If somebody from Wisconsin is watching the stream, it is more to the
oh man, this town's a lot bigger. That's not good.
This spot.
Hope they got their sirens going off there.
Now on the south side where the storm is with this camera, so the winds are coming more out of the south, which would be kind of your inflow going into the storm.
That looks like a debris signature. It really does. That looks like a debris signature. It's been holding itself together there in the last couple scans. Look, started right there. That's where the tornado was measured last. Disappeared. Then the debris signature started there right next to Foster. Next scan, there it is. It's getting bigger. I'm pretty sure he's right. That's on the ground, I think. Starting to get darker blue. I think our tornado's right here.
Those are the county roads that this tornado's near. So a more evident debris signature now, just off to the east of Foster.
This is a completely rain-wrapped tornado. You won't be able to see this. This is inside the storm. You're going to hit by a blast of wind, maybe a little bit of hail. Don't look like there's much hail, but you're going to get a blast of wind, a bunch of heavy rain, and then the winds are going to pick up. It's going to feel like you're getting hit by a really hard blast of wind, but it's actually a small tornado.
That's in progress. This is at least our second different tornado on this storm in the last 20 minutes, maybe our third. That is currently moving.
I wouldn't even really call it a small tornado. It's more like a bigger, weaker one that's coming through.
This is the latest scan, and the latest scan is showing the tornadoes now.
Got pretty good size.
Large of a debris signature, but we do still have a tornado moving towards our road, and it's going to be coming up on G Road on the south side of Augusta if it does stay on the ground. The velocities are still on the stronger side of things as well, coming up into the town of Augusta. This threat of a tornado should continue. I think the bottom right camera, I can't tell if those are power flashes. I'm going to go full cam to it. That could be, it looks more like lightning to me. There may have been a power flash, though, back in there. It's very hard to tell. This is a camera that's just back over near I-94, near Foster.
I think this is it.
So
it's really hard to tell these QLCS tornadoes.
It's very difficult to tell.
Pretty sure that's our rotation there.
But again, this tornado is right next to HH Road, approaching our road as well. This is our other camera back over near Ocio on the Wisconsin traffic cams. A little bit further down to the south. They have continued this warning. It is still an observed tornado, so it is still a confirmed tornado warning here in Wisconsin. So nothing has changed there in terms of.
It looks like our debris signatures here, and the rotation moved to there.
Here in just a second. Thank you, Deborah, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And Tracy, thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, it definitely had some debris signature there for a while, and it moved out of that area. It looks like.
Again, about 20-25 minutes before this.
It's like the debris is kind of fading out right there now. It looks like.
I should have really outlined the area where it was going to be going, but.
It actually looks like it's going south of Augusta now. This might be heading towards Price and Fairchild. So they haven't warned these areas yet, but they should probably be prepared.
They have not issued one, but this should be tornado warned as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong rotation heading towards Willard, near Fairchild, just north of Price. just off.
Yeah, if you're in Fairchild, you definitely need to get in your safe spot because it's here. It's not inside the tornado warning anymore. Tornado warning is out of the area now.
Moving to the east. It's very similar to what we just saw here near Augusta. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, there's actually somewhat of a concerning trend that I'm seeing if you want to pull up my radar. So we've kind of been seeing these tornado warnings occur on the south portion of that line. And I was looking at it closer. I'm like, oh, it's kind of weird. What do we have going on here? And it actually looks like if we play a loop, this line is slowly starting to convect off further to the south. And we can even see that there's a little bubble on reflectivity. This could be something where we're seeing new convection right up along the line. So it's a prefrontal, but not really. So what's happening is right as the storms go up, they're getting forced by the line and they're quickly producing a tornado. So hopefully this isn't something that we see continue, because if it is, we're probably going to see a lot of tornadoes as this area of the line moves east.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, we have now another camera view. They just issued a new tornado warning for this. Excuse me. This is a pretty large tornado warning near Augusta, Fairchild, and Wilson. There is again, new tornado warning for this area. So they did issue it right near Fairchild, where that rotation's really starting to kick up and intensify. We're going to put a camera that's looking northbound, if I can get it to work here. Honestly, I'm probably just going to go bottom middle. So we're going to have all three of the traffic cameras here in Wisconsin on your screen. Actually, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to put that bottom. This other camera is just around where this rotation is. So we're going to do this. And we'll put Capucci back. We'll do Hunter Hurley in the bottom middle. So yeah, new tornado warning near Augusta. The rotation's pretty strong right now, going to Hay Creek and Fairchild. That camera bottom right of your screen is looking northbound towards this storm from I-94. This is currently moving to the east-northeast, and we'll be going towards Greenwood, Loyal, Longwood, and as well as Owen and Thorpe. So if you're in any of these areas, you should be ready to go to your safe place. The tornado threat should continue here with this line of storms as it continues to track into central Wisconsin.
Got two areas of rotation now.
So again, if you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place. This is back over. Let me go full cam to this. This is.
Oh, look at this latest scan.
This is on US. This is on I-94 at US 10. So it's basically the cross section near OCO, and you can still see. It's hard to see anything at this point, but if we had a tornado, it'd be off to the right
keeps
side
moving south. Look at
camera.
this.
I'm not sure why there's a blue bar going across the screen. Let me try to see if I can fix that. A little bit better of a view. So this is a live shot on the south side of this.
It's already pushing south out of the new tornado warning. It's right on the edge of it. My goodness.
Storm near Cherokee, Iowa is rotating. I'll look at it in a second. Wind's starting to pick.
Cherokee, Iowa.
I still think most of the storms in northern Iowa are pretty elevated. We have some storms, actually. If we go back to radar, wind's picking up now there. If we go back to radar, there are storms that are beginning to fire off west of Des Moines.
There's Cherokee.
So the risk of severe weather is... We are starting to see some initiation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Already got a radar here.
Issued a new tornado warning. This will be for Clark County, Wisconsin. It's going to be a continuation on this.
This is a major rotation right here.
That's continuing to move to
Look
the
at that
east.
hook.
Going towards Longwood, Greenwood, just outside of Loyal, south of Thorpe.
All right, things are getting a little wild now. It looks like.
Safe place. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building.
It's clearly a very good rotation there in Cherokee, and I'm looking at this from the Sioux Falls radar.
Wow, we're getting a lot of lightning too. If we go back
These were the storms they were saying that they had a pretty low chance for tornadoes. So
we are starting to get a frequent amount of lightning.
Let's see. Yeah, it's not a very big storm, but you can definitely see the rotation here. This is definitely rotating. National Weather has it marked. It has a clear hook you can see right here.
The rotation on radar is the strongest near Augusta. Right around Augusta is where our strongest area of rotation is.
Turn up the velocities.
There could actually be a tornado on the ground near Hay Creek. It's not clear on this scan, but
looks pretty broad still. But I mean, we definitely have some rotation here in Cherokee.
Possibly a tornado though. That is an area that we've had stronger rotation.
Gotta keep the radar on this one.
So if there's tornado. It's going to be crossing over Highway 12, just north of Fairchild, coming up towards Willard in Wisconsin, eventually going towards Greenwood and Longwood.
Look at this.
Hey, Boris, for the sewer chat, anything for Sioux City,
The
Iowa?
storm's moving south now. This is unreal.
Over there near Sioux City, it's predominantly going to be hail and wind. Those are mostly elevated storms out there. Also, the warning was just upgraded to $50 sized hail, so there's hail falling out of that storm. Also, back over in Kansas, we have an organizing supercell near Alma and Newberry that we'll have to keep a close eye on. That's moving in the direction of Maple Hill.
Look at these scans of what we had through here.
Kansas that we're keeping an eye on. Iowa, we're starting to see at least some
Watch the spinning
it's really
arrows and the triangle. It keeps moving south as we move forward.
that we need to keep a very close eye on, because if any
Now our biggest rotation's down here by like Price.
In Iowa, they could easily become very significant. So we need to keep an eye on it. Again, it might be too little, too late for these storms. We'll have to wait and see. If it fired an hour earlier, then it might be a different story. But again, we'll keep an eye on that activity.
Late night craziness. I hope everybody's in their safe spots.
Is this the sus hour? We did enter sus hour about an hour ago, I'm pretty sure.
Suspicious hour.
So I think we're still in sus hour. I could be wrong. Hey, Kodiak, for becoming a member.
All right.
How about Green Bay, Wisconsin? The main activity over near you right now is just elevated storms. By the time the line of storms gets to you, I think this will still be producing some level of damaging winds and perhaps even a low tornado risk, but I think the risk by the time it gets closer to the Great Lakes will be lower. Okay.
Yeah,
That
guys.
is interesting. That might be a tornado right there. North of Hay Creek.
Looking worse here near Cherokee. This might drop down right on top of Meriden. This happens.
The velocities really don't match up with it though.
And Max is looking at a different one right now, but this thing is very concerning looking right now.
Drop near Route 12. It's going to be coming up again on Willard. That could be another tornado that has just dropped on this storm. If it is a tornado, it would be the third one that we've now seen.
Yeah, guys, this is looking a little rough here. We got some really strong velocities on the storm now here Cherokee, and this is heading towards Meriden, Larrabee, and this is in Iowa. And I'm looking, this is southeast of Sioux Falls. This isn't warned yet, but this is looking pretty rough, guys. This might be getting tornado warned soon. We'll see what next scan is.
Sure that is a tornado just to the southeast of Augusta. It really, the one problem with
very concerning looking.
They
just somebody mentioned to Max about the storm in Cherokee.
Match up with where we would have a tornado. It popped up very quickly here. At least on
I want to go back to Wisconsin and look at this.
I am leaning towards this being a tornado southeast of Augusta. If I had to guess, it probably is one. So if you're in Willard, seek shelter. I don't know what else it would be because there really isn't anything.
But he's got another debris signature over here. I'm seeing.
So that's not going to affect our radar beam from the south. But
oh yeah.
Wait for another scan just to verify it. But
what's going on? My goodness.
And that does look more significant on the latest scan. So again,
this is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Another significant tornado is in progress east of Augusta.
Is that the one I'm just looking east of Augusta?
The strongest in this area.
Yeah, that's the one right here we're looking at. We're looking at the debris ball for it right now, the tornado warning.
Willard and Greenwood and Longwood in Wisconsin. That is another big debris signature.
So this is the threats of these QLCS tornadoes, right? Like this is such a high risk today that these spin up tornadoes are basically really big, and they're not super strong, but they're strong, but they're lasting for a while. And like you're seeing national weather trying to keep up with these warnings. Like you just gotta be. If you're in front of the storm, you need to be ready to go in your safe spot because by the time they warn it's already going to be done. Like this thing's been doing its damage. Like, you know, a minute before they even warned this. So, and then now that it's warned, it's probably going to fall apart and it's going to drop down somewhere else. So you need to be, this whole storm, if you're in front of the storm, anywhere out here, you need to be in your safe place before it even gets to you. Just so you know. They're probably going to keep this tornado warned for the next couple hours again, too, just to be safe. There you go. You see, they just added another block onto it because we're going to keep seeing this. And, you know, these aren't small spin-up tornadoes. They're fairly big, and they're they're making a lot of damage with all these debris balls. Like, they're making a mess. We're gonna try to check the power outages here too. Here, like in Augusta, on all these areas here in like 30 minutes to see. Because I'm sure a lot of people are losing power from these pretty good sized brief tornadoes. But yeah, you just need to make sure with these storms like this, you need to make sure you're inside, your innermost room, away from windows. You don't need to be in a basement for this one, but you definitely won't be in your middle room. Like, these aren't very strong, but they're strong enough to, break some windows and rip some stuff off the roof. So you obviously don't want to be in a mobile home or a camper for anything in this kind of weather, because this kind of tornado could just blow over a mobile home. So if you got a friend's house or something, if you're in a mobile home or camper, yeah, try to go in your friend's house when you're in front of this storm.
Moving to the northeast, or east-northeast, I should say.
We're not dealing with like a really strong tornado, but we're dealing with fairly good-sized little ones that keep continuously spinning up in front of the storm. So they are very dangerous. But like I said, we're not getting a PDS warning on it. We're not getting a particularly dangerous situation, but it is still fairly dangerous. You don't want to be outside. You don't want to be near windows.
Some signs of supercells forming, but they are still not really looking that impressive as of right now. I just think it's too little, too late for them, but we'll see. The storms in Kansas were kind of a given too. And honestly, the storm that's just outside of Alma might be trying to produce a tornado right now. Got a little couplet coming up on Alma right now, heading right along I-70. So that's something to keep an eye on too. But generally speaking, I mean, this was kind of to be expected.
Probably so we haven't gotten anything on the storm.
The line of storms is what's going to be moving across most of Wisconsin.
I think it's been rotating pretty good for a while.
If it does, it'll be pretty weak by the time it gets there. All right, latest radar scan is still
not crazy, but it looks threatening, man.
It's pretty slow moving. It's going to be moving over County Highway H near R45 southeast of.
You're in Laura B. I'd be ready to take shelter. Just be ready ahead of time, because they could warn this at any time. This could take a turn for the worst at any moment too.
This is back over near.
I mean, it's clearly got some serious rotation here. It doesn't look like it's really tightened up that well, but it's got some strong rotation.
A little bit of some gusty winds, definitely some strong storms to the south of this tornado warning.
Right here, national weather. That last scan looked really bad. So yeah, this is basically rotating at an EF 1.1 strength from 6,000 feet up to 12,000 feet. So, I mean, they could technically tornado warn this at any moment. Just depends on how it trends further on, but I haven't even looked over here at Duluth. This storm, they finally dropped the tornado warning on this storm out here. It looks like, yeah. This storm was tornado warned there for about an hour, but it looks like they finally dropped it. I mean, it's still kind of rotating, just not very strong. We have some moderate rotation throughout it, but, we lost all the reds. It's mostly greens and whites. But yeah, they dropped a tornado warning on this a while back, it looks like. So this is about the end of those reds here on these scans, and that was about the end of this storm's threat, it looks like. So we might be good on this storm for the rest of the evening. We'll see what happens with it.
And then our enhanced risk back over Oklahoma and Texas has not really changed much either. We will have an update on the probabilities.
I'm going to move this radar down to Texas now.
So that should all be coming in here relatively shortly.
Actually, I'm going to move it to Oklahoma. I'm going to see what's going on down there. Kind of got some radars all over the place right now. So I got one in Frederick. Okay, yeah, we can't stay on this one.
In Wisconsin, setting up towards Willard and Greenwood. This is still a confirmed tornado warning. Latest scan, velocities are the strongest right over County Highway H now, coming up towards Greenwood. The CC radar is a little bit behind.
Got a supercell there still. Let's go to KFDR real quick. Take a look at that one.
Also, we just got another SPC mesoscale discussion. This is going to be across, let's go to the radar here. This is going to be across parts of Kansas and northwest Missouri, where a threat of a short-term severe corridor will continue here. We still have multiple storm chasers in this area that we're keeping an eye on. These storms have been really mainly hail and wind producers. We've had at least one tornado in Kansas today, possibly another one trying to form near Alma, Kansas right now. They have outlined that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is between 120 to 150 miles per hour, and then hail could be as large as the size of apples, maybe even a little bit larger than that, and then damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is also a possibility. All right, latest radar scan does show that the tornado is likely occluded. The velocities are not nearly as strong as before. If we have another tornado, it will be coming up on Willard and Greenwood. Again, this is likely the third different tornado that we've had on this storm. I'm pretty sure we've had 3 different tornadoes.
That storm's been producing tornadoes all day long. It's just been a while. I went to sleep for a little bit. Now it's back.
Will continue probably for the next 30 minutes to an hour. Also,
Okay.
the probabilities for tornadoes. Again, I don't understand this, but we have again,
Radar am I on? Okay, I'm on KFDR. This storm is absolutely massive. My goodness. So this one's come out of Texas and going into Oklahoma. Looks like we have 4-inch hail reported on this thing. My goodness, 4.5 inch hail right here. So the storm just went through east at Duke. So yeah, anybody down here in Oklahoma, if you're up in Hester, Magnum, Granite, you got like 4-inch, 4.5-inch to 5-inch hail coming towards you. An absolutely monstrosity of a hailstorm heading towards you guys, going northeast into Oklahoma. I think this is actually a severe destructive warning. Let me see. Yeah, so this has a severe destructive warning. So this is basically just as bad as a tornado warning. This is going to cause a lot of damage with these massive 4 to 5 inch size hail.
We do have a couplet that's back over near I-70, and this should be tornado warned. Velocities are actually pretty strong. What's interesting about this is that this is actually anticyclonic rotation. So we could get a anticyclonic tornado here south of I-70, which means it is spinning clockwise, which is very rare, by the way. So there could be a tornado dropping, or we might have one on the ground right now in Kansas, near Alma.
Kansas.
That could legitimately be producing an anticyclonic tornado, which is actually kind of wild.
Anticyclonic tornado in Kansas.
Let's see if we have any chasers on this particular storm.
You have anybody on that storm?
Ben Williams.
Max is freezing up on me.
All right, Hunter Hurley is the closest one, and I'm going to try to see if I can get him on.
Trying to figure out which one I have closest to radar to have closest to Kansas right now to pull that up.
Keep an eye on him. All right, latest radar scan. By the way, anticyclonic tornadoes are very rare. It's only like 2% of tornadoes that spin clockwise. Sometimes not even 2%, so this could legitimately be an anticyclonic tornado. Again, no active tornado warning on this. Waiting for our velocities to update. Again, strongest rotations coming into the town of Alma, Kansas, near McFarland, paralleling I-70, just to the north of Allendorf.
All right, so it's not letting me switch radars right now for some moment. Let me go ahead and pull Max over here for a while.
Right now, the velocities are still behind, but potentially an anticyclonic tornado trying to form there. In other areas of Kansas, it's mostly hail and wind. I don't really see anything else that really looks that tornadic. Additionally, we just got a new report out of Mayetta of at least building damage in that area at around 7 o'clock. So that was possibly either from some damaging winds, may have even been from some sort of brief tornado. I think there was rotation in that area around that time, so that would match up at least with that. Go to the traffic cam. Is there one here? Let me check. There might be a picture traffic cam on I-70. I'm trying to see, though.
Go to Kansas, guys.
Go to look.
EPWX.
Latest scan, it's gone. It pretty much went away. I mean, we still have a little area of rotation, but it's pretty weak. But again, that was a little anti-cyclonic area of rotation, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we just had an anti-cyclonic tornado near Alma. Again, we've already had one tornado in Kansas today. It was pretty
so close to the radar.
That would have been our second one.
Yeah, that was last scan.
Near Alma, this is actually one of them. It will load.
I think it's still there. It's just it moved too close to the radar. See how you can see it here. The next scan, it's basically into the blind spot on the radar. I think it still might be there. I mean, it's rotating from 700 feet all the way up to 19,000 feet at a 1.3 strength. I don't know if I can get any 3D view on it. It's so close to radar, it's going to be cutting off most of the storm.
It's not far from where we would have had one.
Yeah, it'd be like right in here.
Very strong winds are.
This is a mess. So close to the radar. These are our higher velocities.
Live shot there on the
too much. We have too much data missing up on the top part of the storm, so I can't really see.
We'll continue to keep a close eye on this storm.
This is like right on the radar hole, too close to the site.
Back up into Wisconsin. These are both still technically observed tornado warnings.
So yeah, I mean, what Matt's talking about, there still could be an anti-cyclonic tornado there, but it's, you know, too close to the radar.
So an increasing amount of rotation again on this.
It's in the black hole. This is like the black hole area right here.
We've had already multiple tornadoes.
You kind of see how, you know, all the scans, basically anything closer than that just disappears.
Definitely be staying weather aware. The tornado threat will likely continue here over the next.
Like the National Weather can't even mark it anymore because it's off the radar.
We just got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning all the way back over in Kansas. So apple-sized hail is currently falling near Magnum, Granite, and Blair. This is just over the last few minutes, and we have a huge hail core and actually a.
Oh, he's talking about that
popping up on radar just
monstrous hailstorm I was talking about there.
Towards Granite and also Hobart and Willow. So apple-sized hail is falling out of the sky.
This storm's still rotating here that went through Cherokee, but it doesn't look as bad as it was.
Also, currently in Texas, we don't really have any active warnings. We still have a strong
storm. I mean, we still got some decent rotation here, but we do have a band of interference kind of really messing with the radar now.
The state of Oklahoma.
So it's covering up a lot of the rotation there.
Oh, okay. That's still not on.
This storm is still very concerning looking, I would say. It's
all right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, it looks like we might get a spin-up tornado here near TMCI. That is the Kansas City Terminal Radar.
Alrighty. We actually might get one.
That's the one he just said was anti-cyclonic, but it's like inside the radar terminal, so you can't see it. Well, yeah, we're kind of blind on that one. My goodness, guys. My computer is going crazy on me right now. I'm trying to figure out. It won't let me switch radars.
And everything just refreshed. Alrighty. This is a terminal radar site. It's a very localized radar site, so it doesn't pick up on a ton of stuff. Even the rotation, I mean, it's not really that strong. It's not like we're going to get a strong tornado, I'd say, with something like this, but we could get something on the weaker or briefer side of things. Going to Newmarket and approaching Dearborn. So definitely something to watch for there. Again, no tornado warning on that as of right now. Back over near Alma in Kansas. This
there you go.
Weakened a lot. I'm not seeing as much rotation. With this being a bit more of a supercell here that's elongated with this line of thunderstorms, I do think there's still an elevated chance of a tornado. This thing can stay organized, heading in the direction of Topeka, going towards Silver Lake, and as well as Rossville. So those areas are.
I don't know if we had any more brief spin-ups here in the front line of the storm here. Looks like it's actually kind of gotten weaker here over the last few scans. Not looking as crazy.
Let me go back up to Wisconsin. They have gone ahead and canceled the other tornado warning for those in Augusta.
It looks like about 5 or 6 scans ago here near Fairchild, it was basically the last of the nasty rotation. Kind of after about there, it's starting to wrap out everywhere. It's not looking nearly as intense.
3 different tornadoes on this storm.
I wouldn't be surprised, though, to see this start backing up again, though. It's just how it is with this storm. It's a repeat offender. New tornado warning.
All right, brand new tornado warning for Clark County, Wisconsin. They're going to continue this tornado warning.
They're going to continue this one out further, I'm guessing.
Abbotsford, Owen, and as as well as Longford and
Probably, yeah, I'm just going to keep this thing going because
this is
as soon as they take the tornado warning down, it's going to drop a tornado and make them look bad. You know how it is. They got to keep it pre-warned, which is a smart thing to do, you know. Want to keep people safe. We want to warn ahead of time.
You guys are in the path of this in the long term. Again, potential tornado threat heading to the east.
Today's actually so far turned out wonderfully. I mean, like, we haven't had any really bad, strong tornadoes that have been on the ground for more than like a couple minutes. So it's
Wausau is a pretty good sized city.
So far, it's been really good.
Yeah, I'm aware of its size.
Today's been a really smooth day.
He's going to show up in a second. He's actually on the storm not far from Alma. Once he pops up, you'll see it. Should flip over here in a second. These town names are a tongue twister. Wisconsin is always like that. I mean, dude, we've covered Wisconsin plenty of times to know that. This is Hunter Hurley back over in Kansas. Look at this mean-looking storm.
So, you know.
A little bit of low clouds there on the right side of your screen as well.
Single visible lightning.
I got to pull up my task manager. It's not letting me switch windows for some reason. Try restarting my
Cat's in the cat tower. Got low clouds on the right side of your screen.
Not sure what my major malfunction is here, but it's not letting me swap between anything.
Interesting. This is Matthew Capucci. He's back over in Texas.
There, now it will.
This is actually a really cool view of this storm. Back over not far from where Vernon is. I don't know if he's talking at all, but like,
how wide?
Look at the clouds overshooting. It's beautiful. I mean, this is like a beautiful looking storm. The clouds overshooting with the sun setting. It's honestly a stunning storm over here. This is not really any. I don't think the storm's even.
All right, I finally have control again, I think.
For hail in Oklahoma, but nonetheless, this is a really cool looking storm here from the back side with the sun.
That is beautiful. Let me pop this in here.
Frame it. Almost frameable.
That's another pretty looking storm.
Let's go back to Hunter.
Well, now that we go to an ugly one.
Yeah.
Go from pretty to ugly.
Yeah. I'll go east for like 10 miles.
All right, yay! I got full control of my computer again.
Yeah, if you want to go 15 miles east, we might be.
I don't know what was going on there. That's a really weird thing that I've never really had to deal with.
Left. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking southwest of Altus, Oklahoma, looks like we might have a small hook with a corresponding velocity couplet. Probably not a tornado on the ground right now, but something to watch. This is basically going to head just south, if not into the town of Altus, Oklahoma.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And yeah, we do have an area of rotation actually developing in southwest Oklahoma. It's been going for a few scans now near Olustee. It's coming up towards Altus, Oklahoma. So if you're over near Altus, definitely stay weather aware here, as there is a potential tornado threat heading off to the northeast right now. And this could actually produce a potential for a tornado. Velocities are actually not looking too shabby for this type of storm. Riley's been locked in today already with the other callouts and the other tornadoes, so definitely going to be a storm that we need to keep an eye on.
Altus,
and,
Oklahoma.
Far from this. And I think we might have other chasers not far from this too, so we have to keep an eye on other ones. Let me see if I can pull up this one. We have a few chasers not far from this area. Hey Taylor for the super chat, my most trusted weather source. Thank you.
Let's actually take a look at the big radar. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what we can see now.
This is our latest.
I'm taking a look at the national weather one in a while.
As organized on the latest scan, but this is really the closest so far that we've been.
Oh, looks like we got a ton of big storms forming down there in South Texas from Mexico. This is the big storm we were just looking at, the one in Oklahoma. This thing is just so big. I mean, that's the one right here that's doing 5-inch size hail. That's the severe destructive storm on it, or warning.
That's at least what's being estimated right now. And this here is all the hail that
pretty much have a whole big line of storms up here still going up through from Salina, Manhattan, Topeka, St. Joseph, working its way into Missouri from Kansas, and then
That's what's basically falling out of the sky right now.
This is the one I've been frequently looking at that I keep thinking is going to jump a tornado, but it doesn't quite pull it off. It's heading towards Spencer. And here's our whole big line of storms have been causing lots of problems, and this is our big nasty one here in Wisconsin, the storm. That's basically gone all the way through south side of Minnesota all the way to here, and this thing has been producing like spin up tornadoes for the last 5-6 hours at least. And it's not giving up. Like, I mean, you can just look at this thing. You can look at the front. Like, this thing's just not ready to give up. It's probably going to cause some more problems in the future. This storm up here had a tornado warning about an hour ago, but we haven't really seen anything out of that lately. Gotta say, today's a pretty good win for how bad. I mean, we might be getting our SBC Outlook update soon. I'm gonna refresh this and see if it's changed. But yeah, this was our threat for today. We had 2% for chance for tornadoes in the green, 5% in the red here, 10% hatched in the yellow, and then 15%, which is a 4 out of 5 rating from the National Weather for severe weather today. And we might have the update. Let's refresh, see if we. Yep, they just changed it. They updated it. So it looks like they're basically taking Minnesota out of this. A lot of the worst part. So the worst part of it's probably going to be here in Iowa and Wisconsin here. Basically that one storm that's out in the front. I know we've had some storms here. Got some brief spin ups and stuff around here trying to happen, but yeah, so
we do have a new, stronger area of rotation that's on this storm that's already produced 3 different tornadoes.
Let's go look at it right now.
Loyal and Spencer. So the tornado threat is going to continue here as this moves to the east-northeast. If you are near Loyal and Spencer, please make sure that you are continuing to heed the warning. There is strong rotation once again heading in the direction of Spencer. We've already had multiple tornadoes on this storm.
We got this rotation here
the tornado warning is still
heading towards Spencer.
Here for the west side here. What was the county again? Western side of Clark County. I personally do not think this is on the ground anymore, but if we have one, it'll be coming up on Loyal over the next few minutes.
Yeah, I kind of only see it on this scan right here. This is the only spot I see it. Latest scan, it kind of just disappeared on us. That's how it's going to be with this storm. You know, it's just going to be brief spin up tornadoes. Some of them are only going to last 10 seconds. Some are going to last 2 minutes. You just don't know. So that's why they're keeping this warned. You just got to be ready. So like, yep, Spencer. Is this Unity?
Somebody just sent me a photo. I'm trying to find it.
Colby, all you guys just need to be ready. Aberford, definitely chance of brief spin up tornadoes in your area here in the next 20 minutes.
That'd be on that area of rotation that's in southwestern Oklahoma right now.
It actually looks like it's rotating a little bit up in here too. So I mean, yeah, nowhere safe in this tornado warning right here because you can see a brief spin up anywhere in this polygon. We're going to call out like a crooked square. This almost looks like a square. Ooh, look at this picture.
Stunning shot, especially with the sun setting as well.
That is beautiful looking.
Quite the view here.
Very pretty. Central Kansas.
And he is currently still on that storm bottom right or bottom middle now of your screen.
So this is still just our only tornado warning. What time is it now? So we're at about 7:30 in the Great Plains. It's 9:30 here in Ohio. So we still have some time. Like this ain't over yet. This isn't over yet.
But most of Missouri is going to stay quiet tonight. Tomorrow will be more active for sure in that area. Over the last couple minutes, the rotation has been still existent near Lusty in Oklahoma, just south of Altus. Still a potential.
The weather map that Max made.
Northeast, it is a right-hand moving storm, and actually, you can see the hook echo. It's actually clearing out quite a bit here, and a strong inflow going to the storm near Highway 283. So this storm is organizing quite a bit right now. In southwest Oklahoma and could try to produce a tornado threat at some point here in the near future. So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. This is actually a relatively fast organizing supercell, and it is moving more to the right.
Got a lot of stuff on this, buddy. I'm trying to. This is like our threat today. You say you made this or Max made it? Definitely a really neat looking setup you got here. I have to take a look at this later on when I'm not streaming, kind of mess with all the stuff. It does look like you have a lot of controls over here, a lot of stuff you can mess with. It's a neat looking website. I'm going to check it out for sure after I'm done streaming.
He's been pretty much right about everything today, by the way. I mean, like, every call that he's had has been pretty much spot on. Had several different tornadoes, a lot of them kind of in weird areas that many people weren't really expecting them in.
I don't know if you looked at the new SBC Outlook, but they updated us. I don't know if you're here, St. Louis, but we basically, they shaved off of a big circle of it right here. Basically, our threat's just right here in Iowa, Michigan. Small pocket of Minnesota. The tornado warning. So we got. Okay, so we got a tornado warning in Oklahoma, and it's on now. Oklahoma. Oh yeah, look at this hook. My goodness, we got a hook here, guys. We have a hook. Like, is this our first tornado warning? And no, I think we had one in Oklahoma earlier. We're really close to the radar still. Yeah, pretty much. I might be able to see this though.
I don't really think we're going to see much else. I don't really think Milwaukee's in like a concerning place for severe weather tonight.
I don't think we've had any like proper looking 3D views tonight. Everything's just been wacky QLCS tornadoes today. We definitely got the rotation right there. You can't deny that.
As it continues to move to the east-northeast here in...
My question is how strong can this possibly be down here in the 5%? That's what we're going to find out.
Storms as well that have concern, but this is one of them that is again, a bit more on the concerning side of things if it's able to get going. As of right now, I'm not seeing any reports of wall clouds in the last few minutes, but it could definitely produce as it moves east-northeast. Back over in Kansas, we aren't really seeing
I'm just not seeing it yet. I'll have to do another 3D scan here in a few.
If you look back down here south of Maple Hill,
I mean, you clearly can see the hook right here, though. I mean, we have a really large hook right here. I mean, it's rotating. It looks really broad, though, but it's definitely rotating. I'm actually interested how this got tornado warned, to be honest. I don't know if it's just because of the hook, but we don't have like any measurements on this thing at all. I mean, we've had, there's a hook there. And we have a little bit here back here on Ulusty, right southwest of Ulusty, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with this thing. Maybe there's something we can't see from like Doppler on wheels or something they're picking up and it's just not showing properly on the radar. We'll find out soon. Max really hasn't talked much about this one yet either. We got a view of somebody here looking at a storm through some lightning. That's near Topeka. That's in Kansas. West of Topeka. Of Topeka.
I want to stay here for a second. They're looking more to the south right now where there could be a potential land spout. See if we can see anything.
I mean, this thing's still... Did we lose all the hail up here? Is this thing still... Yeah, it still has 3-inch hail reported a while back, but I think the storm lost all its hail. It still has a severe destructive on it, but I'm not really seeing much hail anymore in this storm. There's a little bit. This thing had a massive hail core about 30 minutes ago. It looks like it's falling apart. That's nice.
We're going to keep a close eye on them. There isn't really enough lightning to be able to see anything there, so it's just kind of spotty as of right now.
I just can't see it on the radar either. Let me make sure I'm on the best radar. Yeah, I'm like right next to the radar site. I mean, if we're gonna see anything, we should be seeing it on this.
Tornado warnings that have continued. This area of storms could still produce a tornado. The velocities have gotten a lot.
I haven't looked up at Wisconsin in a minute. We need to go see what's going on up there.
But we are still watching for a damaging wind threat that is heading directly towards Wausau, Wisconsin, near I-39, just to the north of Stevens Point.
Looking really weak at the moment.
Significant damaging winds as this continues to push to the east. We do still have radar indicator rotation here just south of Highway 29 coming up on.
Watch, they drop this tornado warning. Then next thing you know, it spins something up right away again. This storm really hasn't shown any signs of weakening too. This thing has maintained its strength the last 5-6 hours. I mean, it still has, you know, some really good strong hail cores on it. It's just a big storm you don't want to mess with right here.
That's back over near Rochester and Winona, so that's not as concerning as of right now. All right, back to Oklahoma, where we do have a tornado warning. Last couple of scans are showing broader rotation. I mean, this storm honestly looks pretty impressive on radar. There is a wall cloud being reported on this now, but it's not really rotating very rapidly. The velocities on radar are very broad as of right now, so not, again, as concerning as before. But if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place in case this does try to drop a tornado as it heads up towards Hedrick and Snyder in southwestern Oklahoma.
These are all these line of storms up here in Kansas.
Western Iowa's getting
don't really have any rotation much of all up here.
As I say that, we actually do.
We have a little bit of rotation here and here, but that's about it.
I'm not sure if these storms are going to do it. Like, I've been talking about this for a while. Like, we have had initiation west of Des Moines. Nothing's really gotten going to the point where it's like, oh crap, this is going to produce something crazy. Like, we haven't really gotten to that point with any of these storms yet that have fired. These have been very slowly growing in size, which is kind of like, when it comes to the storms not going up really fast, it kind of at least says, hey, these storms are not like, you know, super robust. Like, they're not developing super fast. So, like, generally here, these storms have not been super concerning here for the last hour. I mean, these started initiating over an hour and 20 minutes ago. The one near Atlantic has actually gotten a bit more organized. Like, we do have a little mezzo on this.
The storm has stronger velocities higher up. If I'm turning up the, you know, the angle of the radar, you can definitely see there's a lot stronger rotation higher up in the sky, but down low, I'm just not seeing it at all yet. When I turn the radar down towards the ground, you see, you can't really see anything. There's quite a good chunk of radar rotation here too. 3.1 degrees. But yeah, the further down close to the ground, the rotation's still very broad. Further down to the ground. Yeah, I've yet to have a good 3D scan yet tonight.
Near Waupaca County. I mean, it's too early to say, but I think generally, like, if you're in southeast Wisconsin, I don't expect.
I mean, there it is. Yeah, see, you got all the rotations way up high. It's not really reaching down that far. I mean, it's definitely rotating. That's about it. Like, you see, it's not really reaching down, but we definitely got some strong rotation higher up in the sky. Yeah, it looks like it's only making it down to about 10, 12,000 feet. Look above, Nader Juice.
This is what it looks like right now, though, inside of this severe thunderstorm warning. We've had frequent lightning. Winds have also been gusting a little bit here over the last few minutes, kind of in the dead center where the storm is.
How you doing, Nicole? Yeah, I pulled it. St. Louis, I have your website here that you sent me. I'm gonna pull it up later on tonight. I was looking at it. I gotta kind of take a closer look at it and look at all the settings to it and kind of see. That's really neat. I like it.
It's still possible out of these storms. Like, don't get me wrong, these could still produce tornadoes. They could still be strong, but so far things have been struggling a little bit with those storms. What in the world is happening up here? The heck? This this looks really contaminated. I'm not gonna lie. That looks very contaminated. And
very
sure,
contaminated.
So this storm up here near Spencer, this is on the backside of our dry line. It's not really as favorable. It's going to be more stable environment. Dew points are also higher. So there could actually be pretty strong rotation, like aloft maybe, but like
Des Moines.
anything getting to the surface there. So I'm not super concerned about that storm as of right now.
This one's been rotating for like the last 2 hours. I gotta look at the Sioux Falls radar, but yeah, I've been watching that. We've gone to that storm at least. We've looked at that storm at least 10 times in the last 3 or 4 hours, and it's just, it hasn't pulled together. It had some really good rotation there a while back. I'm not there. I'm still connected to Sioux Falls. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the same rotation it's had for the last 2 hours. It hasn't done anything new. I mean, you can see it. It's been rotating nonstop. It had a severe thunderstorm warning there for a while. It actually had some really crazy rotation for a moment there, but this thing's never really pulled itself together. Like, it was pretty wild right here. I thought this was going to drop back here about 2 hours ago, but yeah, it's just, like Max is saying, it's like the dew points and stuff are high, but it's just, I think that whole line of storm stole all the nadir juice in the storm, because it's just, it just has no beef to it. Like, look how small this storm's got.
We had one reported by Hunter Hurley. There might have also been one. There's one near Alma, possibly as well, not long ago. But generally, like, if we get,
but I mean, it's constantly rotating. Storm's constantly rotating. It just really hasn't done anything with it. I don't think it can, because it keeps getting weaker.
We actually may have had a brief tornado just to the west of this radar site.
I think the guy on Max's stream made a pretty good call about everything basically coming up here from Dakotas going up into this area, basically behind that line. Just, it lost all its nadir juice and just really can't do much of anything. So they just updated our tornado warning in Wisconsin. Got a new tornado warning on this storm here. Even though it doesn't look too threatening right now, we did get a new tornado warning on this. It's probably like our biggest area of rotation in there right now, but it's not nearly as bad as it was before. Like you can see on the NROD, the rotation's gotten kind of weak in here. I mean, we do, like I said, we do have a little bit of rotation here, but that's the safest way. It looks like Abbotsford just got smacked by some really strong winds, and so did Dorchester. Actually, yeah, I wanted to look at the power outages. That's what I was going to do for up here in Wisconsin. Need to come over here and look and see at if any houses lost power here from these brief tornadoes that we had. So what county was this in here?
Let me go back down to Des Moines again, west of Des Moines. Last couple scans are showing a bit more rotation near Atlantic.
Yeah, Nicole, it's been pretty mild tonight, actually. We just had a bunch of brief spin-up tornadoes. We haven't had anything really big, nasty, and strong or long-lasting tonight because we have a pretty big threat for tornadoes today. National Weather really hit us hard with a strong threat of tornadoes for tonight. They downtrended a little bit here. They cut out some of Minnesota, but this is basically what we're looking at for chances of tornadoes in the area tonight. So it's been a pretty mild day, I gotta say. Very low on the stress end. Like, yeah, our biggest troublemaker right now has been this storm. It's basically heading east in Wisconsin. So if you're like anywhere here in Wisconsin, prepare for brief spin-up tornadoes. It could happen at any time. This thing has a history of dropping brief tornadoes over the last 6 hours.
Sounds good, Chris. I'll keep an eye on it.
They're just I'm pretty sure they're gonna keep keeping this thing warm for the rest of the evening because of what it's done in the past. And
the tornado warning in Oklahoma right now, the rotation's gotten a lot weaker over the last few minutes. I think this warning will probably end up being canceled. The threat of severe weather, though, here in southwest Oklahoma is still relatively significant. We are still talking about a more significant hail risk with golf ball-sized hail being possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds being possible. There is a tornado possible label on this. However, I do think our tornado warning will probably be canceled because the velocities have definitely gotten weaker. If we go to our tilts that are higher up into the atmosphere, basically looking at our rotation aloft, you will notice that there's actually still some rotation aloft, like south of Altus, but it is broad. The surface-based rotation has been very weak over the last few scans. So I don't think this is as concerning for a tornado threat at this point, but if you are in southwest Oklahoma, definitely continue to stay weather aware. Large hail and damaging winds is
Still, did they drop that tornado warning down here in Kansas? Or it was in Oklahoma? I believe they did. Let's go back down there. Nope, they still have it.
Oklahoma City, Norman, and Shawnee near Edmond.
Still have a tornado warning down here in Oklahoma.
Storms in Texas have been really struggling. Not really much happening there for right now. Again, things could change, but for right now, it's kind of quiet.
Still have this tornado warning. I'm going to turn up the degrees on the radar, see if we see anything here. All the rotation just seems to be really high up in the upper levels still. You're looking like, yeah, the upper end levels of the storm still has really strong rotation, but it hasn't dropped down yet. Yeah, as I bring the radar back down, as you see, all the rotation is just not there. It's all up in the upper end still. Yeah, this thing's still rotating, like it's not giving out yet. Still has really strong rotation up in the higher levels. This is actually the closest thing we've seen to like a decent sized tornado today. Not sure what this thing's going to end up doing, but yeah, now I'm moving back down to the ground here. Just really don't have anything there on the lower ends, but I guess they got to keep an eye on this thing still because this rotation could move down towards the ground. I mean, it's tornado warning for a reason.
Rotation's been trying to intensify.
One is Max looking at right now. Atlantic. Okay, that's Des Moines. Okay, let's head to Des Moines. I got Des Moines radar set up already. Let's head over to Des Moines. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. We got a hook, guys. As soon as you look at it, you got your rotation right here. We got a little spot here and here. It's definitely rotating. We got a hook forming. And we got a tornado warning. What's going on, guys? Is this going to get crazy on us in the last stretch of the night?
So they have gone ahead and issued it. East of Atlantic, south of Adair. This is a supercell again that could go big. The rotation has been kind of stronger, at least aloft, and it's heading in the direction right now of Adair and Stewart. We are in a bit of a radar hole, but the velocities are definitely strong aloft to the point where we could end up getting a potential of a tornado here as this moves to the northeast.
Wow, this is a good-looking storm. This is not good, guys. This thing might do something with us tonight. This thing has got some serious strength to it.
Small funnel cloud southwest of Sioux City. I highly doubt we have anything happening over there. It's mostly just hail and windstorms.
Where did this thing even come from? My goodness.
Here in northwestern Iowa for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail near Emmetsburg.
Look at that.
This storm is really on the backside of our dry line, which means it's in a much less favorable environment for tornadoes. But we are still watching for damaging winds and hail.
Velocities are really strong too. My goodness, yeah. This is things. It looks like they're starting to pick up a little bit, guys.
In case they continue to produce some damaging winds and hail. Not really much of a tornado.
Like we have a second one trying to reach down back here on this side too.
Actively no warning for where our area of
Unreal.
is, but if we do get a tornado,
Stuff's starting to get a little crazier, I think.
And then eventually going towards Rib Mountain as well as the Wausau area. That's the general path right now of our area of rotation. Latest scan still showing some rotation here going towards Anita. See if we have any more cameras in this area. We have one in the warning still, but I don't think I can pull it up for some reason. For the record, by the way, we've we've had about, I think, 7 or 8 different tornadoes now today. I don't think they've really been that long tracked or anything, but we've had 7 or 8 different tornadoes, mostly across Wisconsin and also across parts of Minnesota. And we've also had a couple, I think, in Kansas now. Never had any tornado warnings in Kansas. We had 1, but we had 2 tornadoes, I'm pretty sure, in Kansas today. So we've had about 8 tornadoes, I'd say, today. We'll check in on the storm reports here soon as well to see what the reports look like, but we've at least had a few. Bottom middle of your screen, that's another camera near this tornado warning near Wyoda. Ben Williams, bottom right. He's currently located on the storm that's back.
Look at that rotation.
Manhattan, Kansas.
This thing's trying hard.
Today was a bust. It's hard to say today was a full-blown bust. I feel like it was a bust to an extent so far, but I mean, it depends on if this storm can get going and it does something crazy in the next hour. If this produced like a big tornado, I honestly think today was actually a valid risk. Like I still think the moderate risk was valid, purely because of the fact that we have had so much wind shear. Like the environment again today is super favorable for tornadoes. So I do think the moderate risk was a little bit of a stretch, but I do think it was I still think it was warranted. So let me do this. Let's do Brandon bottom.
We actually have 3 tornado warnings going right now. One in Oklahoma, one in Wisconsin, and one in Iowa. Like the most tornado warnings we've had in a while.
Hey, tip for the super chat. Appreciate that. I cannot read it for some reason. My chat is broken.
Line of storms basically still looking on the weaker end.
You're just tuning in. This is a tornado warning for Cass County, Iowa, just west of Greenfield. Main area of rotation is near Wyoda, going towards Anita right now. Tip says, I'm guessing.
Oh, it looks like it's starting to rotate a little bit here by Spencer. This might be a little bit concerning.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So there's a lot of people already calling this a bust, and that is definitely not true. If you want to pull up the second monitor, I have a VWP hodograph or I just lost my remote access. Okay, well, you're still showing it. That is our environment that we have over the Des Moines radar area right now. We can still see that there is definitely a loop in there. So this is still a storm that could produce a tornado warning. It's not, we can't already call this event a bust. There's still storms ongoing. There's still tornado warnings out there. I'm actually like 5 miles away from a tornado warning myself right now.
All right, so I'm going to pause this for a second because I know you guys, I've talked about a hodograph before and nobody's ever seen it, but this is the data you actually get back from a weather balloon right here. And you see how it's looping around like this. This is what causes the storms to basically flip over and start spinning. So this is, they send up 2 of these weather balloons in like 400 different, it's like 92 different spots or something like that every day in the United States. And this is how we get our SPC outlooks, or these photographs. I'm going to play this again here in a minute, but I just wanted you guys to see. So this is the data that's all getting sent back to the national weather, and that's how we're getting our predictions here on the, hold on, let me pull it up right here, our SPC outlet. So that's like, I really haven't shown you guys a hodograph before, but I've talked about it. I just wanted you guys to know, like, this is actually how they predict everything that's coming. I'm going to go ahead and play it so we can hear the rest of everything he's going to say.
Now, so way too early to call this event a bust. There's still environment in place for tornadoes.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that was a hodograph on the screen there. And
refresh it so I'm caught back up.
Like, it is a possibility that this thing does try to produce as it goes towards Stewart, and as well as Adair. Hey, no, I don't need that anymore, but thank you. If there's any other ones, let me know.
Yeah, this Spencer area is looking a little more concerning. It's falling behind the warning, but it's working its way into it. We might see something happen again here in Wisconsin. We might have some action happening. I'll try to take a 3D view real quick, see if we see anything crazy happening.
They have updated the tornado warning in Cass County, Iowa. It is still radar indicated. The last few scans, we do still have some broad rotation near McMillan coming up on Wausau, Wisconsin. So if you're in Wausau, continue to stay weather aware. Rib Mountain, Crow, and Wetter, you guys are all in the path of a storm that is still producing the threat of damaging winds and a potential tornado risk as this continues to move to the east. So continue to stay weather aware. Also, back over near our...
Can't really see anything, but we know it's rotating.
I want to go to a live live shot. This is live back over in our storm that is currently tornado warned. And you can actually see...
Can't really see anything yet, but we definitely have some rotation there by Spencer.
This is a live shot. Mile marker 69 in our tornado warning in Iowa, in Cass County. Winds are very strong. They're coming from the camera basically and going away.
That's a tornado warning in Iowa. And if we got anybody new in chat that's concerned about weather in their area tonight, you can just type the city and state in, and I can pull it up for you.
I could have just been going crazy there.
I know we have a couple tornado warnings right now, but it's pretty mild at the moment. We don't have anything officially on the ground. We just got some more areas. But if you have any weather anxiety about tonight, yeah, just go ahead and pop it in, and we'll check it out for you. Doesn't look as bad. I think whatever was starting to happen there in Spencer kind of broadened out again. It's like gotten really wide again, so it doesn't look as bad as it did.
Probably about, like, if this storm west of Des Moines can go for about an hour or so, and if it can stay alive, there's a potential tornado risk out of this in the long term. But it really, I would say right now it has about an hour or two to try to do something. But again, winds are definitely pretty high in this warning. We just saw that here on this camera. I think the other camera is coming up right here. Let's see if I can change the camera. Winds are still pretty strong. Look at the winds, how they're changing direction. They were going away from this camera. Now they're coming towards this camera. So there is definitely, again, rotation here. The winds have been changing directions again in this tornado warning. We've seen this time and time again with other camera views as well. But the wind is, again, changing directions right along I-80. So it's pretty interesting to see this in real time.
Whoa. Whoa. What's going on over here?
Yep.
Kansas. A little rotation going on here in Kansas right here.
Right inside of the tornado warning.
Right here on top of Hope.
This is on mile marker 70, by the way, which is just slightly further to the east.
Oh, I think that's just a big blast inflow. That's all that looks like. We'll know in a couple more scans.
Right along I-80 west of Des Moines.
I think. That's what it looks like.
I'm going to go to mile marker 72, which is a little bit further up here in this tornado warning. And once again, these cars...
Way southwest of me in Tulsa.
Again, wow, the lightning's crazy, but like...
I'm working my way down south now.
Moving right now. All the wind right now is going from this camera and going out. So all the cameras... I think
so they still have this hook warned in Oklahoma. Looks like they made it much smaller, but we still have a warning on it. I don't know if we have any rotation. Doesn't look like we really have much rotation on the ground yet, but look at this. Look as I tilt the radar up. We definitely have a lot of strong rotation on this storm up in the sky, though. This thing does look scary. I'm not gonna lie. Like if I look at this, look at the radar views on this way up in the sky. This thing looks pretty nasty. I hope this thing don't drop down because this is gonna be bad. And this is actually at 1.3 tilt, and we actually have some pretty close rotation right there still. This thing might be getting worse. I'm gonna take another 3D view of it.
Bottom left and bottom middle of your screen. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Kansas City.
This is heading right towards Hedrick.
Tornado warning does continue.
Hedrick in Oklahoma, right off the border of Texas.
This storm has not been as organized here over the last little while. I'm not really seeing much here that is too concerning for this at this point. But the tornado warning does continue if you're back over west of Snyder, at least for the next 24 minutes, unless it ends up getting canceled. The bigger concern right now in southwest Oklahoma is the
it's there.
Potential and as well as damaging winds. And again, tornado warning in Wisconsin's been...
you got... This thing has some pretty strong rotation. It's just, it's not reaching down far enough yet. This is a very concerning storm, to be honest. It's definitely has a reason to be warned. You're looking at the rotation down here, and it's reaching way up high, and it has lots of rotation up in the sky. This looks actually much worse than it did 20 minutes ago. Like, this storm is legit tornado warning at this point, I would say.
Hopefully the boundary gets there before it reaches towns like Ames, but I'm not completely certain of that. But there is hope that these will be...
But yeah, there's just nothing on the ground on this thing. Like, you're just... If we leave it at the bottom tilt in the ground, you can't see any rotation on this. But yeah, I move it up, it's all over.
So basically, if you're northwest of this line,
absolutely crazy rotation up further up in the sky.
That's what this storm is doing, by the way.
Every single angle I'm seeing rotation.
Contaminated. It's mainly hail and wind heading up towards Bancroft, Sweet City, and as well as
yeah, it is. I just don't know if it's gonna drop down to the ground. It's still so close to the radar, right? We're really close to the radar, so when I'm on my lowest tilt facing down the ground, I'm not looking that high up in the sky. We're probably still seeing this. This view right here is probably at about 500 feet right now. It's not very high up. That's why we can't really see it. I mean, this could be the rotation right here coming down. It's hard to say. It might be noodling over to here. But yeah, looking up here, this looks pretty serious here.
The next areas in the line would be Stewart and just south of Guthrie Center.
Definitely looks serious when I tilt it up.
Here in Iowa. I'm changing the camera over. This is another camera. That's mile marker 74. We'll keep that bottom middle.
And this thing does have like a monstrous hook right here too. If you look at it, my goodness.
Active tornadoes as of right now, but radar indicated rotation does continue here.
Where was that other storm we were looking at? I forget where. I'm looking at so many of them. I don't want to go back to the Wisconsin yet. Well, let's just check it real quick while I'm there on top of it.
Is Dane County getting anything?
Yeah, it's starting to rotate a little bit more over top of Spencer again.
For becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Also, shout out to Rye with the super chat.
We had a tornado warning a while back. That storm looked crazy. I can't remember if it was in Oklahoma. It was in Oklahoma. I think it was up in Iowa. Here it is. This is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, I wanted to see this one.
And again, assuming that this storm does not do anything, that is true.
Thunderstorm wind damage. Cass, Iowa. Train spotter.
The one near Guthrie Center does not look very impressive, at least velocities-wise right now. We'll have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, this just looks like it's all over the place right now. I don't know what this thing's doing. Thing is, both of these tornado warnings are really close to the radar. I probably should tilt it up more too over here. Let's see if we see anything else. It's a little more rotating further I go up. Yeah, we got a little more rotation in the sky. So let me let's do another 3D view of this one, see if it's getting any crazier.
I don't think he's live anymore, but Brandon Kopic is on YouTube. He's not far from Guthrie Center.
I mean, this storm looks threatening too. Like I was looking at this one. This thing looks scary too. It's really not that late yet. I mean, it's only 8 o'clock out here in the Midwest, so it's like
so definitely a lot of lightning here.
We still have some time for things to go bad, I think.
This is also Storm Runner Media, who also I do not think.
The one thing that concerns me. So we got that little red blip down there. I mean, this thing's just kind of.
They are also coming up on this.
I mean, these velocities are already high. Like I'm turning the velocities up really high right now. So this is really high velocities. I'm not reaching down that far, but you know, we got to go on to about that point with really high velocity.
This storm is still tornado warned as of right now. It is again coming up on.
I don't think this is anything that you should forget about right now because this still looks pretty scary. Like I'm up towards like 70, 80 mile per hour wind rotations right now up in the sky. So like this thing's cranking. Not reaching down that far yet. Got a new tornado warning, guys.
Continued a tornado warning. That is for those in Oklahoma. That is for Kiowa, Jackson,
Oklahoma,
and Tillman counties. We're gonna hop down to that in just a second.
Let's go there, Neo. We just looked at this one.
All right, let's go.
Layered on top of it. Oh my goodness, guys, what is this?
So brand new tornado warning. That's gonna be for Hedrick, Snyder, Mountain.
What's going on here now?
Indiahoma, west of Cache. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows.
Not seeing it on these two
angles.
angles.
Of your home or building. Rotation on this again has not been really that strong. We do have a small little couplet near Highway 62.
Still really strong up in the sky.
From what I'm seeing, but this will be coming up on the town of Snyder and Mountain.
I'm up at 8 degrees right now, and we're still seeing 2 little spots here. 3. What is going on here? My goodness.
So near Highway 62, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows.
Is this thing going to produce twins? This is really close to the ground right here.
But once again, new tornado warning here in Oklahoma.
This is very interesting looking. I'm trying to make sense out of this, but this is right on top of Hedrick.
Thank you, Jay, for the super chat. Apparently, I have a doppelganger on American Idol. I've heard about that.
Might be doing the stair-steppy thing too, where the rotation comes down like 20,000 feet, shifts over to left or right, and then drops again another 20,000 feet. But I'm not even seeing any measurements for this.
Right now, the main concern will just be strong storms. There could be some damaging winds and an isolated tornado threat. Really, the worst of the storms are north of you. Are going to probably stay.
I need to wait a little longer in a 3D view for the storm though, because we just looked at one. We got to give it time to update.
Most significant round of storms here in central Wisconsin. Again, mainly a damaging wind risk. There's also still potential for a tornado. They have continued the tornado warning, at least for now, back over here west of I-39. So at least
yeah, this maintains its strength in the higher levels still.
Tornado, but I really don't think there's much of a tornado risk on this right now. It's hard to see the radar. It's hard to see the storm though from any radar site. We're in a big radar hole here in central Wisconsin, so we don't have a great.
Can you even adjust the tilt on Radar Omega? I haven't even really I have Radar Omega on my phone, and I've never put it on my PC. I tried putting Radar Omega on my PC, and it wanted me to log in, and I couldn't figure out my information to log in. Got too many email addresses.
Let's go back over to Brandon Kopic. He's coming up on the storm near central Iowa. You can see the lightning has been upticking here over the last few minutes. This is near Guthrie Center. Quite a bit of lightning.
Central Iowa.
Another live shot. This is from Stewart, and that's from Stewart, Iowa, looking westbound on I-80. You can actually see the cloud base there a little bit with the lightning that is striking.
Yeah. Looks curling on just left center of the
By the way, guys, I am ordering DoorDash, and guess what?
bulge, yeah.
If I get a straw this time, I might lose my mind. I don't know if I told you guys, we were live, and when I ended the stream, I got my food.
Max Velocity is ordering cheese curds. Weird, doomed. You better hope he's not ordering cheese curds. You know what happens when Max Velocity orders cheese curds? Every time Max orders cheese curds, we have a tornado outbreak.
Riley, we want Riley. Riley does not have anything to talk about right now. This is back over on mile marker 74. The
oh wait, I want to see this one too.
If we got another car passing by, you'll see it. This is right along I-80 near mile marker 74 near Adair, where this rotation is basically coming up on right now.
It's so funny, yeah, because like a year ago, Max Velocity used to order cheese curds, and we'd have a tornado outbreak every time he did that, so he stopped doing it because it was bad luck.
See it right there a little bit. We have another car coming from the other side.
He made chicken sandwich.
Cars that are going right now eastbound are going relatively
slow. I love Max. Kind of wish Max was my son. He's the same age. Well, he's like a year older than my oldest son. I have an 18 and a 19-year-old. He's 20, I think.
All right, here we go. Probably see the wind a little bit better here. Thank you, Leo, for the super chat. My first YouTube membership, and I'm from Toronto. Just love what you do, man. Looking forward to some weather through tomorrow, though. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate being a member of the channel as well. So yeah, winds are pretty strong here. Again, coming out of the northeast.
He reminds me of a weatherman down in Florida when I was a kid, in like the 90s. Can't remember his name, but he kind of looks like him, and his voice sounds kind of like him. I don't even know if he was just in Florida. He might have been a national newsman, but I just remember the newsman from when I was a kid. And I'm 43, so that was a long time ago. What's going on here?
I do actually have a reasonable straw, though.
All right, what's this here?
I'm not even kidding. Somebody legit fan mailed me a whole pack of 100 straws. I think it was because
100 straws.
Not getting straws in my DoorDash.
Oh my goodness! What in the world, guys? What is going on here in Kansas?
And we are right now looking.
We are in Kansas, right? No, this is Oklahoma.
I-80. The winds have been pretty strong. They are changing directions again. They were coming more out of the northeast. Now they're coming more out of the northwest.
I feel like the storm's really trying to do something here.
Where do I send fan mail to you? There's a link in the description for fan mail. I'll post it in the chat too.
Don't think Radar Omega lets you adjust the angles of the radar, so I think that's why Max isn't seeing the upper levels.
That sent me graduation gifts. I got a few more. I'll try to open them up here at some point if we have time. We got a few more graduation gifts that have come in.
Very, very interesting. We still have like these two different spots, and I'm not even sure what this is. Just looking all kinds of mess right now.
There will be a threat of severe weather tomorrow, though, in Toronto. Mainly wind.
All right, let's go back to the other one in Iowa. Oh no, this one's moved out of this. They've given up on this one. I think they fell asleep at national weather in Iowa. They're like, no, I can't deal with any more tornado warnings today. I'm going to sleep. That's what happened.
Hey Max, I'm looking in Iowa as well. There's actually an outflow boundary coming off the two storms that we've been talking about, and that's about to collide with our much stronger front, and this could
mess that one up.
Convection. I don't think it will, but it is something to watch because I have seen situations like this cause a tornado before, so it's something to watch.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Actually, I remember something like this happening back in Kansas about almost a year ago now. We had one situation where two boundaries collided and it exploded a supercell, and it produced a more significant tornado in Kansas. And so that it's possible that something like that happens. So, and we're not out of the woods yet right now if you're in Iowa. We still need to keep a very
more than one thing going here. We got something here. We got something here. I mean, you can see the brights in there too. We have two different rotations in this one still.
Let me go back to Wisconsin. We do still actively have a tornado warning near Marshfield. Again, there's really no good radar site to look at for these storms near Wausau or Wausau.
Back in Michigan.
Also west of Mosinee. But again, this storm could easily still produce a tornado. There is a report, apparently from local TV in Marshfield, Wisconsin, that there is a rotating wall cloud. So if that is true,
I don't know, man. KGRB is kind of getting closer to it now. Let's take a look at it real quick.
Really bad here, and these storms are not super duper tall, so we're not gonna have a great radar view of this, but we do at least have a report of some sort of wall cloud potentially near Marshfield.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad on both radars. I think this one's gonna be the one to use now.
Tornadoes with that segment here over the last few hours.
Well, we got a lot of storms up here still. A little bit of rotation up here, north of Iron Mountain. A little bit of rotation here by Athelstane too. Every single one of these storms are rotating. Every single one, it seems like. They're just not really going anywhere with it. Look at this. Look at the green and red. Like, I mean, that's like a Christmas tree right here. Every single one of these storms are rotating.
Something like this off to the west of Snyder in Oklahoma. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place.
Got a lot of interference coming from this radar too, which I do not like.
Thanks, Sasha, for becoming a member.
Go back to KRX for a little bit because of all that interference.
Looks like a face. Well, I guess it kind of does look like a face.
Oh man, this one's just as bad. Look at this massive band of interference right here. Okay, I guess we'll go back to KGRB for now.
Pretty organized. It's just, or not organized, but it looks pretty impressive. It has a decent hook. The biggest problem for this storm right now is that it just is fighting a bunch of other storms.
I'm actually surprised, like how well this storm is holding itself together after all these hours. Like everything else just really ain't got much oomph left to it, but this thing is just remaining a monster.
Off to the west of Kansas City, we do have a significant storm producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
I don't know if that is Rio. I know we have a lot of interference there, but you kind of look at this appendage coming down. That does look a little interesting.
You guys seeing storms, and this one is probably going to be coming into you guys here pretty soon.
But yeah, we're really not getting anything off the end rod. It's so scattered.
It's not really going as far north as we expected.
Me, no, not really. I'm a storm spotter. I have real bad weather anxiety. I've been disabled for the last 8 years, so I've started watching Reed Timmer, then I started watching Ryan Hall, and then, you know, I watched Nate Snyder for a bit. I watched them all. Let me turn Max down a little bit. But then I like Evan Fry. I like all the streamers. I even watch NW118. That's another kid that does weather. I've just watched them all, you know, and I just got really hooked on Max, and basically it's like I'm sitting in these streams with these guys every day and always watching the weather along. And I have a gaming channel too. And all of a sudden, like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and try to stream one day to help people out. Because I noticed there's like 30,000 people in each of their channels. And, you know, somebody's like, hey, what's going on in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? And, you know, there's 30,000 people in there and they're all messed. They can't read it all. So I figured I just wanted to try to help. And I started streaming about 3 weeks ago, and I've been having fun. It's fun. Feels like I'm kind of working again at home, and feels good. So I've been enjoying it. I'm just like helping people. We just the last week or so, everything's just been kind of just been kind of. Yes, we haven't had like any serious threats on anybody really. Everything, like all the tornadoes we've had have been out in the middle of nowhere in the last week, and like today, you know, it looked like it was going to be really bad. So it's just been like we haven't had a whole lot of people coming in here and asking about weather in their area just because of the situations we've been in. We haven't had any PDS warnings really. It's just all been like really big EF 1s and 2s in the last week, so it's been really mild, I'd say. But generally, when we get whenever we get like a strong tornado, I feel like I can help a lot of people out. Like it feels good because I get a bunch of people coming in asking, and I can help a lot of people whenever we start to get PDS warnings. So, and I, you know, like normally I think there really hasn't been a whole point to streaming all day, but like, you know, you just look at this, it's like, man, you can't really just stop a stream because when you got a report like this, it's like anything crazy can happen at any time. And I just don't want to shut off the stream and something goes crazy, you know. But like, if it was like a 2%, like, yeah, I would have shut off the stream 5 hours ago. But you know, I'm trying to help people. That's what I'm doing. I want to help people. I said this is my second YouTube channel, and I've been enjoying it. It's fun. I mean, I study, you know, like I'm not really deep into like I don't know how to read all the millibars and stuff like that, but I know how to look at a hodograph. You know, I understand how tornadoes work, how they're made, and everything. But I'm not. My knowledge doesn't go as much as Max does, you know, because he's like a full meteorologist. I don't even think Ryan Hall's not even a meteorologist. He's just a storm chaser. But yeah, the Andy guy on Ryan's stream, he's a meteorologist too. But that's why I don't do any forecasts. I basically my forecast goes as far as this, and I always I'll refer anything to Ryan or Max Velocity for the forecast. I mean, Ryan Hall's basically got just as much knowledge as a meteorologist, even if he isn't one. He obviously knows everything about the weather, too. But yeah, I could say, I mean, I'm not going to school for this or anything. No, I'm just going to keep spotting storms and trying to help people out pretty much. I might study a little bit more in the off season. But yeah, with tornado season, like I really don't have hardly any time to work on my other YouTube channels. So I'm like, you know how it is. We've been streaming almost every day lately with this. And
so once this pulls up, I'll show you guys. But we do have a risk of severe weather tomorrow. We got another probably long day ahead. This is a much larger area, honestly, than today. It's not as high of a risk, but we do have two enhanced risks of severe weather. One of which is in Oklahoma and Texas, and the other one back into the Northeast, where significant damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes are
talking about tomorrow.
Its greatest tornado threats will be mainly from Ohio back into New York, and then another area of tornadoes is possible back over in Oklahoma and Texas. Damaging winds and hail is possible across this entire region, though, so make sure that you are staying weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings, and make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, as we will be live tomorrow covering this risk of severe weather. By the way, Brandon Kopic is now coming up on this storm in Iowa. Let's go over to Brandon. I'm getting a lot of lightning here. He doesn't have audio on since he's not live, but he is coming up on this storm right now. And quite a bit of lightning here over the last few minutes. Thank you, April and Elias, for becoming members. Can you give us an update on Wednesday's severe weather outlook? It's mainly Texas and Oklahoma. We'll have a video tomorrow, once again, talking more about that. So tomorrow morning, I think we'll have a video. I'm going to check the timing of tomorrow's severe weather threat, but as long as it's more toward the afternoon, we should have a video early tomorrow morning at like 6 a.m. Central, kind of like today.
So one thing that's really neat, too, and like a lot of people don't know what's going on, is that I'm streaming to YouTube Shorts right now. Nobody else is doing it. So And this is another reason why I'm still doing this. The sheer amount of volume. Like, I get like 10 to 30,000 people to come in here a day, and they are on phone device, 80% phone devices. So this is like 25,000 people that may not even know that Ryan Hall or Max Velocity even exists. So I'm introducing all these thousands of people every time I stream to these streamers too. So it feels like I'm really helping in the big picture, you know. Whereas everybody else, they're just streaming. Their primary is like PC. But it's just something I seen in the analytics after I ended my stream the first day. It's like, wow. So like 80 to 90% of the people that come in here are on a phone. It's like I didn't know that until.
Okmulgee, Oklahoma getting tornadoes. I don't think Okmulgee is going to see much in terms of tornadoes. I really think the main concern across the board here is damaging winds and hail in Oklahoma. If for some reason in the next hour this storm merger actually finishes and we just have one big supercell, we could see a pretty significant threat of severe weather.
By the way, this guy, Nader Juice, soon to be admin, this is Hurricane Juice. And he makes like 10 accounts every time I stream, and he loves to hang out in all of them. He's like one of the family. Like, he's so, I don't know. This guy's funny. He cracks me up. He wants to be an admin on like 10 different accounts, I think. Feel bad that all the stuff he put St. Louis Weather Club for, because he's been a great big help.
Up to about 60 miles per hour. That severe thunderstorm warning does not include Wausau as of right now, but you should be prepared for damaging winds even if you're in Wausau, Kronwetter, Mosinee, or Rib Mountain.
Yeah, so every time you see like Nader Juice, soon to be admin, all this stuff, that's Hurricane Juice. I don't know how he has like infinity YouTube accounts.
They have issued a new tornado warning.
But I mean, the dude loves to hang out with us. He's here every day. Like, he's basically a part of the family. I know we have to babysit him, but like, we still care about him. Like, he's basically one of my little kids, you know. I don't know how many mod positions he needs. I don't know if he wants to be mods on like 5 accounts. I'm not sure. Let's go back down to Oklahoma. I'm gonna look at this tornado warning. Oh wow. Like, I mean, I gotta at least give that to Hurricane Juice. Like, he's been here since the start. Like, he comes to every single stream. He's here all day long on like at least 5 to 10 accounts a day. I don't even know. I can't keep track of them all. I don't even know how he makes so many accounts.
I'm honestly going to forget if I don't do this. We got some fan mail. I just want to quickly thank those. I don't know who actually sent these. I didn't get names with them. But we got a mug called 1 Degree Hotter.
Like, I gotta admit, I'm attached to him, man. Like, he's been here for a while. He's been here since the start. He's got a little bit of a temper, but that's all right. I mean, yeah, this thing's still rotating really good up through the sky. This storm's just been rotating for over an hour now, and it's still tornado warned. But I don't think it's yet to drop down. I mean, and it's kind of getting stronger here in this back end. Like, this thing's
What a cute shirt.
I'm not sure what this thing is gonna do.
Appreciate the fan mail. I don't think I'm wearing any of those for graduation, by the way, but I do appreciate the gifts. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Medicine Park, Cache, west of Lawton near Carnegie for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. And by no means, again, is anybody required to send fan mail, but if you want to send any, the link's in the description. There's also a link in the chat to the...
I mean, this thing is... yeah, I mean, this thing's rotating for sure. I mean, look at this. This is rotating all the way up to 50,000 feet in the air. Like, this thing is clearly have lots of rotation. I'm not sure what this thing is trying to do, but I mean, this thing could drop a tornado at any moment, to be honest. I mean, look at this. This is very high velocities, too. It's reaching all the way up to like 50,000 feet. It just hasn't made it down to the ground yet. I'm not even sure what it's trying to do here. It's got like this part kind of coming off here.
And it's free coverage. It's commercial free coverage whenever we do severe weather stuff. And
I don't know if I can see anything on the NROD on this.
There's a tornado warning or anything like that. Like you can just join and during the stream, there's never an ad.
Pretty much the same thing. Basically a different view of what we were just looking at. I mean, yeah, I feel like this tornado warning's been justified for the last hour. It just hasn't dropped yet. If this thing drops, this might be a really bad tornado if it does hit the ground, because this thing seems like it keeps getting stronger. I mean, it's been rotating. I just haven't seen any of the measurements on it, though. They haven't tagged it with any measurements at all.
All right, the boundaries have just hit each other here near Carroll, west of Jefferson.
Let me go back some. No. I'm guessing maybe just they do it differently in Oklahoma, so I haven't gotten any tags from National Weather on any velocities. They got it marked with hail, though. They got the hail marked.
I saw that, by the way, Riley.
I mean, this is by far the strongest looking rotation we've had all day, I think. And it's been consistent. Like, this thing's been rotating for over an hour now.
I'm near the severe thunderstorm warning
Hold on.
in
I
Wisconsin. I
wanna-
open the curtains. I see a
What's he going to talk about? I hope he's
bright
talking about
flash of
weather.
light. I hear an absolute bang, and then the power just flickers. I'm hoping I keep power, but I talked to you about this earlier. I'm not very confident. The power
Oh,
grid
man.
has about the like stability of a wet napkin around this area, so I'm not very confident that we're going to keep power.
Thank you for the update. And as you say,
But
that,
he's
they just
talking
issued a
about
severe
losing
thunderstorm
power.
warning for this entire area. Wausau, Merrill, Antigo, Crowenwetter, Mosinee, Bevent, Whitney.
Does he live in Wisconsin?
Are all included in the new severe
I know Max is in
thunderstorm
Florida, I
forecast,
believe.
60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. A wet napkin is a crazy analogy, I gotta say. That is one way to put it.
I wanted to check the power outages there in Wisconsin, but I never got around to that. I'm trying to get back to it. Where is it? It's on the same one with my maps. Here it is. Okay.
Back over to Brandon Kopic, who's out here near
Minnesota shouldn't really have any new power outages, but Wisconsin has been hit hard. My goodness. 15,000 people without power in Wisconsin. This is not even where the tornadoes were. This is up north. Was this from last night? My goodness.
Riley is saying that there's
Because
debris falling out of the sky, by the way.
the brief tornado storm, I think, went through here.
I don't know why debris would be flying
Didn't
out of
it?
the sky.
Hold on, let me go look.
Or something. Maybe, honestly, it's possible that there's debris falling from the tornadoes that happened earlier. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I mean, it's actually possible.
Oh, this is the storm. It's further north. It's kind of gone through here, right?
Update from Riley, unless he loses power.
It still looks further south than the power outages.
Napkins falling out of the sky. This is again Brandon Kopic, just west.
I think these might be from that storm. I don't know about these up here, though.
93 looking westbound on
Definitely have a lot of power out in Wisconsin, though. My goodness.
Keeping an eye on that. There's been a decent amount of lightning in that area, so.
Maybe some of these storms did some power outages. Maybe there's been a big blast of winds. We really haven't had any reports out of these northern storms all day. Like, they haven't been tagged with anything. So I don't know what took out all the power up in Wisconsin up there.
Not all day, but a good chunk of tomorrow, so.
Like, nobody, Max hasn't talked about it. We haven't had any report tags, you know, like.
I think we're going to have a video tomorrow morning.
I mean, if you look at one of my other radars where we have tons of reports down here in Oklahoma, we just haven't gotten anything. Because we got these report tags all over the place down here. I haven't gotten any of those up there.
Some rotation near Mountain Park. Honestly, this does not look that impressive. I think the tornado warning really doesn't need to be here, but tornado warning does go for 9 more minutes, so doesn't really hurt to have it here. Again, golf ball size tail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, the biggest concerns out of this storm right now. This is what it looks like tomorrow in the Ohio Valley, just for perspective here. So tomorrow, right after lunchtime, storms really start to ramp up.
I still have 5 radars running.
Damaging winds and hail being the main concerns here. Severe weather will also ramp up back over in the northeast. So those storms will be ongoing. Let me go back up to the northeast here. I don't think that area is going to be that concerning when it comes to tornadoes. It's more hail and wind. The northeast will have a bit more of a tornado risk with our low-level jet being a bit stronger in areas like northeast Ohio, back into western New York.
Hey, Matt A. Weather reports. Is this Texas? Man, we're all over right now. I have 5 radars set up. I have, let me actually pull up the National Weather Radar and kind of look and see everything that's going on right now. Looks like we have a huge amount of rainstorms, possible thunderstorms, basically heading into San Antonio, Austin. It's like we have a lot of rainstorms kind of form over here down in North Texas. I don't remember seeing those. So it looks like we had a lot of rainstorms form here. We have 2 bigger cells here in Oklahoma.
And then another tornado threat should materialize on Wednesday. I'm gonna be honest, I honestly
now we have a tornado warning here in Oklahoma.
I think it's in play.
I believe it's this one. Let me double check. Yeah, it's this bomb storm. I know Max isn't really talking about it, neither is Riley, but this thing actually has a lot of rotation up in the upper levels. They just really, I don't think they've looked up in the radar.
Actually appears to be some sort of rotation on these as well. We actually have something called rib mount.
Oh, no, it looks like it might be cooling down a little bit. I still see rotation in the upper levels. They still have it tornado warned.
So it sort of forces clouds.
So this is like the only storm that actually has like strong rotation in the upper levels right now. It's this one here. This one here in Oklahoma. Tornado warning storms like this one right here. And then we got another storm up here. That one was a big hailer. Then we got like these straight line of storms here. Racing Kansas into Missouri. We have one in Iowa that was just tornado warned. I think, yeah, this is the one in Iowa that's been tornado warned a couple times in the last hour, but it had dropped one. And then this whole line of storms basically here, it's moving over into Wisconsin, and then this is the part of the storm. This one here is basically been doing, this is the only thing that's been doing tornadoes all day long, this storm right here. And that storm basically traveled all the way through here in Minneapolis today, or south of it. That storm went all the way through there, producing like spin-up tornadoes throughout the last like 8 hours or so. And that's kind of what all we've been dealing with today. We haven't had any bad tornadoes, just brief spin-up ones. To be honest, the worst looking one I've seen today is this one right here. Like, even though it's never dropped on the ground, it's like the only storm I've seen that actually had a big, huge rotation in it. Even though it's not down to the ground, but it's
relatively broad. In my opinion, this is more of a wind threat. There is a little bit of rotation, so maybe a potential tornado here in the next few minutes. But
if this thing was moving quicker, it's just going so slow and it's staying by the radar, so you can't really see. You can't really see the rotation on this with Radar Omega. You really need to adjust the tilts. It's like, yeah, see, it's really broad down here at the bottom. Well, I turn the tilts up. You're seeing, and I did a 3D view of it too. I did a 3D view of this not too long ago. It's definitely cranking all throughout the size of the storm, but that's just things like Radar Omega simplifies everything and makes it quick. Where like when I'm using GR Analyst, it's you can really take a look at these storms and see what they're doing. So yeah, like this thing, it's had this rotation cranking all the way up through this storm for the longest time now. These are really high velocities. Like I'm turning the velocities up now. This is about 80 miles an hour right here. This part of the storm's rotating at 80 miles an hour, going all the way up to about 50,000 feet. So this thing has potential to make a very dangerous, threatening tornado if it actually drops down. But it hasn't yet. But that's what's going on inside of that storm, and you can see how it's poking up on the top here.
At this point, I mean, it's not officially over, but like if these storms don't do anything in the next hour, it's basically a bust. We have an outflow boundary actually coming off of this storm, so that's probably going to keep this thing just hail and wind. The storm north of Des Moines is most.
I agree with this tornado warning 100%. Yeah, like Max and Riley, they're just not looking at the different radar angles, I don't think, or the 3D view, so they'd see it.
much of a tornado risk.
They're just basically kind of keep track of generally everything on the whole map, you know.
Thank Marissa for the very generous $50 super chat. Will the Chicago suburbs get any rain? That's a great question. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of rain in the Chicago area, despite there being an elongated line of thunderstorms. Early tomorrow mornings.
I'm just that type of person that I got to look at everything. You know, I got to see why is this happening? Why is this tornado warned? I want to know why. So I keep looking at it till I figure out why.
Continue for 3 more minutes near Snyder, Oklahoma. 3 more minutes.
Sedalia, Missouri. Yeah, absolutely.
Stay there for the 70-mile-per-hour wind threat, in addition to golf ball size tail. Honestly,
Got to find my Google Maps. It's here somewhere.
Is Max from Chicago? I do not live in Chicago. Tornado chances in Madison, Wisconsin, very low. Very low.
Sedalia. Now, looking at a train right now. There was a train that got knocked off the tracks yesterday from a tornado. That was pretty crazy. You are southeast of Kansas City.
Wind is getting brutal in Grimes, Iowa. Let's see if we have a camera up there on that storm still. Kopic's actually driving into this right now. Let me go to Brandon Kopic. He's driving into the storm in Iowa, just west of Des Moines. This is what it looks like. No audio since he is not technically live on YouTube, but definitely some strong winds.
Like nothing going on out here. It looks like you have open skies. Looking good in Sedalia. Let me go to the big radar. Yeah, you got nothing. I mean, you might see some of this rain in a couple hours. Possibly. I mean, you might see some rain in about 8 hours from now. It's hard to say, but yeah, you can literally have open skies in Sedalia. You're right here. Yeah, there's nothing here. So it's looking good in Sedalia. You're in good shape. If you're worried about anything, you don't have nothing to worry about right now. Are you even in the threat tonight? You might be. This threat is so big. It is. Yeah, you're in the 5% chance, but yeah, you have no storm, so you really have nothing to worry about. Just keep your phone by you if you're going to go to bed, and like, you know, if a storm miraculously forms right in front of Sedalia and spins up a tornado, at least you'll get an Amber Alert. It'll wake you up, but I highly doubt that's going to happen.
I honestly don't know why. The velocities have been pretty weak on this, but if we have a tornado, it would be right here going up towards Indian.
Max still trying to figure out why that storm's tornado warned. Neither one of them figured it out yet. They're cracking me up.
The tree that caught on fire and fell on the power line. Strange things going on. The storms aren't even here yet.
I love Max.
The update. This is back over in the Wausau area. Apparently, there's a tree that fell down, and now there's a fire. So, just a heads up. Power outages are very possible with this area.
You guys are seeing this, right? You see the rotation right here when I'm changing the radar angle, right? Looking up all the way up high into the storm. Every single angle, there's tons of rotation. Until you can't actually see the. Let me bring this over a little bit so you guys can see.
In Vilas County, and also about 900 without power in Iron County. Down in Lincoln County, Marathon County, and as well as Oneida County, some isolated power outages are coming.
Now, I think you guys can see it now. Yeah, so right here, I'm adjusting the angle of the radar so I can see the tilt of the radar, so I can see at what point in the storm it's rotating. That's how I'm seeing why this thing is tornado warned. Here, this is the bottom tilt. You see we have like no rotation. We actually have some rotation here now.
White Lake and eventually Townsend, so we're keeping an eye on that. The storm is
but as I go further up, you can see that the rotation gets tighter and tighter all the way throughout the storm.
Very low tornado risk. And also line of strong thunderstorms.
This is where it's like getting really strong and tight up here. After 4 degrees, look at that. The gate right there, sheer.
That's mainly going to be strong storms.
Here. It's such a large area of rotation too, but man, this thing's still rotating pretty good. But that's what I'm doing. That's how I'm looking up in the storm with this radar.
Very small area of weak rotation west of Dallas Center. And this is right where our outflow is. So if this storm can organize, there is a low chance of a tornado going in the direction of Polk City, just to the west of Des Moines. Back off to the northwest of Kansas.
Also, I'm surprised Riley hasn't looked at the 3D view of the storm yet.
Well down to the south, so I do not really foresee there being much of a tornado risk out of these storms in Kansas or Missouri. It should be mainly a hail and wind risk here over the next hour or two. There's still a low chance of a tornado if one of these storms can latch to the outflow boundary, which I think is still, again, a very low chance at this point.
Especially with the 3D view, I'm looking at the echo tops poking out on this storm. Like, this is a classic looking tornadic supercell right here. You can still see it poking out right there. This is basically when the whole storm turns sideways, right? And that's how it gets pushed down to the ground, because it's like this is where the rotation is popping out the top, and gravity drops back down.
As of right now, there isn't really much here that is indicating that this is imminent for a tornado, but we are going to continue to keep a close eye on this. Actually, this is interesting. This is moments ago back on this tornado warning.
Clearly see it poking out. There's actually two spots poking out.
A actually pretty definitive little wall cloud, it looks like, on this storm. So there's at least a lowering. From what Falcon Storm Chasing was saying,
this thing's ready to drop a bomb. It just has to, like, I don't know what it's take to make it do it, but yeah, we really don't want this thing to hit the ground because this thing's been hitting so strong for so long.
Weak because of how weak the velocities are, but that is a little bit of a wall cloud here, back on this storm here, just to the west of Lawton in Oklahoma.
Kind of hope this thing just falls apart and then we can all go to bed. That's what I'm hoping for.
Also, you can check out Falcon Storm Chasing over on Twitter. Hey, gamer for the super chat. Any severe storms for James?
Jaker, did you hear me talking about Sedalia? I haven't heard back from you. I'm assuming you heard.
We're going to see much there in southeast Wisconsin tonight, I'll be honest. A report from somebody in the chat that hail is just starting in Kroonwetter, Wisconsin. Thank you for the report.
That's the thing too, is they normally don't tornado warn stuff often in Oklahoma too, unless it's pretty serious. So anything in Oklahoma and Kansas usually doesn't get tornado warned unless they think it's a pretty big threat.
Make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Additionally, if you're not already, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. So the links are down below. You can also join our Discord server, which is also linked down below, and join our community on and off the streams. Again, we do have a tornado warning right now in southwest Oklahoma, just east of...
Shauna, how you doing? I'm in Henning, Minnesota. Do you know if my area is going to be hit with the string part of the storm? Let's take a look. Glad we actually got people stopping in here and asking about the weather tonight. This is getting fun. You guys are giving me something to do.
Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Anadarko.
Let me get the Google Maps.
Winds and quarter-sized hail. So severe weather is continuing here in southwest Oklahoma. We got still some storms back over in Iowa. They're still going. Wow. Okay, wait. I actually want to show you guys this. This is from Falcon Storm Chasing as well. Again, potentially a rain-wrapped tornado here back over just in southwestern Oklahoma moments ago.
Really?
It's very hard to tell. That could also be a rain shaft, but I wouldn't rule out maybe a possible tornado here.
All right, so you're like smack dab up in the middle.
That was moments ago. Again, Falcon Storm Chasing.
Between North and South Dakota. Southeast of Fargo.
Definitely had a wall cloud, though, in the other photo.
I mean, it looks like you're getting rain right now.
Riley's gonna have an update.
Or is it?
Riley.
Hey, Max, it looks like we are very quickly initiating storms where our two boundaries collided. They're going to be elevated because they're so far in between, but we can see them ripping down from Mason City almost.
Well, let me pull it back up again.
Omaha, I would expect them to convect where our boundaries collapsed or connected with each other. Let's see if this next scan's even crazier. Yeah,
looks like whatever you're getting hit by now, that's going to be about it for a while.
Pose a tornado threat is most certainly going to be a damaging wind.
And you got some storms that are going to come up here through South Dakota, but
and keep an eye out for that if we are in Wisconsin, or not Wisconsin.
It's not looking bad. In Henning, you should be good to go. Let me also show you something else. They reduced the they dropped the risk of tornadoes in Henning tonight too. Pretty much all of Minnesota got cut out of the threat tonight. So you're only going to see rain showers in Minnesota for the rest of the night. You won't even see severe thunderstorms. So you're in good shape.
I mean, this is unbelievable. I'm not even kidding. This is the third straight time I've not got.
Yep, you're good. You're good, Shauna.
To get a straw.
You're safe to go to bed. Stop worrying. I don't think you're going to see anything tonight. If anything, it'll be maybe some sprinkly rain showers. That's about it. But yeah, about 2 or 3 hours ago, they basically dropped most of Minnesota out of the tornado threat today. That first line of storms that came through basically ended everything. But yeah, that line of storms is over in Wisconsin now. Oh my goodness.
It's the driver's error.
It's looking worse or what? Look at this hook.
Crazy for 3 times in a row. I'm not gonna lie. Riley, you're good. Thank you, Anto, for the super chat.
We have way too much interference right now.
For hurricane season. Hurricane season, it's a little too early to tell what's exactly going to happen. I do think it's still going to be pretty active, like in all honesty. I think it's going to be a pretty active season. To the extent, it's just too early to tell. But I do think it's going to be pretty active. With that said, it's been pretty dry. I do think we're going to start to see more rain as we go into next week. We're going to get a bit more troughing out there in Florida. On our tornado warning, we have a little bit more of a couplet forming now, heading up towards Black Bear Mountain, India, Homa, Y, and eventually going towards the Holy City and Mears just west of Lawton. So there is still some rotation here. Potential tornado risk as this continues to move to the east-northeast towards the Holy City.
I'll turn down the velocity. It's a big giant glob. I got to turn them way up just to see it.
It's about to go over Sunset Peak and Elk Mountain. And I'm not going to lie, I didn't know there were mountains here in Oklahoma, but apparently there are.
That's basically our strongest point of rotation still coming down through here.
Well, I got a strawberry banana smoothie. It's honestly the only thing
it's only coming down to about 10,000 feet.
Buy a metal straw? Dude, I mean, somebody fan mailed me 100 straws. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, but this scan finally gave Max something to look at, so that's nice. I mean, we definitely, yeah, that couplet's definitely showing too. I'm very interested in what the storm's going to do.
Riley is the assistant.
Yeah, no problem, Shauna. Stop in anytime.
That we have. You'd have to ask him, though.
This big scary looking storm's been up just enough to keep me entertained, to be honest, the last hour. This is our only tornado warning still. We got a severe in Texas. We have a couple in Oklahoma. We have one up in Wisconsin still. We have one up in Iowa. I haven't looked at the Iowa one yet. Let's go look at Iowa.
If you want to as well, you can look him up on YouTube. Mr. Dibble is his name on YouTube. What I get from DoorDash, I got Wawa. So honestly, I've gotten Wawa almost every one of these streams, so I can actually get a smoothie that I can drink.
This one was tornado warned for a while. Looks like it doesn't really have much left to it.
If you do, your voice gets coded over, and you'll basically lose your voice very fast. That's just how it works. I've had it happen to me in the past, and I had no clue what was causing that to happen, and I figured out it was milk.
I don't know what's going on here, but it looks like the radar got hit by a rock or something. That's a big blast of interference right there. My goodness.
Dairy base is what they call it, but I've not felt any effect from it, so
maybe it got hit by a big hailstone or something.
But not anything crazy. It's enough for me to at least have it. A milkshake would be terrible. So, can we get a Wausau update? Yeah, right now back over to the west of Green Bay, near Wausau and Burnhamwood. It's mainly a damaging wind threat. These storms have just crossed over I-39. I don't think we're going to see much of
this storm looks nothing like it did.
There's actually a little area of rotation north of Wittenberg that is here, moving off to the east towards Alman and as well as Neopit. And Keshena is also in the path.
Yeah, it's lost a lot of its severe power. This thing's really kind of shrunken in power.
Wawa is a gas station, by the way. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Congratulations on graduating. Are you going for Masters next? I'm not going for Masters. That would take a lot more time.
Go take a look up in Wisconsin too now.
Just want to focus on, what I'm doing right now. Honestly, we should have a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm near Dallas Center and Minburn.
Definitely kind of got some strong rotations up here again now. This line looked like it's kind of uptrend again. It's actually looking a little more serious.
Just north of Des Moines. Definitely a damaging wind threat here near Minburn. Velocities are measured near 70 miles per hour. So at the minimum, we should be seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds approaching Highway 141. We actually had a couplet, too, at one point that tried to form. Now it's more of a wind threat. Let's check and see. There are cameras, I think, up here. There's a couple cameras not far from this. I'm going to try to pull one up here. See if we can get a view of this.
All of these storms are rotating. This is unreal. I wonder if it's actually windy up here. We haven't had a single report from anything up here in northern Wisconsin today. Every single one of these storms have been rotating, though. Every single one of them.
Just to the northwest of Des Moines.
It looks like actually the rotation's stopping after this line right here. It's about the end of the rotation.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find a camera. All right, this one should be good. Boom. All right, we'll put this camera.
Hey, we finally got a hail report here.
It's broken. W. Try a different one.
0.25-inch hail, Dickinson, Michigan. Caller reported brief pea-sized hail, very heavy rain. There we go. We got our first report in Michigan today, guys. Or Wisconsin. We did it. That 70 show.
Nothing visually seen right now. If there is something, we'll go to it full cam. I just can't put it into the program. As we've talked about a little bit, we do have a elongated line of thunderstorms developing northwest of Ames, mainly with hail.
Yeah, this is kind of looking scary again. I'm not gonna lie. This they might have to pop up a tornado warning on this thing again soon.
With that said, damaging winds and hail will continue across central and northern Iowa, especially Iowa.
There's lots of rotation.
Organized. Back over near Kansas City, we do not have any active warnings, but we do have plenty of strong storms in and
I mean, we're still getting this 50-mile-per-hour wind reports. Wausau Downtown Airport, 51-mile-per-hour reported wind speeds. Marathon, Wisconsin Public. Tree caught fire and fell on a power line. My goodness. Not sure how that happened. Yeah, this looks scary again. I don't like seeing this. It's just everything's just up trending here now up in Wisconsin again.
This tornado warning.
Look at this. Look at this. It's up trending right in front of us. We got nest shape. Looks like we're about to have a brief tornado drop right here again. Oh, man.
Still keeping an eye on it.
Go to sleep, storms. Somebody tell the storm to go to sleep. This thing's still going. This thing's been cranking out spin-ups for the last 8 hours at least.
At least a photo not long ago from Falcon Storm Chasing, who's on this storm of a possible tornado. This was as of about 9:30, so about 30 minutes ago now. But they just updated the warning. It is still radar indicated.
Okay, they just upgraded the severe warning. We need another tornado warning on it, I think.
Near Oklahoma City, southwest Oklahoma City, again in southwestern Oklahoma.
Some guy just asked Max and Wausau about this, and this thing just started upticking right after he asked about it.
Yeah, their latest update was about 29 minutes ago, so at least for right now, we don't have any new reports of anything on this storm, but still a broad area of rotation near Sunset Peak coming up in the Holy City. This is once again for Comanche County in Oklahoma. Thank you, Nick, for the Venmo donation. We'll talk more about, again, we'll have another video tomorrow morning talking about Ohio and all that, so stay tuned for that. They'll be out at like 6 a.m.
Thing's still rotating. This thing's been rotating in the upper levels for like an hour and a half now. I just don't understand how a storm can do this for so long and not drop a tornado.
Is this a bust? Yeah, I keep seeing this question. I'm going to be honest, I still don't think this is a bust. If we didn't have any storms, it would be a bust. Or very little storms. I think we've had plenty of storms to at least justify this as a, maybe a severe weather outbreak. Like, that's possibly what this could be justified.
Like, this is something rare right here. This is not something I rarely ever see anything like this. I've never seen a storm have, like, such constant rotation in the upper levels, and it never does. Like, it just stays that way. Like, it's very rare.
Reports.
Look how tight the rotation is right here at 2.5 degrees. And here again at 3.1 degrees. And again at 4 degrees. Like, this thing is just rotating really tight all throughout the sky. And look how strong it's getting up here. It's getting even stronger at 6.5.
Threat for some hail as well. Not really looking at much of a tornado risk. All the storms up there in northern Iowa are mostly right now just wind. They're also all elevated, so the tornado threat should stay low. It's also north of our boundary, so honestly don't expect much there.
It's got 1.3-inch size hail.
And honestly, this is a little bit surprising. We've had no tornado reports so far, so if anything, we could. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a bust for tornado specifically, but assuming this stays as is, which it will not, we'll have more reports coming in late tonight into tomorrow. No tornado reports so far. We've at least had, though, 3 or 4 tornadoes in Wisconsin, and reportedly some tornadoes south of the Twin Cities earlier. Those were pretty weak overall. We also had a brief tornado on Hunter Hurley's feed back over west of Kansas City earlier, and then back over in Oklahoma. We may have had 1 tornado. It's unknown at this point. Generally speaking, we've seen severe weather, so again, I'm not calling this a bust for severe weather. For tornadoes, I would say yes, this is basically...
It's like a big rotation's about to go over Manton. Manton and Phlox in Wisconsin.
3 tornadoes in western Wisconsin. If we didn't
The
have
storm's
tornadoes,
wrapping up again.
basically a bust. But the tornadoes that happened in Wisconsin, and one of them being undoubtedly strong, has kept this.
We have 2 rotations here.
Name. I don't usually call
Anybody's watching from Wisconsin and Bryant too. My goodness, look at this up in Bryant. Wow. We got 3 areas of rotation again on this storm.
Thank you, Antone, for the super chat. Cheese curds protect Wisconsin.
We need to upgrade this back to a tornado warning.
We are still watching for a low-end tornado risk with this little.
Let's check to see if we have a CC drop on anything. Don't think so. That's just hail. We got hail up in here and here.
Thank you, Cassidy, for the super chat. NOAA had a post saying that Wisconsin Dells will be in the way of severe storms. For anyone asking about the Dells, I don't know where Dells is, but yeah, if we have any severe weather, again, most of it is going to be up here in northeastern Wisconsin. Still a low chance.
Anybody's just joining in from Wisconsin, this hasn't been tornado warned yet, but this storm has a history of producing lots of spin-up tornadoes. I can't even keep track. It's maybe done 100 spin-up tornadoes a day. It's hard to say because they're basically equal to like 100-mile-per-hour gust of winds. But yeah, the storm's heading towards Manton, Bowler, Gresham, Kashina, White Lake, Shearing. It was pretty inactive for a while, but it looks like it's getting a little wild again.
Is our only active warning as of right now?
That, and yeah, we have a big rotating storm in Oklahoma that's just hanging out for like an hour and a half. Absolute horrific amount of radar interference for some reason.
How many chasers up here on this storm? I'm just curious. Alright, none as of right now. It's CJ on here, just in case.
What's causing all that interference right now?
North of Des Moines that is producing hail and wind. Not really much of a tornado risk at this point, but just west of Marshalltown, we're still watching for a damaging wind threat moving east-northeast north of Highway 30. Generally speaking, our risk of tornadoes is looking very low at this point in Iowa. It's not 0, but it's pretty low. We still have a lot of storms forming right now near our cold frontal boundary. These will continue to produce damaging winds across central and northern Iowa over the next few hours. And this is an update on our tornado warning. I honestly think this tornado warning will probably be canceled. Despite us having a hook echo, it just is not looking very favorable. We don't have much of an inflow going to the storm at this point. We still have a hook on it. I mean, it looks organized, but the low-level wind shear does not seem to be cooperating with the storm. We've also had a lot of storms around this thing.
I agree with that. I agree with that for sure.
Tornado risk here is going to stay on the low side of things in southwest Oklahoma. But if anything changes,
the low-level wind shear has done absolutely nothing on the storm. But the high levels kept this thing cranking nonstop.
It's going to be mostly a wind threat for tonight. There's still a low chance of a tornado. I know we have
a new tornado warning has been issued.
They just do Michigan again or Wisconsin.
Thank you, Cassidy for the super chat is Dells is also known as the water park capital of the world. It's about 50 minutes north of Madison, Port of Columbia. Okay, I gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate the insight. Do I have water? I need more water.
OBS is acting up again.
You're just tuning in again. This is a tornado warning in northeast Wisconsin near Neopit and White Lake. Pretty strong area of rotation moving towards Lakewood.
Yeah, we have 3 areas of rotation.
Tornado. We're keeping a close eye on this. Thank you, Jaden, for the super chat.
Yeah, we actually had a pretty big debris ball for. I mean, it wasn't a very strong tornado, but it was a pretty good sized one that lasted for about 5 minutes earlier, and that thing did quite a bit of damage.
All right, we don't have a debris signature as of right now. The velocities are still really strong. We have a hook echo and a strong inflow. Does Max like swimming? I mean, I've swum, but I've gone swimming.
Does Max like swimming? What a silly question is that? Yeah, this thing does have a hook, man. Classic little baby spin up tornado. There it is. This one might last a little longer. That hook, it might keep itself on the ground for a couple minutes. Yeah, this real tight rotation up here too.
Interesting view on Kopic's feed.
Just north of Lily, and that's heading towards Waybeno and Carter. Let's see how bad the. Let's look at the en route up here. Yeah, man, we got the rotation here too.
Crazy here. I think this is just off to the. Yeah, this is back near the storm. That is near Waukee, west of Des Moines.
Got really tight rotation right there. That's probably on the ground as we speak right here, most likely, if anything.
For the super chat, appreciate all the efforts. I watch your channel, not local news in Oklahoma City. Appreciate the super chat and glad I can help.
Can't see a debris signature, but I'm pretty sure that's on the ground.
Also, shout out to Allison with the Venmo donation.
When I say on the ground, this is basically just equal to 100-mile-per-hour gust of wind. I mean, these things are rain wrapped. You can't see anything. So that's like when you get a really weak tornado like this, it's just like getting hit by like a blast of 100-mile-per-hour wind. Breaks trees, breaks windows, can damage roofs. As long as you're inside and away from windows, you're in good shape from a storm like this. But it's going to take out power and it's going to do damage in your area if it lands there.
Did I stay away from the milk today? I didn't yesterday. Before yesterday's live stream,
I'm going to pull up the power outages again. I want to see how much more. We've lost much more power in Wisconsin.
Because I had no intention of going live yesterday. In case you guys have not already heard, again, we had a wedge tornado yesterday in Nebraska. And I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that tornado yesterday was actually kind of crazy. Even though it was in the middle of nowhere.
And I was able to feel it today. Like, I honestly didn't think I'd make it through the stream today without my voice completely, dying.
We have another 1,144 houses that lost power in Oneida County. It's this storm right here, I believe. So yeah, a lot of people are losing power from this storm. It's actually pretty rough up here in Wisconsin.
5-mile-wide tornado from yesterday in Nebraska. It was an EF2 tornado. Maximum sustained winds, I believe, were somewhere around 100.
Showing a picture. This is the one that knocked over the train yesterday, and it was like a mile wide.
And the wind speeds were undoubtedly higher than 130 miles per hour. This thing was huge. But again, tornadoes are based off of damage. So
it's actually crazy. It's just how big that tornado was. It was massive. It was like over a mile long at one point.
A violent tornado, but it was based off of the again what it damaged, which it mostly damaged trees. It mostly damaged some power lines. And there were a few other things damaged. There was a train derailment as well.
I think this thing's given up yet. I think it's still rotating pretty good. It's still got that hook and flow notch there.
To its damage that it produced.
I think that tornado that was in Wobino picked up and dropped and picked up already. Looks like after last scan it was done. What didn't even make it to Wobino? It was right here. It's between Lily and Wobino. I think it was down on the ground for a brief moment there. And then it wrapped out.
So not as strong as before, but still a chance for a tornado as that moves off to the northeast. Back over to the west of Oklahoma City, we still have a tornado warning near Medicine Park. But the rotation on this storm has been much broader over the last few minutes.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the Oklahoma one in a minute.
The tornado warning should be allowed to expire. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Caddo, Kiowa, and Comanche counties. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour.
My goodness, there's so much interference over here.
Size tail. It'll pop up here in a second. It's going to be for this supercell here. I do not think they're continuing this tornado warning at this point, but here's the new warning. So Apache, Elgin, and
It's still rotating.
of Lawton.
Doesn't look as bad. It definitely looks like it's down. Oh my goodness, that looks really bad here, though.
I think tomorrow's risk of severe weather is more concerning for Oklahoma and Texas.
Oh my goodness, it's still rotating pretty. I don't know what this storm is doing, guys. I don't know what to make of it. Every day I stream, I see something new, and this is one of those new things. I've never seen a giant supercell rotate. I mean, look at this. I mean, you can see it. Look at this. Like, this is just the base reflectivity. Look at that. But the low-level shear is just not there. Basically what Max said. There's no... Look at this rotation. This is absolutely unreal. I don't think they're going to... I don't know. Well, this is also like a minute and a half ago, right?
Is Oklahoma City good? I mean, Oklahoma City's not good. You're still going to have a chance of hail and wind here in the next hour or two, but at least for right now, the threat is low.
I mean, you don't even need to look at the velocities to see this massive rotation. It's right here, right in front of your eyes on the reflectivity. There's our massive rotation in this thing, but it's just not doing it in the lower levels.
This is our really only active tornado warning. The other one, Oklahoma's about to end. I think
absolutely monstrous supercell too.
Below me in a second. The only tornado warnings, the rotation that's.
I mean, it's good that it's not dropping. I've never seen anything like that before, guys.
We're still keeping an eye on our Iowa storms in case anything fishy happens. They have issued a new warning for the Marshalltown and Eldora areas for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We still have some storms ongoing near Fort Dodge.
I mean, if I lived in Mears or Medicine Parks and I was looking at the storm coming at me, I'm like, I would be. Oh.
Kansas City area, we got a mess of storms.
Look, Bluff, Missouri Weather Club. What's going on, Hurricane Juice? How you doing, buddy? How you doing, Hurricane Juice?
How much lightning is coming out of these?
Poplar Bluff, Missouri Weather Club. Oh wait, that's not Hurricane Juice. That's Poplar Bluff.
I don't know, man. It might be. It honestly might be.
I don't know. I don't know how many aliases Hurricane Juice has.
All right, bottom left is one.
He's the man of many faces.
See if we have one more closer to the town of Kansas City. Hey, Shelly for the super chat.
They did let the tornado warning expire here.
See this one. This bottom left or bottom right.
Like I cannot go to bed with a good conscience until this thing chills out. Like, this storm is scary. This is a scary looking storm. Like, I want it to fall apart.
Can I go over tomorrow's outlook? We can.
That is such a scary looking storm. I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna have a video tomorrow morning.
Picture perfect supercell with a hook.
Severe weather that's upcoming for Tuesday, which is tomorrow. But this is your general risk of severe weather for tomorrow. We do have an enhanced risk again in the Northeast, another one back over in Texas and Oklahoma. We have a 5% tornado risk in place right now around Wichita Falls, back into Abilene. I think this is going to be increased to a 10%. Just my opinion. Looks pretty favorable for tomorrow.
Yeah, let's look at tomorrow.
Also a 2% tornado
Max is talking about. Let's just let him talk about it.
If we got a small 5% tornado risk in Ohio and Pennsylvania. We've been pretty right this last few days about our SBC outlook, so I think I might be right, but I don't know. We'll see.
That's tomorrow.
Back over our wind threat. Significant damaging winds is more of a possibility if you're back over in Texas, where we could have some damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and then damaging winds possible across Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. That will be more numerous at times. And then large to very large hail is likely anywhere from around Springfield, just south of Springfield, Missouri, back through Fort Smith, Arkansas, and then also back over into northwestern North Texas, back over near Wichita Falls and near Abilene. So again, tomorrow's start of severe weather. We're going to be live at some point. I don't know when. We'll just kind of wait and see how it goes. Again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning, and then we'll see about a potential live stream. I think tomorrow's live stream would start sometime. If I had to guess, it'll probably start sometime around like 2-3 o'clock. But I can't really put a number on it because you just never know. You never know with these types of events. So,
yeah, you see, Max was just talking about it. I'll pull it up too. Hold on.
Don't know for sure.
Let me grab it.
But once we know for sure, you will know because you'll probably get notified.
So tomorrow,
make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon.
day 2 tornado.
I don't usually put a time out there because I legitimately do not know when I.
So we got basically Texas, Oklahoma, a little bit of looks like St. Louis is out of it unless they connect these together tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Yeah, just looking like Texas, Oklahoma, parts of Arkansas and Missouri. Then we move over to. Right now, I'm like right here, so I'm like at the very front of it. Thankfully, hopefully I don't get hit by a single storm tomorrow. We'll see. But Max is saying they might upgrade this. We might wake up tomorrow and this whole area is going to be connected from here to here, pretty much. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I want it to stay this way because I don't want any more of Ohio to get covered. And both my kids, one kid lives here and another kid lives here, so I'm worried about them. They're in these areas, so I would actually like them to get rid of this thread up here, and you can just keep this one down here.
If we went live again any earlier, nobody would have gotten notified, and probably half of you would not be here.
This is tomorrow. That's our tornado threat. Let's go to tomorrow's hail. This is our hail threat for tomorrow. It's pretty much the hail's going to be all the way through. It looks like so. I might actually see some hail tomorrow. But it looks like Texas always gets nasty hail, right? And then our wind for tomorrow. So looks like I'm gonna. Wow. We have a red signature for wind, so they're gonna have some really nasty winds tomorrow. I'm in the yellow though. So that's wow. New York's even gonna get some crazy winds tomorrow. Half of Pennsylvania. This is gonna be a crazy day tomorrow, I think, for wind. Oh man, I hope we don't lose power. Day 3. Let's look at day 3 categorical. So this is day 3. We really can't say anything much from this yet. We might have like a slight tornado risk down here in Texas. Day 3. Day 4. We have nothing on day 4. Obviously, we're not going to have anything day 5. So you have nothing on day 4 or 5 yet. That's what we got. Today still looks crazy. This still looks extremely scary. This is why I'm still streaming. Just look at this massive threat we have today. I hope if this storm falls apart, I feel confident about ending the stream. And it looks like it's starting to fall apart right now. And here they are. They're measuring the rotation again. So this one still has the strength of an EF 1.3 from 9,000 feet all the way up to 31,000 feet. This is the first tag I've seen them put on this tornado in the last hour and a half. Well, basically what Max is saying, yeah, the low-level wind shear is not doing it. Like, this thing is spinning from 9,000 feet all the way up to 31,000 feet, and it's been doing that for an hour and a half, but it has yet to connect down to the ground. And it's been tornado warning. They just finally dropped the tornado warning on this thing. I mean, and you look at this 3D view, like it's absolutely disgusting looking. This looks like a supercell of a tornado that would do severe damage when you look at this thing. Like, this looks dangerous. And, yeah, I just kind of want it to fall apart, to be honest. I'd be happy, because we don't need any big tornadoes, right? It's been a pretty good day so far. We don't need a big tornado late at night.
Everything is basically north of our outflow boundary, so as long as it stays north of our outflow boundary, this will be mostly just wind and hail. The tornado risk would be pretty low out of this activity.
It's definitely weakened somewhat. These are our highest velocities. It's not reaching down as far. It just doesn't look. It's not going as high either. It looks like you're basically just kind of going from up through here. It doesn't look as bad as it did. The National Weather's finally starting to tag it with some information. Maybe because it's finally far enough from the radar that they can.
I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning, but it'll probably be allowed to go for another 23 minutes. Still a little bit of rotation approaching Mountain in Wisconsin. So if you're in Mountain, Wisconsin, continue to stay in your safe place.
Yeah.
The strongest area of rotations coming in that direction.
Hey, Poplar Bluff. Good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. It was nice seeing you.
Thank you, Trudy, for the super chat. Appreciate your morning reports and live streams. So much of my family over the United States. Congrats on your degree. Well done. I appreciate that. Thank you, Trudy, for the super chat. Speaking of my degree, by the way, I do want to...
I mean, these people just got to be this. I feel like these guys got to be basically paying attention for the rest of the night until this gets to the Great Lakes, because this thing's been cranking, has a history of violence.
All available at shopmaxvelocity.net. It is one of the links in the description below. Again, this is out for a limited time.
Like, I feel safe ending the stream with this thing tornado warned, right? Because it's not, doesn't look, I mean, it's 100-mile wind gusts of brief spin up tornadoes, right? Like, everybody knows what they need to do with this situation here.
You want to check that out at shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is also in the description. It's also going to be in the chat. Need hats? We can't do hats for that design. If we did hats, it would look terrible. Like, we only do embroidered hats, so. Classes did I take? What, for meteorology? There was a lot of classes that I took. A lot of classes. You would have to give me like a topic because there's so many. Tony is asking about Tazewell County, Illinois.
Like we're about to have another brief drop right here.
I mean, we could see a few passing storms, but we're not talking about anything that significant in terms of severe weather for tonight.
South of White Lake.
Like here for the next few hours. Again, storms will try to make it to Burlington and Bloomington, but I mean, none of this is going to be that significant. It'll just be some gusty winds, and that's really about it. And this line of storms will be falling apart over the next few hours. Honestly, a lot of this should be falling apart in the next few hours. And
amen. Let's do it. Let's let it fall apart. You know, I haven't even looked anywhere else at all, really. Let's take a look at the National Weather Radar. See what's going on across the United States right now with all these storms. So there's our big nasty storm. That's what's left of it.
Don't forget to like the stream as well if you've been enjoying the stream so far. Hopefully finding it.
Got a whole line of storms throughout here.
And don't forget to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. And also, don't forget to join our...
I'm going to look at this storm in Iowa. Let's go to the Des Moines radar real quick. Let's check this out.
Weather still looks active. We still have one tornado warning right now in Wisconsin. This is back over near Lakewood.
Oh my goodness, this interference. You can't see anything on this.
They're going to be coming up on Beaver and Critz. Not really talking about much rotation here. Townsend.
Yeah, these are cranky too. My goodness. We have 62 to 58 mile per hour winds coming from this. Story, Iowa. And yeah, both reports from Story, Iowa. We have 60 mile per hour plus winds here from these storms coming through Iowa, smack dab in the middle. Yeah, this whole line of storms is cranking. So anybody getting hit by this, yeah, they're going to get hit by some nasty winds. Let me see what direction this is going. It's kind of going northeast.
There's a low-end tornado risk as well. That should be mostly wind and hail in those areas.
It looks like that one's heading up back into Wisconsin as well. So this nasty line of storms is going to make it into Wisconsin, it looks like. So it looks like Wisconsin's going to have to deal with some crap for a while.
Mostly going to be wind and hail, if anything.
I don't know if these are going to die out by the time it gets to Wisconsin. I don't know how late this threat's supposed to go into the night. Max was saying everything should be dying out here fairly soon in the next hour or two. Hopefully that's the case. Because, yeah, this storm is still really strong. We don't really have any rotation here, but it's... So I take that back. We have some rotation right here.
Jenny? I think it's Jenny. He finds you more accurate than the news. I'm glad I can help, and shout out to Jenny.
Yeah, that ain't a rotation. That's just an interference split.
Issued in Oklahoma City. We have no new tornado watches. The only watch that we have is the one that was already issued for Oklahoma City, and it goes for one more hour. It's out of these storms here near Chickasha, which most of these are just damaging winds and hail. We've had a hook echo on the storm near Medicine Park, but I just don't think this thing's going to get going. They have a tornado possible label on this storm just in case something happens north of Medicine Park. The velocity's been pretty broad on this for quite a while. We did have some wall cloud reports earlier, maybe even a brief tornado in southwestern Oklahoma, but I don't think this thing's really going to produce anytime soon if it did.
Raymond, how you doing?
Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. Is Dallas fine? Dallas is fine today.
How far south are we talking? I was actually just looking at the, hold on, let's go back to the big map again.
Honestly, I think tomorrow and Wednesday we could have tornado hatched risks, which means strong tornadoes.
All right, so the only tornadic-looking storm we have right now is in Oklahoma City, and it's this one. Not Oklahoma City, but north of Walton. This one, this big storm right here. We have a really bad rotation in this one, but it's been that way for about the last 2 hours. Just the low level wind shear hasn't basically taken it down to the ground. Pretty much everything else is not a threat, except we do have some big nasty 60-mile-per-hour winds coming out of this storm here in Iowa, and then up in Michigan, or not Michigan, but Minnesota. This line of storm's been this thing's been making brief spin-up tornadoes for the last 8 hours. That's about it. That summarizes our threat for right now.
I don't really expect anything that's.
I mean, we have some rain showers down in Texas. Got more rain showers, looks like, coming in up into Oklahoma. But hey, we haven't even looked at Florida. Looks like the ocean has some thunderstorms out here.
In northeastern Wisconsin, so this will continue. We still have some rotation coming up on Breed and Mountain as of right now.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Main reason I'm still streaming right now is because of this huge threat we had from National Weather today for tornadoes. But it's been a pretty mild day. It's been very, very relaxed for how big of a warning we had, so that's good.
From Storm Chaser Max Archer, who is near the
Storm Chaser named Max Archer.
There isn't really much of a wall cloud, and also the inflow winds are fairly weak. So the storm in Oklahoma is pretty far away from even producing a threat of a tornado at this point. So just a little heads up there. Can we see Cheese Curd? She is currently sleeping. I don't know if she's going to wake up. Maybe I can show you guys.
Cheese Curd sleeping.
The cameras just went out.
Max Velocity's cat's named Cheese Curd now. That's funny. I think you renamed the cat Cheese Curd. Well, guys, you know what? I think it's a safe point to go ahead and call the stream now. You know, we don't have very many people here now, so I think this is probably the best time to do it. So I'd say let's go ahead and end the stream. And if it gets crazy tonight, if this thing drops on the ground in Oklahoma, I'll come back, but I don't think anything's going to happen, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call the stream, and everybody else go ahead and like and subscribe. Thanks for stopping in, and let's go ahead and call the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow, most likely. Hopefully I'll be here for tomorrow. But yep, thanks for stopping in.